Khanai Hikmat and Idara-i Arif. Allama Nasiruddin Nasir Hunzai's modest and humble pen produces wonders and marvels of knowledge every time. How excellent! This time, the revered author has devoted his energies to serve knowledge in the wider field of Islam and humanity. From ancient times, the simple and easy method of spiritual healing has been in vogue among the religions of the world. However, it is only after the study of this meaningful book of Allama Hunzai that the miracles of Quranic concepts, afkar, and spiritual science can be properly assessed, and as a result of which we can say that spiritual healing is multidimensional, or rather, it is a chain in which there is ample room for new discoveries. There is no doubt that the wise Quran is an enormous universe of knowledge and wisdom. Nothing exists which is not in it. It is with this full conviction that Allama Hunzai has planned to write the book Quranic Healing, and today, by the grace and benevolence of God, this work of knowledge has been accomplished. In his own words, he has attained success greater than his expectations. Praise be to Allah, the Exalted, for all these are His favours. It appears that by studying the present book, it is possible to be protected not only from external diseases, but more so from internal diseases, as there is in it a penetrative description of internal health and sickness. Further, more light is shed in it on the means and causes of those diseases which affect the soul, ethics, ideology, and intellect of human beings. This glorious and commendable book, Quranic Healing, consists altogether of 26 articles and a preface. However, it is true to say that each of the articles, not with respect to volume, but with respect to knowledge and wisdom, amounts to a comprehensive and useful book. The reason for this is that God has certainly enriched the author with the everlasting wealth of the jewels of the Holy Quran. Just as in order to remain healthy and strong physically, one has to consciously or unconsciously follow many medical principles, similarly or more so, one needs Quranic and spiritual knowledge and practice to remain healthy and sound spiritually, ethically, ideologically, and intellectually. Otherwise, there is no escape from internal diseases. Although the supreme goal of this extremely useful book, Quranic Healing, is that every wise person, by following the divine commands brought by the Holy Prophet, may save himself completely from internal diseases, nevertheless, subsidiary and supplementary to this, the laws to prevent external diseases are also mentioned. For the wise Quran is a heavenly guide book for both the body and the soul, and no noble verse is devoid of the meaning of this guidance. That is, the aim and object of the entire Holy Quran is that people should follow the path of peace and protection in every respect, so that they may not suffer from any pain and affliction externally or internally. According to the research of our revered teacher, in the light of spirituality and true knowledge, just as physical doctors consider bodily exercise necessary to preserve the physical health, similarly the spiritual doctor, everywhere in his heavenly book, has given mankind the lesson of hard work and labour, so that through it they may have their bodily, spiritual, and intellectual exercise, and may remain healthy in every respect. Thus, it is heartening that in this book several Quranic exercises have been discovered, which, in addition to physical health and strength, also contain the secret of spiritual and intellectual strength and progress. For instance, refer to the elaborate explanation of the movement of feet in this book. How amazing and wondrous is the entering of the particles of the soul into the body through the feet, and their serving as a subtle spiritual food and spiritual medicine. In this epoch of whirlwind progress, scientists have reached the zenith of progress. They have attained continued successes. At present, they want to eradicate every kind of disease from the world. The author of this book says that though they deserve commendation for fighting against diseases, they will not be able to achieve ultimate and complete success unless they also adopt the spiritual method of healing. Usually, at the mention of Hazrat Israel, may peace be upon him, and the mention of death, an ordinary person is shocked. But we are both bewildered and happy by the way our revered teacher, in the light of his spiritual experiences, has mentioned him, and how extremely astonishing the role of his power, Quwwati Israeli, is in the spiritual healing. The fact that the human being, in addition to physical diseases, also suffers from numerous spiritual diseases has been very neatly explained everywhere in this book. However, it is a fact that mostly we are completely unaware and ignorant of our internal diseases. The outstanding achievement of Allama Hunzai in this field of knowledge is that in this marvelous book he has shown a standard, fixed by God, by which every person can easily check his inner health or sickness. Such a standard is the dream. Psychologists have given several psychological interpretations of the dream. For instance, Freud calls it the royal road to unconscious. But the way the spiritual importance and the importance related to knowledge of dreams in the Quranic stories of Hazrat Ibrahim and Hazrat Yusuf, may peace be upon them, has been explained by the author in this book is unique. Hence, it would be appropriate to say that this book is an epoch-making achievement. In this book, in addition to many other issues, the illusions of dreams are explained in a coherent and scientific way, so that learned people may reflect and ponder upon them. And all this has been done in the light of the Holy Qur'an. Man, due to the negligence of zikr ibadat, prayer and remembrance of God, and due to the scarcity or lack of true knowledge, makes himself spiritually and intellectually sick. But the benevolent Lord has not left his noblest creature in such diseases confused and incurable. Rather, he has created such capacities and such powers in the very existence of man that if they are used according to his will, they can serve as the most effective medicines. For example, it is mentioned in this book, in convincing words, about the capacity of prayer as a heavenly medicine, which the eternal doctor has prepared for every sick, grieved and afflicted person, and for anyone suffering from a difficulty. The importance and advanced reputation of this book is such that through the Pakistan Broadcasting Corporation and the quarterly Ahang, and also through the daily newspaper Jang, when the news spread that Allama Nasiruddin Nasir Hunzai was writing a book on Quranic healing, many learned scholars who appreciate the value of knowledge asked for a copy of it, either through correspondence or in person. It is also a great proof of the importance and appreciation of this book that apart from this English translation, 2 scholars have also rendered it in French and Gujarati. In short, the book is in front of you. Those who have luckily tasted the flavor of higher sciences will in a true sense be able to estimate its importance, usefulness and value. In any case, in our view, it is superb and extremely revolutionary. Why not? After all, it is written by a Darvish, a lover of the Holy Prophet, of mature age, and in the light of extensive experience and knowledge, after having written around 100 other works. The purpose of this book is that it may serve the Quran, Islam, Pakistan, and humanity. Ameen. O the Lord of the Worlds. Khanai Hikmat, Idara-e-Arif, Karachi, 11 Jumada 2, 1407, 10th February 1987. Radio interview of Allama Nasiruddin Nasir Hunzai, Pakistan Broadcasting Corporation, Gilgit. Interviewer Ghulam Qadir. Distinguished religious scholar Allama Nasiruddin Nasir Hunzai, whose pen has produced more than 100 books, is reckoned amongst those men of letters who are of the first rank in this country. His books, which are written in Urdu, have been translated into Persian, Gujarati, English and French. Allama Nasiruddin Nasir will also be remembered forever in the annals of national literature and culture as the first Sahib-e-Diwan, author of a collection of poetry, poet of the Burushaski language spoken in the northern areas. He has also completed 50% of the work of the first dictionary of the Burushaski language and a book of its proverbs. He is known in the valley of Hunza as Baba-yi Burushaski, father of Burushaski. In connection with research on the Burushaski language, Allama Nasiruddin Nasir has also worked for some time in the University of Montreal, Canada. In recognition of his services, the university authorities have conferred on him the position of a research associate. Last time, when Allama Nasiruddin Nasir Hunzai came to Gilgit, Ghulam Qadir, the representative of Radio Pakistan, had an extensive interview with him concerning his services to knowledge and other activities. The interview was released directly. The text of this interview is presented to the readers of Ahang. Ghulam Qadir. Janab Allama Nasiruddin Nasir Hunzai Sahib, kindly tell our listeners something about your works, about how you reach this stage of writing. Allama Nasiruddin. Up to the present, I have written around 100 works, in which small booklets are also included, and which have also been translated into several languages. Nowadays, these books are studied with great interest in the libraries of the West. The reason for this interest is that I have tried to present the Islamic sciences by giving examples from the Book of the Universe and harmonizing them with the principles of the current physical sciences. By the grace of God and the prayers of the nation, there has also been considerable success in attaining this goal. In my books, Spirit and Spirituality is a special subject, which, in the light of the wisdom of the Holy Quran, I have tried to present in such a way that it may eliminate the questions, doubts, and ambiguities which are generated by scientific inventions and discoveries. As for the question of how I reached this stage of writing, I rigorously followed the principle of self-development, as a result of which I attained this state. Ghulam Qadir. Your works deal mostly with the exposition of Islamic sciences. Among these works, is there also such a subject or aspect which is amazing and thought-provoking for the readers, or is there any such program for the future? Allama Nasiruddin. Yes, there is enough such material, which according to my readers is amazing for them. For instance, in my work, Mizanul Haqaiq, I have shed detailed light on the subject of the existence of UFOs and the purpose of their flying, and that the atomic age is linked with the spiritual cycle, and have provided the proofs of these realities from the Holy Qur'an. Moreover, at present I am writing books which will be called Quranic Ilaj and Ilmi Ilaj, Quranic Healing and Healing through Knowledge. In the light of the Quranic verses, the greater part of these books will be devoted to spiritual science. In these books there will be an attempt to show that in the Holy Qur'an there is more healing of the spiritual and intellectual diseases than the physical ones. Ghulam Qadir: how did it occur to you to write such books? Allama Nasiruddin: I remember well that the President of the country, General Muhammad Ziaul Haq, addressing a function in Islamabad, appealed to the people of letters that they should search for new aspects of the subject of Islamic medicine, so that it may attain splendor. This appeal made an impression on my mind, and I thought that since the Holy Qur'an is a complete code of life, how can there not be allusions to an important subject like healing in it? Thus, by studying the Qur'an from a specific angle, I came to the conclusion that the subject of human healing is preserved in the Holy Qur'an in the way of wisdom. Thus, in these days, I am writing articles on this subject from different angles, which will soon be compiled in the form of books. In this connection, some scholars of national repute have also assured me of their cooperation. I hope that, by the grace of God and the prayers of the Pakistani nation, this plan will achieve success, and that this will also be a service to knowledge, not only for Pakistan, but also for the entire Islamic world. For to date, no writer has directly written on this subject. On the whole, one supreme goal of my writing is to stop the ideological and cultural flood of the writers of the West, which surges from different horizons towards the innocent young generation of the world of Islam, by constructing an embankment with the new concepts of Islam, so that the minds of our new generation of the 21st century may be protected. Ghulam Qadir: you are also the first poet of the Burushaski language who has a divan. Would you kindly tell us something about this language? Allama Nasiruddin: Burushaski is my mother tongue. It is an extremely old language. To date, considerable research has been done on this language in Pakistan and in Western universities. As a result, it has been established that this is one of the few extremely old languages of the world. It is unique with respect to its structure and has no common denominator with Hindi, Sanskrit, Persian, Arabic, and other languages. This language, in addition to hundreds of thousands of inhabitants in the valley of Hunzanagar and Yasin, is also spoken by thousands who have migrated to Gilgit from these places. Research on it continues in the University of Montreal in Canada and Heidelberg University in West Germany. Ghulam Qadir: when did you start writing Burushaski poetry, and has any collection of your poetry been published? Allama Nasiruddin: I started composing poetry in 1939. My first collection of poetry was published by the name of Nagmah-yi Israfil, then by the name of Manzumat-e Nasiri, and now, a few years back, by the name of Diwani Nasiri. Diwani Nasiri is also preserved in the University of Montreal in Latin script. In addition to national anthems, it consists mostly of Gnostic and mystical poetry. Ghulam Qadir: most poets and writers write their autobiographies. Have you also done so? Allama Nasiruddin: yes, but not by myself up to now. Rather, a few years ago, some of my friends and students established an institution by the name of Arif, Alama Research Institute and Foundation, to do research on my life and works, whose branches are in the West and Karachi. The reason for research on my life perhaps is that there is a lesson in my life, and that is that I come from an ordinary family, and without attending school, college or university, I have reached this stage, and during this I have passed through difficult stages with toil and hardship, owing to which my life has become an expression of great upheavals. There is another aspect in my life, which is that man, instead of sitting and relying upon fate, should create in himself the ambition of subjugating the universe, and should write a story of love and peace, knowledge and action, and constant struggle in the world. From Yarkand to Montreal. In addition to a great many amazing and admirable qualities, our spiritual friend, Allama Nasiruddin Nasir Hunzai, will also be remembered in the literary and linguistic history of Pakistan because of his memorable contribution to the movement of compiling and editing the grammar of Burushaski, the ancient language of Hunza, northern areas. Besides working with 2 French professors in the Department of Linguistics, University of Montreal, Quebec, Canada, on the Burushaski language, he has also formulated the script of the Burushaski language. Another distinctive merit of Allama Hunzai is that he is the first poet who has a divan, collection of poems, and his Divan-e-Nasiri possesses a memorable position in the poetry and literature of the Burushaski language. Pakistan has the status of being a confederation of different linguistic regions. The current language of Hunza, Nagar and Yasin is Burushaski. That of Gilgit is Shina, and that of Chitral is Kuwar. These languages belong to the Aryan families of languages. Allama Hunzai composes poetry both in Urdu and Burushaski. To date, his pen has produced more than 100 epistles and booklets. In addition to literature and linguistics, Allama Hunzai's favorite subjects are spiritualism, Quranic studies, Islamic studies, Sufism and esoterics, Batiniyat, etc. Around 23 or 24 years ago, I had a long discourse with Hazrat Amir Hamza Shanwari, the father of Pushtu, Ghazal and Allama Nasiruddin Hunzai, on the subjects of spiritualism and psychicism. Allama Hunzai has described his experiences in a moving and eager tone. Further, Allama Hunzai has spent 5 to 6 years of his own inspiring life in strenuous spiritual exercises in Yarkand, Xinjiang, China. During this solitude, a window of his mind opened, and he went through such an arduous cycle of revolutions in consciousness and spiritual experiences that the world transformed for him. In my previous articles, I had mentioned an event of the Islamic Research Center where I had presented some of my opinions on the subject of spirituality in the modern age. I had said that psychicism is an art which can be attained by individual struggles, practices and exercises. Today, scientific research on the psychic phenomena is being carried out in every country. In this scientific adventure, America and Russia are pioneers. But as far as spirituality is concerned, the spiritual capacities of man can be actualized only in a society which seeks truth, loves humanity, and is progressive. Spirituality means to act in accordance with the positive feelings of the human mind, namely love, altruism, enlightenment, sincerity, firm resolve, and zeal to serve humanity. These creative and positive feelings whereby human civilizations thrive can be put into practice only by living in a human society. The supernatural demonstrations of yogis, which people interpret as revelation and miracle, kashfu karamat, in fact have no more importance than jugglery. Spirituality is a different level of the elevation of consciousness. Allama Nasir Hunzai, in his more than 100 works, has discussed the true and real spirituality in an extremely appealing and impressive way. For instance, he has discussed divine remembrance, its kinds and their benefits, such as remembrance by an individual, zikr-i-fard, remembrance by a group, zikr-i-jamaat, open remembrance, zikr-i-jali, hidden remembrance, zikr-i-kafi, abundant remembrance, zikr-i-kathir, short remembrance, zikr-i-kalil, remembrance by the tongue, zikr-i-lisani, remembrance by the heart, zikr-i-kalbi, and remembrance by the eye, zikr-i-basari, remembrance by the ear, zikr-i-sami, etc. Allama Hunzai cures spiritual and psychological diseases through divine remembrance. On these subjects, his works are worth reading, particularly his Divine Remembrance, Zikr-i-Ilahi, and What is Soul, Ruh Kya Hai, etc. Spirituality does not mean that we should shun the world, turn our face away from society, and sit cross-legged in a dark and narrow cave in the Himalayas. The spiritual upliftment of man is possible only through struggle for the prosperity and progress of this world. He should merge his personal I in the I of the society. He should earn a lawful livelihood and act righteously in all circumstances. He should be above religious, racial, linguistic, and regional prejudices. He should contribute with his tongue, pen, and action to create a society which will not be divided into different strata of wrongdoer and wronged, ruler and ruled, powerful and powerless. A society where there is no concept of the oppressor and the oppressed. Without doubt, the plant of spirituality can thrive only in a soil which has been irrigated and saturated by the spring of Kausar, of philanthropy, altruism, sincerity of intention, freedom of thinking, and enlightenment. Our friend, Allama Nasir Hunzai, in his works has alluded to these matters beautifully. The first station of the spiritual journey of Allama Hunzai was from Yarkand to Montreal. Now I have requested him, Sir, there is a vast field left for your spiritual struggle, namely Europe, America and Russia. Address of Allama Hunzai, Khana-e Hikmat, 17B, Noor Villa, 269 Garden, West Karachi, 3. Allama Hunzai, due to his numerous engagements, cannot spare the time to meet friends generally and hopes that they will accept this reason. Publications. I have already introduced Allama Nasiruddin Hunzai, Research Associate, Université de Montréal, Montreal, Canada. In his epistle Precious Treasures, he has answered 3 most important questions, which are: A. What is the part of the 5 senses in acquiring real knowledge? B. What is the relation between mind and soul? C. How can the act of entering the boundary of the non-temporal spatial world from the temporal spatial world during ibadat and zikr and returning to it be described? All 3 questions are difficult, but the way Allama Hunzai has neatly and clearly answered delighted me. This epistle can be obtained from Khana-e Hikmat. Rai Amrovi, The Daily Jang, Karachi, Pakistan, 14th March 1986. Allama Nasiruddin Hunzai. Hazrat Allama Nasiruddin Hunzai, the author, poet of Urdu and Burushaski, a language of the northern areas, and scholar and thinker of spirituality and Quranic studies, has to date published 20 works on the subject of the glorious Quran and spiritual and physical health. The present book consists of 26 articles. Allama Hunzai has explained not only the medical allusions of the Holy Quran, but has also discussed in a simple language the interpretation of dreams, effects of zikr, miracles of prayer, spiritual science, divine love, man as a macrocosm, greater universe, and the symbols and secrets of taqwa, God-fearing, and ibadat. In this connection, contact Khana-e-Hikmat. Rai Amrovi, The Daily Jang, Karachi, Pakistan, 20th June 1986. Preface. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. 1. How can a religious person doubt the reality that the Holy Quran and the religion of nature, namely Islam, in their external and internal vastness, are a complete universe of manifold and diverse heavenly bounties? 5.3.31.20, which is forever luminous and resplendent with the divine lights and is prosperous with heavenly knowledge and wisdom. In the world of the Quran and Islam, the glorious and benevolent Lord, through His infinite mercy, has granted everything to all Muslims and mu'mins, not only potentially, but also actually. If all of them together try to count all His favours, they will never be able to attain success in this impossible pursuit. 1434. For the bounties of the benevolent and merciful Lord are limitless and endless. One such great bounty in the eyes of the wise people is obviously and certainly the health and healing of the body, soul, and intellect. Rather, it holds the central position among them, for it is the external and internal health which is the totality and perfection of the human existence, and without it the realization and attainment of all other bounties is not possible at all. 2. Although the world today has become greatly equipped with external sciences and arts, and there is no scarcity of material methods of cure, some of which are admirably effective and useful, yet they are limited to the extent of physical cure. However, there is no complaint about these methods. For man by himself can in no way cure the soul, nor can he see its diseases, unless he has due recourse to the Quran and the Sunnah of the Holy Prophet. Since the medical aspect of the noble Quran is also sufficient healing, superb and unique in every respect. Being the divine speech, it is a perfect, complete and unique book, and such a universal record of guidance that it has no precedent. It contains complete knowledge and explanation of all matters related to body and soul. 1689. You might have heard that during the time of prophethood, among the great companions of the Prophet, may God be pleased with them, there was very little illness. The cause of this collective health can be none other than the Quran and the teacher of the Quran, for they used to act upon those divine prescriptions of prevention and health, which are recorded in the Quran. This book, which is namely Quranic Healing, Quranic Ilaj, is before you. Although it does not cover many subjects, nonetheless it may not be far from the truth to say that some of the points discussed here are extremely thought-provoking. Therefore, if this book is approved of and considered useful by the people of wisdom, it will be a miracle of the knowledge of the Quran itself, not an achievement of this humble entity, who was not able to do even the smallest service of the glorious Quran through the power of his pen or the wealth of his own knowledge. Thus, if there are some virtues of knowledge and wisdom, and some secrets of collective health in this book, they are from the treasures of the Quran. If there are some defects, obviously they are due to me, for I am not a man who is perfect and complete in all respects. Rather, I am nothing but an incomplete and imperfect human being. 4. Regarding the importance and usefulness of Quranic healing, one additional point is that human existence is affected not only by medicines, but also by speech and circumstances. For instance, when someone perspires due to shame, or trembles due to fear, or weeps and cries bitterly due to heartrending news, or cannot sleep the whole night due to overwhelming sadness or happiness, this is because his condition changes. The scientific or psychological analysis of all these states is that none of them is trivial. Rather, a powerful mental thing has penetrated the depth of the heart and brain, which has affected each and every particle of the body in this way. Although according to ordinary intellect, it was not necessary that it be so, similarly, if the mind of an intelligent person comes under the influence of the wise Quran, will it not state change altogether? Will he not gradually be delivered from spiritual diseases? Why not? He will certainly be delivered from them. 5. It becomes quite clear from the study of the Quran that in utmost humility and in shedding tears like a darwish lies not only the cure of spiritual diseases, but also a revolutionary progress of the personal world, provided it is done with knowledge and good deeds. Since prostration in prayer and acts of devotion represent the proximity of God, 96:19, if this prostration is performed with the tears of divine love, it surpasses any description and praise. You can see in the Quran 17:109 how great is the pleasure of God, the Beneficent, in a prostration in which a servant with ardent love in a way becomes annihilated in him. 6. The method of physical cure is such that for every disease there is a separate prescription. Contrary to this, in spiritual healing, a single medicine can cure hundreds of diseases. Take for instance divine remembrance, through which is attained the satisfaction, itminan, of the heart. 13:28. But this point should be remembered well, that the state of the human heart, which God, the knowing, the wise, has called satisfaction, has such vast and lofty meanings that they, in addition to being a solution for innumerable difficulties, expand to the spiritual heights of Hazrat Ibrahim, may peace be upon him. 2:260. On the other hand, satisfaction is embodied in the terrestrial angels, 1795. Further, see also the description of the satisfied soul, Nafs-e-Mutma'inna, in the Quran, 89:27-30, so that the vast meaning of this wisdom-filled word may be realized. 7. According to a Darwish, remembrance and worship, zikr ibadat, with respect to space and non-space, is of two kinds. One is spatial and the other non-spatial. By spatial, ibadat is meant that its center is either the heart, mind, eye, ear or nose, breathing, etc. In non-spatial ibadat, a pious and pure Sufi mystic not only forgets himself, but also becomes unrelated and unaware of time and space, and everything related to them, and annihilates himself in the remembrance of God. The difference between these two kinds of ibadat is not hidden. However, any kind of ibadat is, after all, ibadat, and a mercy and a kind of knowledge are hidden in everything. 47. Thus, in some of the methods of Quranic healing, You can do spatial zikr ibadat, for instance, the method of healing through the movement of feet, in which one has to conceive that the waves of light of zikr spread throughout the body from the center of the heart. A great secret of cure and healing is hidden in this method. 8. I wish I were able to write this important book which deals with the great subject of Quranic healing in appropriate words and expressions as it deserves. I wish I had the valuable treasures of vocabulary of Urdu literature as other learned scholars have. Alas, were it written by one of the high-ranking and prominent scholars of religion, who, in addition to possessing the sciences of the Qur'an, are also the kings of the pen. Alas, had I spent that part of my life in a college in which I used to graze the goats of my esteemed father. If only one of the masters of the pen had helped me in this field. Alas, the Prince of Knowledge and Wisdom has become the adopted son of a poor villager, who finds it difficult to feed him and to present him before the people in an appropriate attire. 9. In the external world, if an idol is broken once, it does not need to be broken again, because it cannot restore itself. But the idol of the carnal soul, or ego, or self-conceit in man, is such that it must be broken and smashed into bits and pieces again and again. For it is like a magician who automatically revives after every destruction. May God help us to continue to fulfill this sacred duty of the greater jihad diligently. In order to fulfill this duty, it is necessary that in success we should be grateful in word and deed to God, may He be exalted. For it is He who is the real sovereign. It is He to whom belongs command. It is He who helps and gives success. Yes, it is true that after the mention of the rights of God comes the mention of the rights of His servants. Therefore, it is necessary that we should mention with gratitude all those through whose cooperation, encouragement, confidence and well-wishing we have been able to complete an important work. Had it been a voluminous book of history, I would have recorded the esteemed names of all my intimate friends and old companions, who have continued to be the cause of success and happiness every time. Nevertheless, my heart is always full of appreciation and well-wishing for them. Yet, if I do not mention here Qur'anic and Idare-i-Arif in particular, it will be a grave ingratitude on my part, for they have done countless favors to me, and this book, in fact, is theirs and not mine. 10. I must, being immersed in the ocean of tears, thank God, the Great, the Sublime, the kind provider of means, for mercy and benevolence that He has granted the means of Qur'anic and Idare-i-Arif to this insignificant servant. Otherwise, in this age of progress, while people in the form of organizations work like a tempestuous ocean, how would it have been possible for a helpless old man of 69 years to render on his own any service to knowledge? If I say that I only use the pen, even this claim in reality may be very strange, for in fact the pen is a very heavy thing. But when God wills, He can gather many hands in one hand. Thus, may God save us from conceit and pride. 11. Admiration and appreciation of any institution, in fact, is that of its patron, office bearers and members. Nonetheless, I feel it necessary to mention here the honorable names of Mr. Fath Ali Habib and Mr. Muhammad Abdul Aziz, the presidents of Quranic and Idare-i-Arif, respectively. Both of them are Darwishes, but they have 4 hidden treasures: good manners, faith, yearning for knowledge, and zeal to serve humanity. That is, they yearn to be among those who spread the light of knowledge. For according to them, only knowledge is such an all-encompassing wealth with which everyone can be served equally. They always work together and respect other office-bearers and members, due to which all their meetings take place in a dervish-like and sincere spirit. Thus, these two institutions are in accord and united like the two eyes of a man, and their actions turn into a single act, as those of the eyes whose individual act mingles and merges to become a collective act. I am grateful to Quranic Hikmat and Idare-e-Arif and their centers and branches. Similarly, I am also indebted to BRA, Burushaski Research Academy. The office bearers and members of these institutions consider the service of spreading knowledge of the Quran dearer than their own souls. This is such a powerful incentive that it can create a courageous soul in a servant to serve. Allah, may He be exalted, is the causer of causes. Humble servant of knowledge, Nasiruddin Nasir Hunzai, Wednesday, 24, Safarul Muzaffar, 1407, 29th October 1986. Proof of Quranic Healing. Ilaj. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. There is no doubt that the Holy Quran is not a book of physical medicine, nor is its goal such a limited work. It is the heavenly book of universal guidance revealed from God, the Exalted, the Blessed, to Hazrat Muhammad, the Chosen, the seal of the Prophets. May peace and salutation of God be upon him and his progeny. Yet, the sense in which it contains and comprises all sciences and is unique and unprecedented in knowledge and wisdom and an explanation of everything, 1689, it should be accepted with faith and love that in addition to many other dimensions, it also has a dimension of spiritual science, which besides many other useful things, contains allusions to the science of healing or curative science. Thus, as proof of this fact, some evidences are presented in the following. 1. The Noble Quran, on the whole, is that single and unique medicine and healing, 1782, for physical, ethical, ideological, spiritual, and intellectual diseases, whose precedent cannot be found in all other cycles. 2. If someone would like to know about the spiritual medicine and curative wisdom of the Holy Quran, he should look into the books on the science of jurisprudence under the title of medicine. He will come to know that what was said and done by the Prophet was all said and done on the basis of and in the light of the Holy Quran. 3. The Suratul Fatiha, opening chapter of the Quran, because it comprises all Quranic realities and gnosis, is called Kitab, mother of the book. It is also given the name Suratul Shifa, healing, for it is said in a hadith that in reciting it is healing for every disease. See Al-Itikan 4, 137-44, Characteristics of the Quran. This shows that there is healing in the Quran. 4. In the beginning of the chapter on medicine in Bukhari, the following hadith is mentioned. Allah has not sent down a disease except that He has also sent down its healing. 7. 395, Ibn Majah 2, 1137. In this hadith of the Prophet are mentioned not only physical diseases, but also ethical, ideological, spiritual, and intellectual diseases. For the Holy Prophet used to utter the most comprehensive words. See Lugatul Hadith Jim 90. Thus the healing of inner diseases is in the Quran. 5. See that the Quranic medicine and spiritual healing is also supported and confirmed in Usul-i-Kafi 4, 210-43. 6. In Sunan Ibn Majah 2, 1158, chapter on medicine, under the caption Healing by the Quran, it is narrated from Hazrat Ali, may peace be on him, that the Holy Prophet said, "The best medicine is the Quran." Al-Itiqan 4, 137. 7. The same fact is also evident from the Da'a'im 2, 135-51, chapter on medicine, that there is a fundamental method of curing and healing for every kind of disease, particularly the spiritual ones, in the spirit of the Quran. 8. A prominent mention of the science of medicine in the wise Quran is the verse 1669, where it is said about honey that in it is healing for the people. This furnishes not only a bright proof of Quranic medicine, but also indicates that the wise doctors should do research and experiment on those flowers and fruits from whose nectar honey is made, and develop the science of medicine. 9. The Holy Quran says that God, may He be exalted, has endowed the mountains with blessing, barakah, 41:10. What is this blessing? The blessing of the mountains comprises many things, including medicinal herbs. 10. God has also called the olive tree blessed, Mubarak, 24:35. One of its blessings is medicinal, in that olive oil is among the best medicines. You can see its properties in the authentic pharmaceutical books. 11. The main source of blessing is the supreme name of God. May His glory be exalted. 55:78. Whose blessings never cease. One of these blessings is healing from every kind of disease, for His blessed name contains everything. 12. There are 4 places in the Holy Quran where it is called blessed. In one of these places, it is also alluded that, in order to attain the blessings of the Quran, it is necessary to reflect and ponder on it. 38:29. Just as some of the blessings of the mountains are obtained from the surface and some from its depth, similarly, there are all kinds of blessings in the Holy Quran, including spiritual medicine. 13. It is a Quranic fact that Hazrat Isa, Jesus, may peace be on him, was the spiritual doctor of his time. He used to cure those who suffered from physical, ethical, ideological, spiritual, and intellectual diseases. For according to God and His messengers, it is not enough to maintain only physical health and neglect the cure and safety of ethics, ideology, soul, and intellect, which are superior to it. This shows that one of the examples of divine guidance and the divine guide, the messenger of God, is that of medical practice and a doctor. 14. One of the names of the Holy Quran is Shifa, 1782. You know that Shifa means to be healed from a disease, as is said in the Quran. And when I sicken, then He heals me. 26:80. This means that humanity had become subject to severe illness of every kind and in every respect, seeing which God, the Beneficent, the Merciful, showed mercy to it, and sent the Holy Prophet as a grand spiritual physician and the curative teachings of the wise Quran as the heavenly medicine. Thus, where the entire Holy Quran is called healing, It is healing in this sense. 15. The Holy Quran says, "In their heart is a disease, and God has increased their disease." 2:10. Who were these people? They were the hypocrites of the period of prophethood. And what was the disease hidden in their heart? It was the disease of unbelief and hypocrisy, which can also be called ignorance. Thus, if unbelief and hypocrisy is a spiritual disease, it cannot be anywhere in the existence of man except in his ethics, ideas, soul, and intellect. Thus, it is correct to say that there are 5 major kinds of disease: physical, ethical, ideological, spiritual, and intellectual. 16. In the above evidence, number 15, you read about spiritual disease. Now you should also read about spiritual health. The heart, in which there is no such disease, and which is enriched with the wealth of every kind of health and soundness, is called a sound heart. Qalb-i Salim, 2689, 3784, by the Holy Quran. 17. The word As-Salam or Salam means peace, is among the major subjects in the Holy Quran and in Islam. When Muslims meet, they say to one another, As-salamu alaykum, may peace be on you, as a prayer. But this prayer is meant that, may God grant sound health to your body, ethics, ideas, soul, and intellect, and may He protect you from every disease and calamity. 18. One major spiritual disease is hardness, qasawat of heart. 274. That is, the loss of its tenderness and softness. The Holy Quran condemns such a sick heart, for the sound heart is the one which is capable of melting again and again, so that it may be prosperous and illumined by the grace and blessings of the fear of God, knowledge and ibadat. 19. The most basic and the worst disease is pride, takabur, which gives birth to all kinds of spiritual diseases. First of all, it was Iblis, Satan, 3874, who suffered from this disease. Thus, Iblis became the root of all evil, because he considered himself very great without justification. In fact, he suffers from a contagious disease, therefore man becomes mad, 275, or suffers from any other disease by his touch. 20. Fundamentally, the divine law, 3543, remains the same forever, and no change occurs in the spirit of Islam. Therefore, you should think in this wisdom-filled universal principle of the wise Quran that every messenger of God has an enemy, who is an embodiment of several Satans from mankind and jinn. 6112. Reflect on this verse carefully. It was on this ground that Samiri, 2085, in the time of Hazrat Musa alayhi salam, was among the Satans from men, and hence had the same contagious disease which other Satans have. 2097. Such a disease, in fact, is not external, but internal. 21. With respect to religion, all words and deeds of man, both in the beginning and end, are contained in 2 comprehensive and opposite words. Good things come under command, and bad things under prohibition. And the same meanings are also expressed in the other pairs of words, such as good and evil, good deeds and bad deeds, light and darkness, obedience and disobedience, true and false, pleasure of God, and displeasure of God, respectively. Similarly, obedience of God and the Prophet is spiritual health, and their disobedience is spiritual sickness. And these two words are so comprehensive that nothing in religion is left out of them. Thus, the vastness of the subject under discussion can be adequately estimated from this conception. 22. No wise person can deny the fact that there are physical, ethical, ideological, spiritual, and intellectual diseases in indecency and bad deeds. And it is the Holy Qur'an which says that this destruction can be prevented only by prayer. 29:45. The Noble Qur'an mentions again and again the importance of taqwa, righteousness, and in numerous verses emphatically draws attention towards it, to the extent that it is taqwa which is regarded as the norm of honor and nobility of the believers. 49:13. Further, it says that without taqwa, no word and deed can be accepted. Why is it so? Because taqwa means to fear God or the law of God, and to avoid every kind of badness and sickness. 24. When it is evident from the Qur'an itself that unbelief and hypocrisy are the diseases of the heart, spiritual diseases, 2:10, then their only remedy and cure is that the one who suffers from these diseases should embrace Islam and Iman, submission and faith, wholeheartedly. From this explanation it becomes clear that with respect to spiritual medicine, the entire Qur'an is divided into two parts. In one part, all kinds of spiritual diseases, major and minor, are mentioned, and in the other are mentioned the most effective medicines, perfect prescriptions, and extremely successful methods of healing. Now, God willing, you will come to know why one of the names of the wise Qur'an is Shifa, healing. 1782. Medical allusions in the Surah Al-Shifa, Al-Fatiha. 1. Although everything, either with the spoken tongue or mute expression, glorifies and purifies God, and no creature is exempt from this universal law, 1744, yet the way and the sense in which He has glorified Himself in the many places of the wise Qur'an is supreme, unprecedented, and full of wisdom. See particularly in the Surah Al-Fatiha, He is praised due to His attribute of sustainership, Rububiyat. Thus, there is an extremely important allusion for the people of wisdom to reflect well on the laws of divine sustainership, that although He is the sustainer of each and every world, yet He is a sustainer of the worlds of humanity in particular. Further, there is no doubt that even for human beings there are degrees ordained for them, which depend on their obedience to God and His messengers. Thus, the honor of the supreme heavenly sustenance or upbringing is conferred first of all upon the prophets, may peace be on them, and then the awliya, friends of God, are honored with the highest rank of heavenly upbringing. As for the nature of the upbringing, since man is a compendium of three things, body, soul, and intellect, therefore he always needs three kinds of upbringing. A physical upbringing, which being in accordance with the heavenly book, the Qur'an, and the religion of nature, Islam, provides health and soundness of the human body and protects it from diseases and becomes a mean of energy and strength for good deeds. B. A spiritual upbringing, which protects the human soul from all kinds of ethical, ideological, and spiritual diseases, so that it may attain the level of the satisfied soul. Nafs-i Mutma'ina, 89:27. C. An intellectual upbringing, which perfects the partial intellect, so that it may not suffer from any kind of mental diseases, to be able to deduce results by reflecting on the signs of God and ultimately attain the pleasure of God and His Messenger. 2. A skilled physician or an expert doctor recommends foods which are both nutritious as well as medicinal, not only for the ill but also for the healthy. Also, a wise father always takes care of the hygienic principles concerning the physical upbringing and nourishment of his dear children. The Islamic concept of divine sustainership rests on the apex of this example. That is to say, that the system of sustaining and nourishing which is ordained by God, the Lord of Honour, in the religion of nature is so magnificent, perfect and complete that it simultaneously sustains, cures and heals. Thus, here we can say with certainty that in the name, Rabb, of God, the Exalted, in addition to the meaning of sustainer, there is also the attribute of spiritual physician. Thus, this is the reason that in the Surah Ash-Shifa, the first allusion of medicine and healing is directed to the heavenly upbringing, and God the Exalted is praised due to His best system of sustainership and upbringing. 3. In the Musul Qur'an by Qazi Zainul Abidin, it is narrated from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, may peace be on him, that by Alameen, worlds, are meant only human beings. For each of them is an independent world. There is no doubt that in true sense, God is the sustainer of the personal worlds. For creatures such as minerals, vegetables, and animals cannot duly draw to themselves and absorb the favours and blessings of the attribute of sustainership of the benevolent sustainer. But it is only man who is not only able to do this, but also, according to the hadith of Nawafil, additional prayers, is able to attain the extreme proximity of God the Exalted. See Bukhari 8, 3:36-37. This is that desired destination where the sustained, Mahbub, merges in the sustainer, Rabb. 4. Ar-Rabb originally means to bring up, that is, to make something grow and gradually evolve to the level of perfection. Mufradatul Qur'an, page 189. Thus, in true sense, this act of God can be applicable only to man, for among all the creatures, it is only man who can be vicegerent and deputy of God on earth. That is, due to divine expediency and wisdom, man is initially created weak, 4:28, so that, through the heavenly upbringing, which is in the Quran and Islam, he may gradually progress until he may attain the special closeness of God, the Sustainer, and recognize that His bounties are foods as well as medicines. 5. Stone is solid and remains in the same state, namely, there is no progress in it. Also, there is great narrowness in the existence of tree and animal. Therefore, the grand workshop of the acts of the Sustainer cannot be contained in such creatures. It is because of this that the human being is granted great vastness, so that he may not only have room for the manifestations and acts of his attributive name, Rabb, Sustainer, but also for those of his other attributive names. Thus it is only man who, in reality, is the field of the actions of all the names of God. Now think for a while about the vastness of man, that where he is soul and intellect, his ascension and progression extends over such ladders of God, in traversing the distance of which it takes the time of 50,000 years, 71-4. It may mean that between an absolute infidel and a messenger prophet, there are 50,000 ranks of humanity. If this is true, then illness and health between these grades may be with respect to their rank. That is, in the lowest rank there may be infidels and hypocrites who are absolutely ill, 220, and on the highest rank, prophets and awliya, who are entirely free from the disease of ignorance, for they have the sound heart, 2689, 3784. Among the rest of the ranks, illness increases towards the lower ranks, and health increases towards the higher ranks. For, without this law, there cannot be any ranks. 6-132, 1276, 4332. 6. Another example of how great is the capacity of man to use divine bounties and medicines, or how far and long is the journey of his collective existence, can be seen in verses 95, 4-8. In these verses, the concept of spiritual creation and progress of man is like a tower which in elevation passes beyond even the heavens and touches the supreme throne. This is the explanation of the best stature, Ahsani Taqweem, 95-4. God can make man to ascend to the top of this tower and also send him back to the lowest of the low. Asfala Safalin, 95-5. 7. There are also wisdom-filled allusions hidden in the order and context of Quranic words and verses. Thus, the context of medical exegesis, or the Surat al-Shifa, is as follows. All praises are due to God, who is the sustainer of the worlds, that is, worlds of humanity. It is He who sustains the body, soul, and intellect of man, and it is He who preserves and protects them from diseases and afflictions, for He is extremely kind and merciful. All this has to be from God, for He is the master of the day of judgment, lest someone may have the excuse in his court of justice that there was not nourishment and medicine of every kind available for the soul and intellect in his religion. 8. Then is mentioned the spiritual nourishment and medicine, which is an ibadat free from every kind of polytheism, shirk, and adorned and illumined with the light of the recognition of God and His unity. As it is said, O God, You alone we worship, and from You alone we seek help. That is, only through such an acceptable ibadat can divine help be attained for every good deed. 9. Now, after the soul, comes the turn of the intellect to seek its nourishment and medicine from the divine court, which are the guidance and teachings of the straight path. There is no doubt that the fruits of paradise are in the form of divine guidance and knowledge. Thus, this prayer is taught by God, may His glory be glorified, to say, Guide us on the straight path, the path of those upon whom You have bestowed Your bounty. The purpose of this prayer here is to walk on the straight path and reach the ultimate destination, the example of which is found in the pure lives of the prophets, Anbiya, the truthful, Siddiqeen, the martyrs, Shuhada, the righteous, Salihin, 469. For the straight path is their path, and it is they upon whom God, the Exalted, bestowed the bounty of health, of soul and intellect. Thus, those who obey them will also be in their companionship. In this prayer is also taught by God, not the path of those who have earned Your wrath, nor of those who have gone astray. 10. It is also one of the wonders and marvels and unique beauties of the wise Qur'an that each of its essential and important subjects, which is a treasure of heavenly wisdoms, contains the entire Qur'an in its comprehensiveness. For example, take the subject of intellect, which comprises all the states of the people mentioned in the Qur'an in 2 words. Yaqilun, they know, and La yaqilun, they do not know. That is, with respect to religion, the Qur'an divides people into 2 groups, those who know and those who do not know or are ignorant. So this is the decision of the subject of intellect, or the law of intellect. And it is a clear fact that knowing is the proof of the health of intellect, and not knowing is a symptom of its illness. Thus, those who have earned the wrath of God suffer from the incurable disease of intellect. But those who have gone astray suffer from an intellectual disease which is curable. When the diversity, tasrif, of the Quranic examples, 1789, 1854, is directed towards the subject of healing, 1782, we come across many synonyms of health and sickness of the heart. Some of them are mentioned in the following: health and healthy, illness and ill. 1. Submission, faith, 210, 914. Unbelief, hypocrisy, 210. 2. Oneness of God, 770. Polytheism, 31:13. 3. Light, 7:157. Darkness, 13:16. 4. Intellect, knowledge, understanding, 2:164, 3:18, 20:54. Not knowing, ignorance, 30:9. 5. Guidance, 7:30. Deviation, 2:16. 6. Justice, 16:76. Injustice, 2:254. 7. Pure, purity, 2:151. Impure, impurity, 10:100. 8. Remembrance of God, 13:28. Negligence, 18:28, 43:36. 9. Good, 21:35. Evil, 21:35. 10. Obedience, 4:80. Disobedience, 33:36. 11. Closeness, 56:11. Remoteness, 23:44. 12. Certitude, 32:24. Doubt, 27:66. 13. Insight, 12:108. Blindness of heart, 22:46. 14. Unity, 3:103. Disunity, 3:103. 15. Truthfulness, 39:32. Falsehood, 39:32. 16. Gratitude, 2:56. Ingratitude, 14:7. 17. Worship of God, 36:61. Worship of Satan, 36:60. Note: this book, Quranic Healing, is an attempt to serve Pakistan and the world of Islam in knowledge. Therefore, your prayers are necessary. Khanai Hikmat, Holy Quran and the Human Heart. 1. From a study of the wise Quran, it becomes clear for every wise Muslim that the heart, qalb, has paramount importance in the existence of man. For it is the heart which represents both good and evil in the personal world, and the real health or sickness is related to it. Therefore, God and his final messenger, may the peace and salutation of God be upon him, in order to protect and save the hearts of the Muslims and mu'mins from diseases and from the whisperings of Satan, have based the foundation of every good deed and word on the purity of intention. By such a pure intention is meant that intention of heart which desires nothing but the pleasure of God, the Lord of the world. For such a heart, which shines with the radiance and splendor of good intention, turns into a place where divine grace descends. 2. If in Islam the purity of intention is enjoined before every ibadat and every good deed, then by this we should know that this command is in reality to purify the heart. For even if we utter the best intention with the tongue of heart, but if the heart itself is sick, such intention cannot attain the goal which can be attained by a healthy heart. The importance of the heart and its health can be adequately realized from this example. 3. Heart, which in Arabic is called qalb, means to turn around, turn upwards, turn upside down. In anatomy, it is that conical lump of flesh which is in the left side of the human chest. Since it is the organ of the circulation of blood and is always in motion, it is named qalb. In the language of psychology and in literary usage, by heart is meant that spiritual quality and spiritual subtlety which arranges the collected data of the intelligibles and the perceptibles by the senses and draws conclusions and rules from them and accepts the hidden feelings of appropriate and inappropriate and pleasant and unpleasant matters. In other words, it can be said that it is used in the sense of intellect as well as in the sense of spiritual intuition, which in today's language is appropriately called conscious. Musul Quran, page 424 to 25. 4. The above explanation of the heart is absolutely correct, yet, for the sake of additional information, I will say that so long as the animal soul lives in an animal, it remains an animal and cannot progress. But when this same soul is in an human being, it can progress. As you know, there are 3 souls in the human existence, which in ascending order are the vegetative soul, animal soul, and the human soul, which are ruled by the partial intellect. The centers of these souls are liver, heart, and brain, respectively, and on the chair of the human soul sits the intellect. Since the intellect and the rational soul, human soul, are appointed to teach and elevate the animal soul, therefore their workshop is where there is the center of the animal soul, namely the heart. Thus, the workshop of the intellect and soul, or the center of intellectual and spiritual change, inqilab, is called heart, qalb, by the wise Qur'an, and all guidance and exhortations are made concerning it. 5. What is the workshop of the divine law in vegetables, and what is created there? There is an amazing workshop of divine law in vegetables, where lifeless things like soil enter and are revived in the vegetative soul. What are the products of the workshop of divine power which is in the animals? There, the divine miracle is that the vegetables are elevated to the level of animals. In this ascent and evolution of creation, how vast is the circle of products of man, which is the final and perfect workshop of God, the Great, the Exalted. What are the things which are created here? With respect to creation, the living and speaking workshop of God, namely man, is extremely vast and great. If someone duly develops it and observes with insight, he will come to know that not only do the animal souls annihilate into human souls in it, but in fact each and everything related to God's Godhead is created here. For since He is an independent world, therefore all other workshops and treasures are also gathered in Him. All this is the praise of the workshop of the heart. 6. In the above-mentioned explanation, you might have carefully seen that the human heart is the supreme, living, and willing workshop of the divine law, which, for the sake of trial, is created extremely complicated, and in which there are many subtleties and intricacies. Therefore, time and again, there is the possibility of a defect, that is, a disease occurring in it. It is because of this that the noble Qur'an has given so much importance to the subject of the human heart, and has made it the focus of its full attention. Why not, while all the powers of good and evil are linked to this workshop of the heart, in which intellect, rational soul, and animal soul work together? Thus by heart are meant all these three things. 7. It is a proof of the health and success of the intellect if the animal soul, due to the heavenly medicines, dissolves into human soul and the human soul into intellect. Such an intellect will be called the sound heart, Qalbi Salim, 2689, which will be able to attain the special proximity of God, the Benevolent, following Hazrat Ibrahim, 3784-64, and the Holy Prophet, 21-107-33-21, not only in the hereafter, but also in this world. 8. There are manifold blessings for the intellect and soul in the blessed name of God, the Exalted, and His abundant remembrance, by attaining which the hearts become satisfied. 5578, 3341, 1328. To understand how exalted and vast is the concept of the satisfaction of the heart, we have to look in the Holy Qur'an, particularly in the story of Hazrat Ibrahim, 2:260, and in the description of the satisfied soul, Nafs-i Mutma'inna, 89:27. The nature of the satisfaction of Hazrat Ibrahim's heart is such that he had in fact observed the miracles of Inbi'ath, resurrection. Now, if we take the example of the satisfied soul from the prophets and awliya, again, the concept of it will go as high as that of the satisfaction of Hazrat Ibrahim's heart. Anyhow, you can see in the above-mentioned verse, 89:27, that here the meanings of satisfaction touch the heights of paradise. From this it becomes as clear as the bright sun that the divine satisfaction, 13:28, which the hearts attain by the abundant remembrance of God, is infinite, and in it are numerous foods as well as medicines for the intellect and the soul. 9. In ancient times, according to the theory of Ptolemy, the earth was considered to be the center of the universe. But later research showed that it is the sun which is its center. Thus it is correct and true to say that the sun is the center and the heart of the solar system, namely macrocosm. Similarly, the heart is the sun and the center of the microcosm, namely personal world. There is no doubt that the sun is immobile, but due to its being the universal furnace of material light, it perpetually flares so that the universe may remain alive and continue to exist. Similarly, the heart, as the sun of the personal world, constantly beats, and from its tender beats the waves of life and survival spread in the personal world. This shows the undeniable fact that just as the sun is important in the external world, so is the heart in human existence. 10. There is not a single subject of the Holy Quran which is not the subject of the heart, directly or indirectly. For the Noble Quran is a perfect and complete heavenly guidebook for all human beings, whose teachings and guidance are directed towards the center of the external and internal senses of man, which is the heart. This shows that the real man, whether good or bad, is the heart, which the glorious Quran addresses. It is the responsibility of the heart to understand its address. As the Holy Quran says, "Do they not reflect on the Quran, or are there locks on their hearts?" 47:24. That is, the understanding of the Quran is the responsibility of the heart and mind. It is a different matter if someone does not reflect on it, or his heart is locked. In any case, our discussion here is related to the importance of the heart, its complexity and diseases. Therefore, at the end of this article, we have furnished some examples of the diseases of the heart with Quranic references. 1. To have a seal on the heart, 2:7. 2. Quarrel, dispute, 2:204. 3. Hiding testimony, 2:283. 4. Narrowness of the heart, 6:125. 5. Negligence of the remembrance of God, 18:28. 6. To be frightened, cowardice, 3:151. 7. Non-understanding, stupidity, 7:179. 8. Deviation, perversion, 9:117. 9. Stupidity, 22:46. 10. Blindness of heart, 22:46. 11. Contraction of heart, 39:45. 12. To have a lock on the heart, 47:24. 13. Hardness of heart, 2:74. 14. Suspicion, 48:12. 15. Wrapping of heart, 4:155. 16. Restlessness, 43:36. 17. To have a veil on the heart, 41:5. 18. Following carnal desire, 18:28. 19. Transgression, 10:74. 20. Love of falsehood, 2:92. 21. Rancor, enmity, 59:10. 22. Curse, far away from mercy, 5:13. 23. Deafness of heart, 7:100. 24. Doubt, wavering, 9:45. 25. Hypocrisy, 9:77. 26. Abomination or dirt of heart, 9:125. 27. Turning away of heart from the truth, 9:127. 28. Severity of heart, 10:88. 29. Refusal to know about the hereafter, 16:22. 30. Pride, 16:22. 31. Preoccupation of heart, 21:3. 32. Perplexity, confused ignorance, 23:63. 33. Ill will, secret hatred, 47:29. 34. Zealotry of paganism, feeling of being disgraced by an unbeliever, 48:26. 35. Wavering of heart, 59:14. 36. Rusting of heart, staining of heart, 83:14. 37. Insinuation, disturbing thoughts. 114.5. 38. Temptation or trial by Satan. 22.53. 39. Waywardness, disobedience. 6.110. 40. Inability to have pleasure from the verses of the Holy Qur'an. 6.110. Note, the above mentioned and all other severe and incurable diseases of the heart in reality are in those who are outside the pale of Islam. Most of the references are decisively made to them. Nonetheless, if there were not even the minor and curable diseases in us, the Muslims, then it would not have been said that the Qur'an is the means of healing. In order to understand this purport, see verses 9:14, 10:57, 17:82, 41:44. 29th January 1986. Verses on Shifa, healing. 1. This subject of Quranic Ilaj or Quranic healing is basically related to those noble verses in which the word Shifa, healing, is prominently mentioned. Literally speaking, there are 6 verses: 9:14, 26:80, 10:57, 16:69, 17:82, 41:44. Nonetheless, with respect to meaning, there is not a single verse which is unrelated to this subject, while one of the names of the noble Quran is itself Shifa, healing, and the Quranic subjects are interrelated to and interwoven with one another. For in this wise book of God, may He be blessed and exalted, the same one reality is explained through varied and manifold examples. This is according to the principle of the Holy Quran, that it conveys the same reality in a variety of examples. 6:65, 7:58, 17:89, 18:54. 2. Quranic wisdom and knowledge is like the miraculous and ever-reaching fountain of paradise, which the people of paradise can cause to flow and carry with them wherever they want. 76:6. Thus, whichever subject of the Qur'an you may discuss, each and every verse will shed light upon it. This unprecedented beauty belongs only to the Holy Qur'an. Thus here we can say without any hesitation that the subject of divine medicine or healing is as vast as the Qur'an itself. 3. First of all, the word Shifa is found in a command, 9:14, which is related to jihad, fighting against believers. The explicit meaning of the verse shows that in the fulfillment of the obligation of jihad, there is healing for the chests, hearts of the mu'mins. For the firm resolve of jihad, which is for the well-being of country and nation, delivers the mu'mins from the diseases of selfishness and voluptuousness. Jihad is of many kinds. For example, each of the great services which is necessary for the sake of the nation and Islam is a jihad. Thus, those mu'mins who accomplish such important services are not only mujahids, but also living shahids, martyrs, 57:19, in the eyes of God, the Exalted. 4. In verse 10:57 regarding healing, it is said, O mankind, there has come to you an exhortation, that is the book, from your Lord, and a healing, medicine, for those diseases of bad deeds, in the breasts, hearts, and a guidance and a mercy for the believers. That is, the wise Qur'an is medicine in its entirety. In the beginning, it is the medicine of exhortation, then that of guidance, and finally that of mercy, so that the people may progress gradually towards the level of perfection of the health of heart, and may attain those pure and sublime bounties and favours which are for the sound hearts, in the proximity and presence of God, the Exalted. 26:89. 5. In verse 1669 of the Noble Quran, in addition to the internal medicine, light is also shed on external medicine. In fact, there is such a medicinal treasure for both soul and body in this verse that its blessings never come to an end. This treasure is honey, which is the honey of the knowledge and wisdom of the Quran, as well as the external honey. Wise people are invited to ponder and reflect upon honey in this verse, so that each of its aspects may be observed with the eye of insight, that it is among the wonders and marvels of the Creator of the universe. In the process of making honey, first of all, the divine law put together the 4 elements and extracted their quintessence, which appeared in the form of vegetables, brakes, brambles, trees, etc. This quintessence was extracted again in the form of flowers and fruits. Then the bee was commanded to extract it a 3rd time, which is the nectar. Then the divine hand extracted it a 4th time, which is the honey. Then God, through His perfect power, placed it in a special healing. Now, when a Muslim uses honey in his diet and medicine, with this reference of the Quran, and believes with soul and heart in the divine medicine, then he will receive abundant benefits both externally and internally. 6. In verse 1782, the entire Holy Quran is called medicine and healing. As it is said, "And we reveal in the Quran that which is entirely a healing and a mercy for the believers. But for the wrongdoers it increases nothing but loss." According to this verse of healing, one of the names of the Quran became Shifa, healing. This means that God, may His glory be glorified, is the sustainer, and in reality the spiritual doctor also, who sent the Holy Prophet, adorned with the qualifications of a spiritual doctor, together with other perfect qualities, and made the wise Quran an enormously great spiritual hospital. This medical practice of the Holy Prophet was taught to his representatives also, so that they may work in this hospital. Certainly the purpose of Quranic healing could be fulfilled only in this way. 7. In verse 2680, the word healing is used about Hazrat Ibrahim, may peace be on him. It is said, "And when I am sick, then He heals me." Hazrat Ibrahim believed in God of both the worlds as the real doctor of body and soul, and the causer of all causes, and the provider of all means. For although undoubtedly medicine is a means, and the doctor is also a means, but the creator of every means is God Himself, who has, with the exception of death, sent a medicine for every disease. That is to say, that the soul of every medicine comes from the treasure of God, and the soul is not only movable, but also immovable and solid, frozen. The movable souls of precious stones and minerals enter the depths, lit breasts, of the mountains and become solidified, so that, due to this rest and stillness, the particles of soul may be able to transform a small quantity of stone into a ruby or an emerald, etc. In short, soul is hidden in everything and in every medicine, and works according to the law of nature. 8. Now the question arises, is it possible for a great prophet and a close friend of God like Hazrat Ibrahim to be spiritually sick? The answer is no, never. Then is it possible for him to fall sick physically? If yes, why, since he himself was a doctor on behalf of God, the Blessed, the Exalted? The answer is that, as there is a great difference between the sickness of a mu'min and that of an unbeliever, in that every hardship and sickness of a mu'min can be counted as ibadat, whereas the unbeliever is not entitled to this bliss. Similarly, there is a great difference between the physical sickness of a prophet and that of his community. For in the life of every great prophet, there are many examples of practical guidance, and one of these examples is sickness. But for the mu'mins generally, there is not possible, nor can a mu'min, except the awliya, be the center of the attention of people. 9. In verse 41-44, the subject of healing is mentioned in this way. Say, O Prophet, to those who believe, it, the Qur'an, is entirely a guidance and a healing for every disease. And as for those who do not believe, there is a heaviness, deafness in their ears, and it is blindness for them. Such are called to from afar. There is an amazing wisdom in this, that the same Qur'an, due to which the people of faith are healed from every disease on the one hand, on the other, the unbelievers are afflicted with ideology, spiritual and intellectual disease. Just as the sun, which is the source of light for the eye with proper sight, is the source of torture for a bleary-eyed person. Further, the knowledge and wisdom of the Qur'an can be compared with an invigorating, fine and delicious food, which the healthy eat with enjoyment and relish, but the one who suffers from a chronic disease of the stomach cannot eat, and if he does, his disease increases. 10. In the heart of some of the readers of this book, a question may occur that undoubtedly there is ethical, ideological, spiritual, and intellectual healing in the glorious Qur'an, but how can it guarantee physical health and protection? The answer is that the manner in which the wise Qur'an commands the Muslims to speak wisdom-filled words and do good deeds guarantees every kind of external and internal health and healing. For instance, the Qur'an has pronounced unlawful all those things which are harmful to health, in any respect, and as lawful all those things which help in maintaining health. Further, even in the domain of lawful things, the Qur'an has insisted on moderation, lest the overeating of any lawful thing affect the health adversely and create obstacles in accomplishing good deeds, such as the acquisition of knowledge and practice of ibadat. 11. The wise Qur'an says, and those who disbelieve take their comfort in this life and eat as cattle eat. 47:12. This heavenly teaching necessitates reflection, so that the wise may observe the animals around them and analyze their habits, how vile and low they are in eating, drinking, and living, and how far they have gone in selfishness and gluttony. This example is given so that man may deduce from its useful conclusions for himself and may appreciate the level of humanity practically, so that he may take ample share from every kind of health and from every bounty of religion. As for the animals, they are compelled by the power of the animal soul, therefore we cannot blame them for that. 12. Man, in his original nature, is neither angel nor animal. He is created between both. This is his greatest problem and trial, that he is linked to both of them. For his soul is from the animal world, and his intellect from the angelic world. In this tug of war between the intellect and the animal soul, all depends on which one he opposes and which one he supports. If he establishes the kingdom of intellect in his personal world, then it is not impossible to become an angel. Contrary to this, if he follows his animal soul, then obviously he will become an animal, although apparently he appears to be a human being. This is an explanation of the Quranic diagnosis of sick humanity. You can see in verses 7, 179 25:43-44, that such hearts which cannot understand, according to the standard which God and His Prophet have fixed, are sick, and such eyes which cannot see in accordance with the will of God are ailing, and those ears which are not able to listen to the truth are diseased. Thus, such people have gone more astray than the cattle. The wise Qur'an, in the form of such exhortations, by giving very great importance to prevention, gives it preference over medicine and cure. Tuesday, 23 Jumada 1, 1406, 14th February 1986. Quranic medicine and taqwa. 1. The Holy Prophet, may peace and the salutation of God be upon him and his progeny, has said, I have been sent with the most comprehensive words. Bukhari 9:281. In this prophetic tradition is described the most comprehensiveness of every word of the wise Qur'an, and the sound prophetic traditions. One excellent example of such words is the word taqwa, which comprises all the meanings of every kind of external and internal prevention and piety, such as to escape from a harmful thing, abstinence, avoidance, keeping away, endurance, self-restraint, caution, distance, piety, asceticism, continence, fear, avoidance of unlawful things, etc. This introduction shows that the heavenly Quranic medicine is based on the principles of taqwa. In fact, taqwa itself is healing for many diseases. 2. There is a famous proverb that prevention is the best prescription. This prescription in the present time is known as an independent science called sanitary science, which is related to maintaining health and avoiding diseases. Thus, the Quranic sanitary science lies in the subject of taqwa, and in following the golden principles of which lie not only health and soundness of the intellect and soul, but all the secrets of physical health and success also. 3. The root of taqwa is Waw Kaf Ya, which is mentioned 258 times in different grammatical forms in the Qur'an. Some of them are Wakana, He protected us, 52:27, Wamantaki, and He whom you did protect, 49, Kina, protect us, 2:201, Ku, protect, 66:6, La'alakum tatakun, so that you may fear escape, 2:21, Wakin, protector, 13:34, Taki, pious, God-fearing, 19:13, Atka, most pious, most God-fearing, 49:13, Tuka, to escape, to fear, 3:28, Taqwa, to escape, righteousness, 2:197, Muttaqun, Muttaqin, the righteous, those who escape from evil, those who fear God. In short, taqwa, with all its meanings, is the root as well as the fruit of every tree of good deed, and hence no ibadat is acceptable without it. This paramount importance of taqwa is because of the reason that man, both externally and internally, may remain protected and safe from every affliction and disease. 4. Although generally the Holy Qur'an is for all the people of the world, 7:158, specifically it is for the muttaqeen, those who have taqwa, 2:2. Thus the Qur'an in its very manifestation means something different to the masses from what it means to the chosen. And each of these two major categories has numerous subsidiary and intermediary categories, who understand it according to their respective ranks. Thus there is cure and healing for every category in the Holy Quran. 5. As the Holy Quran gives the concept of the grades of mankind, 3.163, and provides examples related to it, 32.5, 74, 12.76, similarly there are degrees of taqwa, 49.13. And in fact, it is this very taqwa which is the norm of honor and nobility of the people of faith. Although there are many other virtues in Islam, the norm and touchstone is taqwa. As it is said in the Quran, indeed, the noblest of you, in the sight of God, is the foremost in taqwa. Atqa, 49.13. 6. Hazrat Ali, may peace be on him, says, Tuqa, taqwa, or fear of God, is a chief of ethics. Nahjul Balagha, page 548, Maxim 410. In the same book, pages 553 to 54, in Maxim 439, regarding asceticism, zuhud, it is said, the entire asceticism is confined in 2 words of the Quran. God says, that you grieve not for the sake of that which has escaped you, nor exult you because of what he has given you. 57:23. And the one who does not grieve for the past or exult for the future should realize that he has seized asceticism by its 2 ends. 7. It is said, there is no heart except that it has 2 ears. In one of them is an angel who guides, and in the other a devil who insinuates. The latter commands to do bad deeds, the former prohibits. The Satan commands to commit sins, but the angel prevents to do so. Usul Kafi 3, 366-67. It is obvious that unless there is dirt in the heart of someone, Satan cannot whisper in it, nor can the angel inspire it unless there is purity of taqwa. In short, from the above explanation, it is obvious that it is man himself who, by his own choice, gives the opportunity to either the angel or the Satan. 8. Squandering is against the principles of taqwa, for in it the devils get a chance to participate, which gives birth to many external and internal diseases. As God says, and give the kinsman his right, and the needy and the traveller, and never squander in wantonness. Indeed, the squanderers are brothers of the devils. 17:26-27. It is an extremely bad act to squander wealth instead of paying the dues, and thus to enter the brotherhood of the devils. You know that devils are of mankind and also of jinn. 6:112. Nevertheless, it should be remembered that the former are more dangerous, for they are a concrete force, while the latter are their shadows. 9. It is necessary to eat and drink moderately in order to maintain taqwa. Otherwise, many diseases occur due to gluttony, such as polyphagia, which in turn gives birth to many other diseases. Therefore the wise Quran in its unique way says, and eat and drink, but be not prodigal. Indeed he, God, does not love the prodigals. 7:31. Similarly, it is said in a noble hadith of the Prophet, man has filled no worse vessel than the stomach. A few morsels are enough for the son of Adam to keep him alive. Nonetheless, if it is required to eat more than that, then he should fill 1/3 of it with food, 1/3 he should keep for water, and 1/3 for breathing. Tirmidhi 2:50. 10. No ibadat of Islam is devoid of medical wisdom and benefit. Take, for instance, fasting of the month of Ramadan. That it is the best means of the purification of heart and the dissolving of carnal soul. The purpose of this taqwa, so that it may enable a mu'min to progress towards the desired destination. As God says, O you who believe, fasting is prescribed for you as it was prescribed for those before you, that, due to which gradually you may attain taqwa. 2:183. 11. Countless goals are attained by fulfilling the rules of Islam, but it has always been the law of divine wisdom to explain only the supreme goal and to try the people in the knowledge and recognition of subsidiary goals and benefits, so that, along with the maturity of faith, they may reflect on the verses of the Qur'an. For the creation and progress of the intellect is not possible without this blessed and wisdom-filled labor and exercise. As it is mentioned in verse 94, indeed, we have created man in toil. By toil in this wisdom-filled verse is meant the struggle for knowledge and recognition in which lies human perfection. 12. The Holy Qur'an, in many of its verses, draws attention towards external and internal cleanliness and purity. In fact, the Qur'an emphasizes it and gives it the status of ibadat, because for the health of body and soul, it is most necessary that everything related to them must be clean and pure, as it is said in verses 2:222. Truly, God loves those who turn unto Him, and loves those who keep themselves pure and clean. Those servants of God whom He loves are extremely fortunate, and the virtues due to which they have attained this status are the good deeds of the highest rank. 13. Taqwa is the best provision for the journey of the hereafter. 2:197. Taqwa is an attire which is the best both with respect to protection and with respect to adornment. 7:26. Taqwa is superior even to human forgiveness and justice. 2:237, 5, 8. Only he who has taqwa in his heart respects the signs of God. Shairi Allah 22:32. Nothing of a sacrifice except taqwa reaches the presence of God. 22:37. The real taqwa is created in the hearts of the mu'mins after trial and test. 49:3. 14. The word sakina, peace, is mentioned in the Qur'an in 6 places. 2:248, 9:26, 9:40, 48:4, 48:18, 48:26. By sakina is meant the spirituality in which lies the peace of heart. It should be remembered well that some of the great companions, may God be pleased with them, were passing through the spiritual miracles of God and His true prophet, and one of them was the word of taqwa, kalimae taqwa, 48:26. As the Holy Qur'an says, then God sent down His peace, spirituality, upon His messenger and upon the believers, and affixed to them the word of taqwa, for they were worthy of it and meet for it. 48:26. This is the perfection of taqwa, that the supreme name of God was repeating itself in the hearts of those great companions, and at the same time Hazrat Israel was purifying them by pulling their souls upwards again and again. This is the spiritual death which is granted to the friends of God before the physical death. Those great companions of the Prophet had an ardent yearning for this purposeful death. Therefore, they observed it consciously. 3:143. 15. The fundamental realities of religion become clear if we examine them in the light of the time of prophethood. It is said in the Qur'an, in difficult times, during jihad, when help was needed, the angels, by the command of God, used to help the army of Islam fully. 3:124-25, 8:9. And the law of mercy necessitates that they should help in the greater jihad also. For what is decided about a group is also applicable to an individual. For angels are the friends of mu'mineen. 41:29-30. And whenever help is sought, it is answered. 8:9. And divine help is always possible. 58:22. Thus, you should understand that, with the other angels, Hazrat Israel also is a friend of the mu'mineen. And the way he is the angel of death, he is also the angel of taqwa, for he pulls out many kinds of germs from the mu'mineen as a result of good deeds and abundant zikr, or Giryawzari. 11th February 1986. Quranic medicine and voice. 1. What is the root and basis of voice? How is it created? What is its precise definition? Is it heard when diving into water? If not, why? It is obvious that in the material world, sound waves spread either through air or electric power. But tell us, how does a hand or foot hear the command of heart and mind? For, on command, the hand grasps and the foot walks. Is there any electric system in man, or does the soul itself work like electricity? Further, tell us, how does man hear the voice of his conscious or conversation of soul? Hadith-i-nafsi. Another important question is whether the voice of an angel, jinn and devil is related to the external ear of man, or to the internal, or to both. Here, the purpose of posing these questions is not to debate with someone, rather to draw full attention towards the importance and nature of voice. 2. Voice is a universe externally and internally, but it is not separate from existence and creatures. It is the word kun, be, both at first and at last. It is an extremely sweet bounty in the form of the melodies of paradise. It is the speech of God and the message of the angels in the spirit of heavenly books. Prophethood and messengerships of the prophets and messengers was also a sacred voice. The worship of true worshippers of God and the Giryawzari of his lovers also is nothing but a voice, but an extremely blessed voice. Think for a little while how extensive is the world of voice, and what are the treasures of mercy and knowledge in it, so that you may come to know the importance of voice in Quranic medicine. 3. Physical medicine, as you know, is generally given through the mouth, but it should be remembered that spiritual medicine is not given by mouth, rather it is given through the ear. For the way of the food and medicine of animal soul is the throat, but that of the foods and medicines of the human soul and intellect is ear. It is because of this that if someone is physically deaf from the very beginning, he also remains dumb and ignorant. The reason for this is that the rational soul could not enter into him, except through the mediation of voice. This shows the importance of voice, namely discourse of knowledge and the auditory sense. 4. Since the way of spiritual food and medicine is the ear, therefore the heavenly doctor has said, and when the Qur'an is recited, give your ear to it and be silent, that you may receive mercy. 7:204. It is obvious that this wisdom-filled command of God, the Blessed, the Exalted, is equally true for the Muslims of every age and every country, whether they understand the language of the Qur'an or not. It is because of the fact that in the blessed voice of the Qur'an there is spiritual food and medicine for the Muslims of every level, as it, Qur'an, is the means of healing for all the people of faith. 1782, and zikr, both in the sense of exhortation and in the sense of remembrance of God. 1644. Thus, a Muslim, through the soul-nourishing voice of the Holy Qur'an, can certainly cure his illness of negligence, even though he cannot directly understand the exhortations of his voice. It is the abundant remembrance of God, through which are removed all diseases and defects. 62:10. 5. One of the wisdom-filled words of the Holy Qur'an is As-Sahih, which is mentioned in 13 places. As-Sahih means cry, outcry, clamour, which is related to the Surah of Israfil, may peace be on him. Thus it is mentioned in the Qur'an that many wayward and disobedient people are destroyed by this outcry. 29:30. When such is the power of the voice of the Surah of Israfil, why cannot the voice of the speech of God, namely the Qur'an, destroy all those germs of a mu'min which come to him from the Satan? This proof makes the reality of Quranic healing as bright as the world illumining sun. 6. The voice of the Surah of Israfil, may peace be on him, is so terrifying that except those whom God wills to protect, all those in the heavens and the earth shall be terrified. 27:87. Swoon and then come into consciousness. 39:68 by it. Further, the miracle of it is that, by hearing it, the dead in the graves resurrect and rush forth towards their Lord. 36:51. And come to the presence of God under its powerful influence. 78:18. This extremely effective and miraculous voice of the Surah of Israfil is not only fatal but also reviving. After all, this is from none other than God, the Exalted. Thus you should be sure that in reality such miracles are hidden in the voice of the Qur'an also. As it is said in the Qur'an, if we had caused this Qur'an to descend even upon a mountain, you would have verily seen it humbled, rent asunder by the fear of God. 59:21. This is an example of the hidden power of the Qur'an. 7. No sooner does an effective medicine of a skillful doctor reach the body of a patient, it starts to show its full effect. By this, it should be understood that it has started to cure the disease by permeating the entire body. As the spiritual doctor regarding the medicine of the Qur'an says, Allah has revealed the best word, namely the Qur'an, in the form of a book, equivocal and repeated, by which to creep the skins, bodies of those who fear their Lord. Then their skins and hearts do soften to Allah's remembrance. 39:23. The explanation of this divine teaching is that in the human body there are more than 50 million cells, which are alive, and they also die, and to each of them are attached countless souls. Thus, the cause of the creeping of skins of those who fear God, or their trembling because of the voice of the Qur'an or the divine remembrance, is that each cell of the body and its souls awaken from the sleep of negligence, and each particle of the body which is alive trembles due to fear and yearning under the influence of divine remembrance. This shows that in this noble verse, by skin, body, are meant the living cells, and it is in the sense of cells that along with the heart the body can also be engaged in the remembrance of God. 8. Our bodies are made of billions of extremely minute living cells, and our skin, bones, muscles, and all other organs are made of these very cells. All these small cells, which are different in form and magnitude, participate with us in all that we do, and they work all together unitedly. This means that there is not a single part of the human body, including the bones, which is not full of cells. Thus, when a mu'min reads or listens to someone reciting the Holy Qur'an, its voice enters the heart, and thence the echo of the voice is heard in the cells of the entire body. Now, in the light of the material and spiritual science, we will say that no disease, whether physical or spiritual, can escape the grip of the voice of the Qur'an or zikr ibadat. But the condition of this is taqwa, or piety. 9. Now it will not be wrong if we say that every disease has a living soul, owing to the fact that the human body is a compendium of innumerable living cells and their countless souls, and no particle of the body is devoid of soul. It is these souls of disease which in the language of science are called bacteria, singular bacterium. As in the hadith addressing the soul of fever, it is said, O fever, if you believe in God, then do not eat the flesh, and do not suck the blood, and do not blaze towards the mouth. Rather, you should go to the one who associates someone else as God with God, the One. Da'aim 2:140. However, if someone does not believe in this, he cannot observe and experience it. 10. Now, keeping in view the examples of material science, it is necessary to pay more and more attention to spiritual science, namely Quranic science. For instance, you see that nowadays every important event is preserved by filming it, so that when it is needed it may be shown on television without any increase or decrease. Thus, in the light of the Qur'an, it is my belief that the record of deeds belongs not only to individuals but also to every nation and every community. See verse 45:28. Thus, from the beginning to the end, the records of deeds of all communities and their revealed books are preserved in the form of the film of spirituality and the scattered book. 17:13. For instance, how the Torah was revealed, what were the states of its revelation, and how did the community of Hazrat Musa in their national life act upon this heavenly code of life. All this is completely recorded in the collective record of deeds of the Jews. 11. Now, I would like to say about the Holy Qur'an that it is that perfect, complete and wisdom-filled book which is revealed to the Holy Prophet, the seal of the prophets and mercy for the world. Therefore, this last book of God, in its spirit and spirituality, is not only the record of deeds of the Muslim community, but it also comprises all the individual and collective records of deeds of the previous communities. For it, in its light, is a complete and exact copy of the guarded tablet. As God says, and we have encompassed everything in a book. 78:29. Now think a while and tell me what can be outside such a book, which is a living and speaking luminous copy of the guarded tablet, which contains all the records of deeds of the first and the last ones, and which, if you witness dying before death, itself speaks. 23:63, 45:29, which externally and internally is the guarded Qur'an. 15:9, and whose voice and teachings comprise all levels of people. Thus, the voice of the Holy Qur'an is listened to by everyone according to his belief, love and capacity, and in this respect those friends of God who have died before death are the foremost. 57:19. 12. We should think carefully about why, in addition to external senses, there are internal senses in man. After all, they should have a purpose. Yes, they have a purpose, which definitely is that, through them, we should realize and attain the spirit and light of Islam, and to do so, the Qur'an contains the total guidance and method of healing. As it is said in the Qur'an, O Prophet, establish prayers at the sun's decline till the darkness of the night, and also the Qur'an of the morning, that is, morning prayer and recitation of the Qur'an. For through the recitation of the Qur'an in the morning is observed Mashud, the spirit and spirituality. 1778. All other meanings of Mashud are included in this sense. Note: the answers to those questions raised in the beginning of this article, God willing, will be given in one of the articles or separately. 7 Jumada 2, 1406, 17th February 1986. Illusions of Dream. 1. With regard to spiritual healing, the importance and utility of dream is extremely amazing. That is to say, that during sleep, the countless symbols of knowledge, awareness, and spirit and spirituality in the dream, which man sees during sleep, work for those who reflect upon it. And in this connection, it is also a very detailed X-ray of the intellect and soul, which is automatically prepared under the divine law and comes in front of man, so that every wise and realistic person who cherishes spiritual progress may assess himself. He can judge to what extent, intellectually and spiritually, he is healthy or sick, and cure his diseases and maintain his health accordingly. X-rays mean unknown rays. This means that the world of dreams also works under the influence of a light, which itself is not visible. 2. Although the scientists of the present age have invented new instruments and devices better than X-rays for research, by which many diseases are diagnosed easily, such as optical microscope, thermography, electron microscope, endoscopy, etc., and may invent many more in the future which will greatly help to diagnose diseases. Yet, the way this single instrument of the spiritual science, dream, has always been working miraculously, is certainly unique and unprecedented, provided someone duly understands its meanings and knows the symbols. 3. In this connection, the verse 30:23 can be interpreted in this way. One great miracle among the miracles, signs of God, which embraces uncountable wonders and marvels, is your dream by night and by day, and your seeking of His bounty for the body and soul. That is to say, that dream, in addition to physical rest, is also an occasion for thought and reflection. Indeed, in dream there are many miracles for those who heed. That is, its symbols are understood only by the people of wisdom. 30:23. Here an ignorant person may ask, how can a disorderly dream be among the miracles of God the Exalted? The answer is that if the dream is not good, it is due to man's own word and deed. It is the beauty of the function of dream that it has taken the exact X-ray of the internal chaos of man and placed it in front of him, so that he may organize himself in word and deed in the light of the Qur'an and Islam, and protect himself from every kind of chaos and perplexity. 4. It is not possible to understand the symbols of dream without divine guidance and help. His guidance is on the straight path, which is the path of the prophets, the truthful, Siddiqeen, the martyrs, Shuhada, and the righteous, Salihin, and those servants of God who obey them. 4:69. This means that the symbols of dream are understood first and foremost by the prophets and then by those who are mentioned here respectively. In this regard, let us see the verse 37:84, whose medical interpretation is, Hazrat Ibrahim had attained the special proximity of God through a sound heart. This was the principal place of the recognition of Tawheed, oneness of God. Thus, once when he saw the stars in a dream or in imagination, he said, I am sick, 37:88-89. For his standard of spirituality was higher than seeing the stars, the moon and the sun, 675-79. Although, in the view of an ordinary dream and its glad tiding, let alone heaven and things related to it, in which are certainly good news of spiritual progress, even in seeing certain things of the earth, lie allusions to success in spirituality, such as to see a mountain, a garden, pure water, a thing related to Islam and faith, and to find oneself attached to it, etc. 5. The world of dreams of the noble prophets and the great awliya is, in fact, different from that of the common people, for theirs is the dream of the friends of God, which is linked with spirituality. With respect to consciousness, it is like wakefulness, but the feeling and understanding in it is directed towards the spiritual world. It was because of this that Hazrat Ibrahim immediately started to act upon that command of his dream in which he was asked to sacrifice his dear son. 37:102. In the Kamasul Quran, page 556, it is mentioned from Bukhari 9:96 that the Holy Prophet said, "A good dream is the 46th part of prophethood." Further, in Bukhari it is narrated from Abu Huraira that the Holy Prophet said, "Nothing is left from prophethood except the Mubashirat." People asked the Prophet, "What are Mubashirat?" He said, "Good dreams, that is, luminous dreams." Bukhari 9:98. 6. From this hadith it appears that the awliya of God in their true dreams are very close to the light of prophethood, which results in the form of spirituality. After them it appears that there is the possibility of two forms of dreams for all mu'mins. Either they are verbally given glad tidings of a pleasant event, or they are warned by some means, so that they should check the health and sickness of their soul, and in every condition they should take more and more benefit from the medicine of divine remembrance. 7. From the wisdom-filled verse 39:42, it appears that spiritual death, physical death, and sleep are all three alike in many respects, for the soul is seized in all three states. Nonetheless, after spiritual or physical death, each individual is given a complete book related to his deeds. However, for those who are alive, only a part of his record of deeds is given daily to each of them in sleep, as an example, which is dream, so that every time he should necessarily rectify and make it better, lest on the day of resurrection he regret that he did not cure his diseases, when he had been aware of the basic diseases of his soul, batin. 8. In verse 75:14 it is said, "But man is aware, basira, of his state." In this noble verse, the way the word basira is used is the key to its wisdom, which is, in the true sense, is applicable only to the perfect man. For basira is the name of insight, or the sight of the heart, by which is meant a complete spirituality. This verse is directly related to the verse 12:108, in which light is shed on the word basira, by using it for the Holy Prophet, as well as for those who obey him. As for the common people, the share which they have received of it is dream, in which the result of their good and bad deeds comes in front of them. 9. Man, in fact, sees himself in the mirror of dream, but he thinks that it is someone else. For dream is a kind of record of deeds, whose writings are utterly different from the worldly writings, for every word and deed in it is attired in symbolic or allegorical form. It is obvious that the record of deeds, which speaks in the language of symbol and parable, is one's own and nobody else interferes in it. See the glory of the power of God, the Omnipotent. What a great and wonderful soul he has granted man, the best of the creatures. It is a subtle world, or the world of similitude. It contains innumerable capacities. It contains every treasure of God and medicine for every disease. In this connection, it should always be remembered that if the human being is deeply studied from the Sufic point of view, he is an universe, and if the universe is studied from the same view, it will appear in the form of a subtle man. For the astral body is a compendium of all the subtleties of the universe, and all external values are condensed in man. Thus, where he is perfect and complete, he can be the vicegerent of God. 10. The dreams of a righteous Muslim can be good or luminous, and those of a negligent one bad or dark, and those of the one who is in between can be of both kinds. Therefore, rising above personal prejudice, evaluate your own dreams critically and improve your state by curing the inner diseases. How great is the favour of God, the Blessed, the Great, to the Mu'mins, that He has created a living book with pictures and symbols in the state of dream, which is always in a veil and makes everyone aware of his sickness and weakness, and unless someone divulges his dream, nobody else can know whether his dream was good or bad. It is a Quranic law that general reformative exhortation should be made in a collective way, so that it may serve as a veil, and each person may understand his sickness in his own heart of hearts. 11. The poor human intellect is astonished by the magnitude of the wonders and marvels of knowledge of the wise Qur'an. Thus, among the many other sciences in the Qur'an, there is also the science of the interpretation of dreams. For instance, to be dressed in nice and clean clothes shows taqwa, 7:26, whereas to wear dirty or tattered clothes or to be naked shows the absence of taqwa, 7:27. To see pollution alludes to idolatry, 22:30. To see the stars, the moon and the sun shows advancing towards the destination of Tawheed, 6:76-79. To see a garden is a sign of knowledge and spiritual progress, 27:60. And to see precious stones or coins is an allusion to the precious pearls of knowledge and wisdom, 15:21, 18:19. 12. It should be known that things are of two kinds, mental and external. The thing which is mental does not have a fixed form of its own, nor does it have any body, such as rancor, sleep, greed, knowledge, forbearance, anger, etc. Those which are external have a fixed form, and also a body, such as a snake, rabbit, duck, water, camel, dog, etc. If someone has rancor, it will come to him in the form of a snake, for the external form of rancor is snake. Similarly, the external form of sleep is rabbit, that of greed is duck or ant, that of knowledge is water, that of forbearance is camel, and that of anger or oppression is dog. This means that although the mental things are without body or form, nonetheless, the external things serve as their external forms or embodiments, so that the divine law may convey his sickness and his success in symbolic language in the dream of every person. 14 Jumada 2, 1406, 24th February 1986. Divine Remembrance, Supreme Elixir. 1. The blessed and wisdom-filled remembrance of God, the Exalted, is the elixir or the chemistry of spirituality. That is, in the sense of elixir, it implies the ancient, conventional, alchemical meaning of transmuting base metal into gold or silver, and in the sense of chemistry, the products of modern practical science. Elixir also means panacea, which is instantaneously effective and healing. It removes every disease, and by taking it once, man never falls sick. Certainly, both these meanings are found in the most perfect sense in divine remembrance, because it has elevated many men from the dust of humiliation and made them precious pearls in the heights of intellect and wisdom. And he who selects it as the remedy of soul from among all the things of the world remains protected and safe from all kinds of internal and spiritual diseases. 2. Just as through the science of chemistry a thing is brought into existence from the compounds of different things, similarly, through remembrance and worship and knowledge and practice, a wise Sufi can bring a revolution in his personal world by awakening all the dormant faculties in it. In this revolution, the real force which sets it into motion from moment to moment is the remembrance of God. The reason for this, as mentioned earlier, is that every heart has two ears. In one, the angel says something, and in the other whispers the devil. But owing to the abundance of divine remembrance, when the angel uninterruptedly gets the opportunity to speak, and due to which the devil becomes disappointed, then as a result, the Sufi starts to get a permanent victory over himself. Since the angel is the unbounded treasure of divine favor, therefore, the greater and longer the remembrance, the more fruitful becomes the favor of the angel. 3. There are many levels of the high and low pitch of voice. It can be louder and louder, as well as more and more hidden. 27. Thus, whatever may be its level, the voice of zikr-u-bandagi and knowledge and wisdom and the voice of the physical angel, 6-9, or non-physical angel, is medicine, healing and health for the human heart. Contrary to this, the voice of the devil, whether from mankind or jinn, 6-112, is sickness for it. Therefore, every wise Muslim keeps his heart immersed in the echo of divine remembrance, by which the whispering of the devil is stopped on the one hand, and on the other, God willing, the angel casts a luminous word in his heart, which is called Ilqa. Ilham 91.8 or Tawfiq-u-Ta'id is like this, 58.22. However, the prerequisite for this is taqwa, as it ought to be practiced. 4. Since divine remembrance is among the additional prayers, nawafil, therefore it is extremely necessary to mention the supreme purpose of it here, so that those who want its everlasting wealth may be sure of its blessed and sacred results and fruits. Thus it is said in Bukhari 8:336-37, My servant always seeks my closeness through additional prayers until I love him. When I love him, I become his ear with which he hears, and I become his eye with which he sees, and I become his hand with which he grasps, and I become his foot by which he walks. This law of God is always in force, and the practical models of his supreme bliss are the prophets and the awliya, and this is an invitation for every Muslim to follow their practice. Note that the above-mentioned noble hadith is an explanation of the light verse 24:35, that the light of God is an unfathomable ocean, in which the heavens and the earth and all that they contain are immersed. Thus, when a zakir or salik advances step by step and stage by stage towards the special proximity of God, the light of guidance shines upon him, whereby his external and internal senses become illumined and start to work extraordinarily. Thus, such fortunate people enter among the friends of God, and all this is attained through the supreme elixir of divine remembrance. 5. Among the wisdom-filled subjects of the glorious Qur'an, one is barakah, blessing, which consists of 32 noble verses, which you should study with great pleasure and eagerness. Now, in order to understand spiritual blessings, it would be appropriate to think about the means of material blessings. In order to do so, let us take the example of a mountain, 41:10, and rainwater, 59, which according to the Quran are blessed, Mubarak, from the material point of view, and whose blessings always continue. Similarly, we will briefly mention here 3 of the blessed spiritual things: the wise Quran, 38:29, the supreme name of God, the Exalted, 55:78, and the Holy Prophet, the seal of prophets, 25:1, 11:73, 9:31. There cannot be any doubt for a Muslim that the highly exalted rank of the Holy Prophet is the fountainhead of endless grace and blessings in many senses. Thus, these 3 blessed and sacred things are linked and united with one another, not only in the relation of blessing, but also in many other relations. Therefore, one has to be sure that through the light of remembrance, the realities and gnosis of the Quran and Hadith become clear, and as a result, the remaining ethical, ideological, spiritual, and intellectual diseases of every pious zakir are removed. This is the reason that, throughout the wise Quran, it is commanded to remember God, and His remembrance is praised in many ways. In particular, at the end of Surat al-Rahman, the bright and unique mirror of the beauty and majesty of the world of the Quran, whose quintessence is the verse, "Blessed be the name of your Lord, majestic, gracious," 55:78. This means that the bounties of God, which are mentioned in the entire Quran in detail, are summarized in Surat al-Rahman, and the source and the center of all blessings and bounties mentioned here is the last verse, whose purport is the supreme name of God, the Exalted, which is the means of His remembrance. 6. Although apparently divine remembrance is of universal beneficence, yet due to its subtleties, its beneficence in reality is special. An example of which, in the purports of the last 2 verses of Surat al-A'raf, is as follows. A. God must be remembered in the depth of the heart, namely the soul, with utmost humility and great fear. If this humility is real, that is, it is deep in the recesses of the heart, or is a result of serene and serious giriauzari, then it is a germicidal medicine of spirituality, by using which all false thoughts are killed. Fear of God is that preventative medicine which protects the heart from such germs. B. If this zikr is special and is most hidden, akfa, then its pronunciation should be performed morning and evening without loud voice, jar. That is, it should be more hidden than hidden, so that the tongue of heart may be so intensely and constantly engrossed in it that the whisperings of the devil may not be able to touch it. C. In addition to these 2 times, it is also commanded to remember God at other times, for there are countless benefits in abundant remembrance. 3, 40, 33, 21. One special benefit is that, through it, the state of tenderness, humility, and fear of God is created in the heart and continues to remain in it. And this is a good preparation for the remembrance of the heart, zikr-e-qalbi, otherwise it is very difficult. Angels and awliya become His intimate friends. They are always absorbed and engrossed in His worship, and they do not have even a particle of pride. They purify God abundantly and prostrate to Him with the utmost humility. 7. Both in this world and in the world of religion, only those people become successful, exalted, triumphant, who in true sense possess intellect and wisdom. But the rank of intellect is as difficult to attain as it is high. Why not? After all, the intellect is the most exalted and excellent and most valuable and precious of all things and all bounties. And it is the peace and paradise of it which is the greatest paradise. Thus, there are many subjects in the different words of the wise Quran related to the intellect. One extremely interesting subject is Ulul Albab, those who possess intellect, which consists of only 16 verses. It will be extremely necessary to earnestly see in these verses with what glory God has praised the people of intellect. What are their virtues? What is their way of living? And what is the main or key secret by acting upon which people can be counted among the people of wisdom? So let us now examine two such luminous verses which contain the elixir or the secret of how, like the transmutation of the base metal into gold or silver, a Muslim with good intention can include himself in the group of the people of wisdom through this Quranic alchemy. These wisdom-filled verses are, indeed, in the creation of the heavens and the earth, and in the alternation of night and day, there are signs for people of intellect who remember God, standing and sitting and lying on their sides, and reflect upon the creation of the heavens and the earth. Our Lord, you have not created this for vanity. Purified are you. Guard us against the chastisement of the fire. 3, 190 to 191. In this heavenly teaching, you see that intellect and wisdom, thinking and reflection, deduction of results, recognition of God, salvation from hellfire, and attainment of paradise are all the fruit of such a remembrance of God, which according to the above-mentioned verse continues in every position of sitting and standing. Thus, divine remembrance is certainly the supreme elixir. 8. Why does the state of the human heart continue to change again and again? How can spiritual diseases be controlled? In order to know this, as has already been mentioned, it is necessary to know that near the human heart there are two companions appointed for him. One is the angel and the other is the devil. It is obvious that as a result of divine remembrance, the angel gets a chance to act, and contrary to it, from its negligence, the devil. As it is said in verse 43-36, and whoso blinds himself to the remembrance of the Beneficent, to him we assign a devil, who becomes his comrade in every breath. The other side of this divine law is that whoso remembers God, for him is assigned an angel, so that there should not be any defect in the beauties of divine justice and equity, that he has sent down not only disease, but also its medicine. 9. When a true Sufi becomes enriched with the everlasting and eternal wealth of the results and fruits of the remembrance of God, and tastes the spiritual death before the physical death, or in other words, he annihilates himself in the perfect Master, Murshid-e-Kamil, then in the Prophet, and finally in God, then in spiritual letters it is written in his record of deeds, Zabur, Book of Deeds, that the earth will be inherited by the righteous servants of God. 21:105. 20 Jumada 2, 1406. 2nd March 1986. Cure of false fear. 1. Fear of God, the Exalted, as he ought to be feared, is the real taqwa, and the spirit of all worship, as has already been mentioned. It is not only appropriate and important, but also extremely necessary for every Muslim to have this wisdom-filled fear. Contrary to this, to fear his creatures is called false fear. This fear is inappropriate, futile, and untrue. It gives birth to numerous mental, psychological, and spiritual diseases, and disables the one who has it from accomplishing heroic deeds as a mujahid. Thus the wise Qur'an, in its wisdom-filled teachings, has enjoined the fear of God only and nobody else, 33-39, so that when the fear of God dominates and controls the hearts of the people of faith, the fear of anybody else will not be able to affect them. 2. Regarding this subject, it is extremely necessary to know that false fear in man is due to nafse amara, carnal or animal soul, and the devil. But, to be more precise, it is the animal soul which is the basis of false fear. It becomes evident if we see in the light of the Quran that, although apparently it is Satan who is the means of all bad deeds, but in reality, since all means are at the disposal of man, therefore it is he himself who is responsible for all his deeds. Thus, it is extremely necessary for every true mu'min, in addition to firm faith, trust in God, high ambition, and zikr ibadat, to devote himself always to the service of country and nation. The reward of this is extremely great. 3. Reflect in the light of this holy verse again and again. Behold, surely for the friends of God there is no fear, nor do they grieve. 10:62. The wisdom of this noble verse can, to a great extent, help in understanding the subject under discussion. This is in the sense that friends of God are none other than human beings. But despite this, the Holy Quran, considering them the models of human progress, openly declares that they do not suffer from the disease of false fear. The reason for this is that there is always the fear of God in their hearts, in the form of knowledge. For the fear of God, or taqwa, in reality is in the state of knowledge. 35:28. From this, on one hand, in addition to taqwa, the importance of knowledge becomes evident, and on the other, it also appears possible that gradually mu'mins can get rid of false fear through knowledge and good deeds. For even though all of them are not special friends, awliya of God, 5:55, but certainly they are his common friends, 5:55. 4. All people are not alike in facing common physical diseases. Some of them are so clean, cautious in eating and drinking, healthy and strong, with the best immunity, that mostly they are not touched by sickness. They act upon every principle of sanitary science. Some others, even if they once fall sick, succeed in recovering from the sickness through medical treatment. There is a third group who easily fall sick and cannot regain health for a long time. The same is the case with the disease of false fear. That is, there are three groups of people in confronting false fear. A. Awliya of God. B. Mu'mins with high ambition. And C. Weak mu'mins. 5. Generally, physical diseases are treated through two methods. One is called allopathy, and the other homeopathy. The distinctive difference between the two is that, in the former, a disease is treated by inducing an opposite condition, and in the latter, a disease is cured by producing symptoms similar to those of the disease. An easily understandable example of the former kind of treatment is that someone working in the sun drinks cold water again and again, or takes a bath in it, so that the heat is alleviated. In the latter case, the same person alleviates the heat by having something hot, such as hot tea, or wearing coarse clothes or walking, so that the heat of the sun may leave the body through sweating. Similarly, false fear is cured either by the remembrance of God or by his fear. The former is allopathy and the latter is homeopathy. 6. If you want to know about fear from its roots and in depth, then see that among the three kingdoms of nature, minerals, vegetative and animal, it is found only in the animal. Animal is of two kinds: the mute animal, which is living but cannot speak, such as beasts and birds, etc., and speaking animal, which is living and can speak, that is, human beings. It is necessary for the mute animal to have fear, for it is a means of its protection. But when it comes to humans, it should be dissolved and transformed into human and angelic fear. For in the former there is no knowledge and wisdom, whereas in the latter there is knowledge and wisdom. 7. Both animals and men fear, but man possesses the partial intellect, which the animal does not. Therefore, there is a great difference between their fears. Now, the more the intellect will develop through religious knowledge, the more the nature of fear will change, until the human fear will dissolve in the angelic fear. As the wise Qur'an alludes, that people should fear God, but in the light of knowledge. For the real place of fear of God is at the height of the recognition of God, ma'rifat. That is, fear of God is among the matters of spirituality and recognition of God. This concept, however, does not negate the subsidiary levels of fear of God, but it shows clearly that along with knowledge, step by step, the fear of God becomes more apparent and more elevated, as it is clear from the verse 35:28. And among the servants, it is the ulama who truly fear God. It is known to the people of the Qur'an that there are many levels of knowledge. 12:76. 8. Animal fear, which is devoid of intellect, understanding, knowledge and wisdom, comes to man along with the animal soul. But in man it becomes false fear, for here there is the possibility of the fear of God, which is in the form of knowledge and is of an angelic nature. That is, the fear which is in the angels, 16:50, in the hearts of the prophets, 33:39, and the awliya, 10:62, and which the people of knowledge can recognize. It is this kind of fear which is called taqwa, and which is meant by the Qur'an. And it is this medicine which removes the disease of false fear. 9. Where it is permissible to fear God, the fear of others is not permissible. If we fear others, then it implies that, God forbid, a calamity can befall us without His permission. Idhan, while this is contrary to Quranic teachings, see, for instance, the subject of permission of God, idhinullah. In this verse, no calamity befalls save by God's permission, and whosoever believes in God, He guides his heart. 64:11. It is evident from this that to fear other than God is to associate someone with Him, shirk. Thus, in order to receive the guidance of the heart or inner guidance, and to observe the spirituality of the fear of God, it is necessary to progress in the levels of faith. 10. There is no doubt that there are many levels of fear of God, and on the highest level, that is, the place of spirituality, astonishing miracles of the fear of God appear. These miracles are briefly mentioned in the Holy Qur'an, such as cellular quakes, 2:214, awakening of half-dead or dormant cells, 39:23, remembering God with the body, cells, along with the heart, 39:23, word of taqwa, kalima-i taqwa, and the function of Israel, amal-i Israeli, 48:26, 3:143. Vision of the Spirit of the Qur'an, 59:21, that is, fearing God by seeing the spirit and spirituality of the Qur'an, the hearts reaching the throats due to the onslaught of the spiritual army. 33:10. This is also the miracle of the spiritual death, fearing of the heart according to the standard of spirituality, 8:2, etc. All these miracles are the fear of God. 11. After studying this article carefully, you may be perfectly sure that false fear is a trial as well as a spiritual disease, which can be completely cured by three things: remembrance of God, fear of God, and spiritual knowledge. Remembrance of God cures it in the sense that, in it, remembrance, the hearts find satisfaction miraculously, 13:28, whereas false fear snatches it from the heart. Through the blessing of the fear of God, the false fear vanishes in such a way that the heart which truly fears God does not fear any creature, nor is there any place left for the fear of anybody else. It is cured through spiritual knowledge in the sense that in its light it clearly becomes evident that false fear is nothing but ignorance. Thus, the darkness of ignorance vanishes through the effulgence of the light of knowledge. 12. In this regard, this verse also invites greater attention. It is only the devil who makes men fear his friends. Fear them not, fear me, if you are true believers. 3:175. Both the disease of false fear and its medicine are mentioned in this divine teaching. Further, it is said that this disease comes from the devil who sits near the ear of the heart. Now the cause of the disease of ignorance is no longer hidden. It is now apparent. Not only that, but the successful method of cure too has become known. Now it is your responsibility to act upon it and gain success. 13. The venerated prophets and great awliya, both in wakefulness and dreams, do not fear as the common people fear. 10:62. For the miracle of the fear of God, which is very different from worldly fear and is unique, is always working in them. The states of the Mu'mins, however, are different with respect to it. That is, they have many ranks, and in every rank there is a different state of fear. The second reason why prophets and awliya do not have worldly fear is the remembrance of God. And the third reason is knowledge. 27 Jumada 2, 1406, 9th March 1986. Prayer, a heavenly medicine. 1. An extremely effective, healing, successful and beneficial medicine has been sent down from the heaven of mercy. It is extremely precious and priceless. It is available in one sense, but rare in another. It appears to be common, but is the most special. It is beyond praise and description, because it is the panacea of universal remedy for thousands of diseases. From the above title, you may have realized that such a miraculous medicine is Quranic prayer, dua, which has been sent by the heavenly doctor, having mercy on the pitiable plight of countless sighing and moaning, sick and ailing people of the world. This elixir, like medicine, is as old as the history of humanity itself. Further, the astonishing thing is that if research is done on its benefits in the light of modern sciences, it can prove itself to be the most modern, and the results of its miraculous effect can be extremely wonderful and marvelous. As for the spiritual cycle of the future, there will be only the sovereignty and sway of prayer. 2. In order to adopt the real spirit of the prayer, which is in the Qur'an, it is necessary to act strictly and regularly upon all those conditions, which are mentioned in connection with the great Quranic subject of prayer, such as faith, piety, benevolence, sincerity, hope and fear, humility, having recourse to God in difficulties, ruju, etc. Without fulfilling these conditions, neither can the door of acceptance of prayer open, nor can the spirit of the Qur'an be acted upon. Thus, the Holy Qur'an has not only commanded to act upon these conditions, but has also mentioned many effective and impressive practical examples, such as, and when they embark on the ships, they pray to God, making their faith pure for Him alone. But when He brings them safe to land, behold, they ascribe partners unto Him. 29:65. In addition to this, see also verses 10:22, 31:32, so that from the collective meanings of these verses it will be clear that although the sincerity, humility, having recourse to God, etc., of these people on the ship when encountering fear and danger is not permanent, but transient. How wonderful it is that the importance of the fear of God and the acceptance of prayer can be estimated from it. This hidden humility of the heart is called Tazaru e Kufe 663, which implies weeping and crying of the heart, and this meaning is so comprehensive that it contains and comprises all the conditions of acceptance of remembrance and prayer. See the subject of Tazaru, humbling oneself, imploring, in these 7 noble verses: 6:42-43, 63, 7:55, 94, 2:05, 23:76. 3. In connection with prayer, numerous spiritual benefits are gained by Tazaru, that is, imploring, Girial Zari, that is, weeping and crying or doing munajat. Thus, it is necessary for the wise people to do Tazaru again and again, both individually and collectively, and protect themselves from all calamities, afflictions, and diseases in the presence of God, lest the law of nature, due to the disobedience of man, visit him with the provisions of Tazaru. As it is said in verses 6:42-43, "And we have sent messengers already unto people that were before you, and we afflicted them with tribulation and adversity, in order that they might grow humble. If only when our disaster came on them they had been humble, then we would have removed it from them. But their hearts were hardened, and the devil made what they used to do seem fair unto them." At this place it is necessary to think well why Tazaru or Giriauzari is so important. Does this cleanse and illumine the mirror of the human heart? Is, in such a state, every good prayer accepted very quickly? 4. The purpose of creation of jinn and mankind is the worship of God, the true worshipped. 51-56. And according to a noble hadith, the essence of worship is prayer, dua. Tirmidhi 2:631. Perhaps there is a miraculous wisdom hidden in this superiority of prayer. Prayer, or dua, means to seek something for oneself from the presence of God. Now the question arises that, whereas worship constitutes other parts, why is the part of prayer, which means asking for something, so important? The answer is: A. Prayer is a practical worship in which the mu'min presents his needs in the presence of God, the Blessed, the Exalted, with utmost humility, and this is an occasion on which, by making his heart pitiable, he can attain his mercies and blessings. B. The Lord of the world is all-sufficient, but man is extremely needy. Thus it is man who can attain the fruits of all worship through prayer. As the fruit of Iyyaka na'budu, you alone we worship, is attained in Iyyaka nasta'in. From you alone we seek help. This is the example through which we can be sure that a special reward of worship is received in the form of acceptance of prayer and divine help, ta'id. C. If prayer is done in the state of Giriauzari, then there is a possibility of receiving abundant favors and blessings. 5. The word mustar in the wise Qur'an is extremely thought-provoking and meaningful. It means forced, compelled, obliged, poor, destitute, helpless. According to the Qur'an, every mu'min who has been tested by the natural calamity is mustar. In such a condition, the carnal soul dies, at least temporarily. Thus, this is the time of spiritual bliss. Therefore, in this state it is necessary to have recourse to the Sustainer, as it is said, or who listens to the distressed when he cries unto him, and removes the suffering, and appoints you his vicegerents in the earth. 27:62. 6. If you want to see the perfect man, or a true Sufi, in the mirror of his noble verse, 27:62, it is important to see that there are Muzdar, in the sense that their religious life, both externally and internally, passes through numerous trials, in which they both, dying before death and having died spiritually, pray with full attention. God, the knowing, the wise, first of all removes their internal diseases and then confers upon them the crown of vicegerency in the personal world, namely the microcosm. Thus, this is a Sufic interpretation of the above-mentioned verse. 7. I, who am less than the dust under the feet of the dignitaries of religion, cannot explain the virtues of prayer as they ought to be explained. Having melted through ibadat-o-bandagi and abundant zikr, search in and reflect carefully on the Quranic prayers directly, which will result in this purport of the wise Qur'an. God, the Exalted, accepts the prayer of his servants, Muslims and Mu'mins, every time and always. 2:186. The spiritual benefit is alluded to more and more in this acceptance. Physical comfort is not that important, as the body is created to bear various kinds of difficulties and hardships, so that the soul may benefit. In other words, the body has to suffer afflictions and pain again and again for the sake of spiritual progress, so that the prayer is made in the state of Girial-Zari, self-effacement and annihilation, and inner diseases are eradicated. Contrary to this, if only the physical diseases or any other physical difficulty were removed by prayer, how would it have been possible to have a separate prayer for the removal of spiritual diseases? For it is the most difficult matter for every person to realize and feel his spiritual diseases, because the diseases of the intellect and soul are not visible. They are known only to the people of the inner eye. 8. Study verse 2:186, the explanation of the purports of which is, no servant of God can attain his proximity by his own struggle, but it is the Prophet through whose mediation the servants of God attain his proximity, and their prayers are accepted in his presence, in the sense that their internal difficulties are always solved, and sometimes their physical difficulties also. Thus, such servants of God, acting upon the divine commands, should listen to the spirit and spirituality of the Qur'an and accept them, so that they may reach the perfect level of faith and attain the perfect light of rectitude and guidance. If this bliss is attained, it should be known that the spiritual diseases are coming to an end. 9. You may certainly know that different parts of medicinal herbs are used as medicine. Thus, the roots of some and the flowers, fruits, seeds, etc. of others are used. Thus, considering the wise Qur'an as a supreme paradise or the garden of Rizwan, the holy verses of the former are compared with the medicinal herbs of the latter. Then both in the exoteric and esoteric aspects of each and every verse will be conceived nothing but healing or medicinal efficacy, particularly in their roots and seeds. By the root is meant the depth of the meaning, and the seed alludes to the essence of wisdom. It is because of this that it has been stressed to penetrate the depth of Quranic thought, 47:24, and the essence of wisdom is given the rank of abundant good, Khair-e Kathir, 2:269. 10. Prayer and munajat, supplication, is a healing medicine that has been sent down from the heavenly paradise. It is not bitter like some physical medicines. Rather, it is extremely sweet and pleasant and enters the heart through the faculties of speech and hearing, and then spreads throughout the existence and encompasses it. There are many signs of the efficacy of this luminous medicine. The best sign is a shedding of tears with serenity and modesty. If a dervish, like Muslim, receives this divine favor, he should prostrate in humility, so that his munajat may be stronger and humility greater. For prayer, Giriyauzari and prostration are such that they are most liked by the Lord of Honor. Thus, if a mu'min uses this alchemic prescription, there is the glad tiding of internal health for him. 17:109. 11. According to an hadith, there are two aspects of this world for a mu'min. A. It is a prison for a mu'min and a garden for an unbeliever. Da'a'im 1:47. B. It is a farm for the next world. A hadith Masnawi, page 112. Both these ahadiths, plural of hadith, are full of wisdom, and there is no question of contradiction between them. This shows that while living in this world, a mu'min has to suffer a part of pain and hardship in both cases, whether it is the hardship of prison or that of farming. But is it not better that, for the sake of the hereafter, he should suffer the entire share of his hardship in the work of farming, so that the very concept of prison may vanish? For the allusion to the prison shows that, if a mu'min escapes from the hard work and toil of performing religious works, the divine law punishes him in numerous forms. This means that those mu'mins who work hard with remembrance of God, prayer, worship, and serve humanity with sincere intention can remain protected from many diseases. 3 Rajab 1406, 15th March 1986. Spiritual Science, Part 1. 1. Science is the knowledge in which the universe is observed and studied, and new inventions are made through experiments. Radio, telephone, telegram, photography, cinema, space rocket, aeroplane, torpedo, rail, motor, etc. All these inventions have come into existence due to this science. Through medical science, the causes of countless diseases and their cure have been discovered. This knowledge is as extensive as it is important. And among all the sciences of the world, it is the one which has brought a great revolution in the life of mankind, and thereby we can observe new progress every day. Firuz San's Urdu Encyclopedia. This is the definition of material science, which you can take as an example of spiritual science. 2. There is no doubt that as the external observation and study of the material universe is material science, similarly, the internal observation of it is spiritual science. Since spiritual science is eternally linked with the light of God and His vicegerency, therefore, first of all, it was taught to Hazrat Adam, the father of mankind, may peace be on him, through the supreme names. All know that God had taught him all the names without any omission. Among these names are a principle. First come His supreme names, under whose sovereignty come the names of all other things. In this divine teaching, which was given to the vicegerent of God on the earth, we have to think and ask, was he taught only the verbal pronunciation of every name, or the spiritual reality also? The answer certainly is that in the school of supreme vicegerency, names and the named ones all were in the form of realities and recognitions. That is, Hazrat Adam, may peace be on him, knew the origin and reality of everything. Such a knowledge is called the science of the realities of things. Ilmi Haqa'iq Ashia. This is the old name of spiritual science. 3. Just as physical cure is founded on the basis of medical science, Quranic healing is founded on the basis of spiritual science. Therefore, it is necessary to discuss this subject so that everything is clear in the light of true knowledge. So it should be known that spiritual science, under the title of spirituality, is attainable by every pious Muslim in the light of the teachings of the wise Qur'an and the sound Ahadith. Particularly in the present time, its attainment is extremely necessary. The time has come when the nations of the world may yearn for it and may realize its paramount importance and benefit. Anyhow, spiritual science has always been there, but its complete manifestation is going to take place now. 4. Although, according to you and us, material science and spiritual science are separate, but in the sight of God and the Prophet, together they are one chain. The only difference is that the initial part of it is material science, and the last part of it is spiritual science. In other words, external science is related to the external world, Afaq, and the internal science to the spiritual world, Anfus. Both of them are among the miracles of God, 41:53, and in both of them lies betterment and success of this world and the hereafter. 5. When Hazrat Adam, according to the command of God, taught the angels the science of names, what language was he using? Did he use the physical tongue or the spiritual tongue? Were all the angels gathered in front of him? If not, how was his voice reaching them? 2:33. Regarding this key reality, we have to accept that Hazrat Adam used to give this knowledge in the voice of the heart, which the angels of the entire universe heard in their respective places. This we can call spiritual science. Further, he also had a world of particles, Alam Idar, personal world, which in Sufism is called microcosm. 6. God, the Exalted, through his perfect power, has created for men an automatic world, whose heavens, earth, sun, moon, stars, etc. work automatically. Scientists have made automatic machines in the light of this law of nature. From this example, it becomes easy to believe the wonders and marvels of spiritual science, that not only is the zikr of the angels automatic, but also at special times the successful Sufis and true mu'mins experience the miracle of automatic zikr. And this kind of automatic zikr adheres at the stage of Israel. Manzil-e-Israeli, 48:26. Although this zikr belongs to Hazrat Israel, which is used for the experiment of dying before physical death of a pure-hearted Sufi, yet this same automatic zikr also belongs to that fortunate person in whose ear Hazrat Israel recites it. 7. When someone obeys God and his messenger completely and does abundant zikr, as a result his inner senses wake up and he starts to experience extraordinary things. For instance, he sees the army of souls and hears its voices. The astonishing thing is that everything has a soul. Take, for example, vegetation. Even if it is autumn, the soul of every flower appears enriched with the wealth of its fragrance. Its fragrance never ceases, nor does its color fade. The amazing thing is that, in the spiritual state, are made to smell, in turns, the specimens of fragrance of some trees and herbs of the jungle and the urban areas. Not only that, but also the souls of many things come in the state of fragrance and provide energy to the body. From this exercise of spirituality, it appears that this poor man, who was lying sick for a long time, is now being treated. During this, various kinds of medicines are made to smell and also to eat. However, the specimen of feeding is very limited. 8. As during the treatment of some physical diseases, prevention is a compulsory and necessary condition, similarly, in the days of spiritual treatment, one has to eat very little normal food, particularly in those days in which the spiritual patient is given subtle foods in the form of manifold fragrances. Moreover, it is not appropriate to give importance to the usual eating and drinking of physical things, while in front of him there is the practical example of manna and quails and the table of Jesus, Ma'ida-i Isa. But it can be said, with mixed feelings of regret and happiness, that this is one of the stations of the spiritual journey, and leaving it behind, the traveller has to advance more and more towards the final destination. 9. It is said by the sages of religion that without the help, ta'id, of the Holy Spirit, there is no spirituality. The Holy Spirit abides in the prophets and their special representatives, such as the sun is permanently in the heaven. And it is obvious that where the luminous sun is always shining, the darkness of night cannot spread, nor can the shadows of clouds be cast there. But it is true that the earth passes through different states of light and darkness. Earth stands for the people of faith, who, in comparison to the Holy Spirit, pass through different states, like day and night, sunshine and shade. But the wealth of experiences, which is called knowledge and recognition, is everlasting. An allusion is made to this in the verse 58:22, which you should study again and again. In it, by Bi Ruhin Minhu, a special spirit from him, is meant the Holy Spirit, as Khwaja Hafiz has said, Faiz-e Ruhul Kudus Arbaz Madat Farmayad Digaran Ham Bikunand Anchi Masiha Mikad. If the grace of the Holy Spirit may help again, others will be able to do what the Messiah, that is, Hazrat Isa, used to do. 10. Soul in itself is believed to be an immaterial reality, but at 5 places it has a link with the body. These 5 places are A. Universal body, which is the astral or subtle body of the universe, which is also the dais, kursi, 2:255, as well as the universal paradise, 3:133, 57:21. B. Luminous shirt, which is to protect from every kind of heat, 1681. C. Spiritual shirt, which protects from every kind of war, 1681. D. Spiritual particle, or spiritual particles, or particles of subtle body, which are to represent you in others and others in you. Also, potentially, there are the spiritual army which can conquer the universe, 27:17. For there is a Sulaimanian kingdom dormant within everyone. E. External body, which is in front of all. This body has great importance for religion, faith, knowledge and action. All depend on it. 11. Man in reality, on the whole, is sick at present and suffers from manifold external and internal diseases. Otherwise, following the true guides, prophets and awliya, he would have observed all the wonders and marvels of spirituality and recognized his own self, soul, and his Lord according to Man arafa nafsahu faqad arafa rabbahu. He who recognizes himself, his soul, recognizes his Lord. Ahadithi Matnavi, page 167. And in addition to this, he would have been able to recognize the prophets, for without their recognition, nobody can reach the recognition of God. Since the advent of Islam, the recognition of the Holy Prophet is extremely necessary, as all other recognitions are gathered in it, such as the recognition of angels and heavenly books, etc. 12. In the cycles of Hazrat Musa and Hazrat Isa, may peace be on them, certain Darvish-like Mu'mins had all succeeded in attaining the place of spirituality, due to which they were able to see and recognize the heavenly book with their inner eye. Therefore, the wise Qur'an gave them this name. Those unto whom we gave the book, 2:146, 6:20, for both externally and internally, the act of giving of the book by God has become complete for them. Thus, such pure Sufis were able to recognize the light of prophethood, like their kith and kin, that it was going to manifest in the pure and sacred personality of the Holy Prophet. 2:146, 6:20. 13. Here arises a highly important question. If the successful Sufis of the cycles of Hazrat Musa and Hazrat Isa have recognized the light of prophethood and the heavenly book with their inner eye, then cannot we believe that Awliya, great Sufis and true Mu'mins of the religion of Islam have also observed the light of the seal of the prophets and the spirit and spirituality of the Holy Qur'an with their inner eye, in the light of Ma'rifat? Cannot the special proximity of God be attained as a result of additional prayers, nawafil? If it can be attained, and the Lord of the world becomes the ear and eye of such close friends, then what cannot they hear with the ear in which the divine light works? And what cannot they see with the eye in which there is the divine light? It is obvious that such close friends of God, whose inner senses have become illumined with the divine light, will hear and see everything, and this is the sign of the health of intellect and soul. Navroz 9 Rajab 1406, 21st March 1986.
Spiritual Science, Part 2. Number 1. In future, the inhabitants of the planet Earth, willingly or unwillingly, will have recourse to spiritual healing, because there is going to be the sway and rule of spiritual science. Numerous verses of the wise Qur'an make this pleasant prophecy. The Holy Qur'an itself says that immediately after the miracles of material science, the miracles of spiritual science will appear. Surah 41, Ayat 53. Whether this revolution of spirituality and hidden knowledge will start from Islamic countries, or, according to heavenly wisdom and expediency, from other countries, such as America, Russia, China, etc., its nature and form will be exactly the same as has been mentioned in the prophecies of the glorious Qur'an. This foresight is a bright proof of its being true and unique, which is perfect and complete in every respect, and has been revealed to the Prophet of the last time. Number 2. According to spiritual science, there are 5 special methods of healing. A. Healing by the Qur'an, i.e., Quranic healing, which is being discussed in this book. B. Healing through knowledge, because most, rather almost all spiritual diseases are caused by the absence of intellect and knowledge, namely ignorance. C. Healing through zikr, remembrance of God, For due to the negligence of the remembrance of God, Satan gets a chance to do his work in the human heart and sows the seeds, germs, of one or other disease in it. D. Healing through voice. This is because of the fact that every disease has a living soul. Voice, by God's command, by putting pressure on it, can compel it to leave the body. E. Healing through touch. The benefit of which is that if the one who touches the patient is very pious, a perfect dervish and a real Sufi, and is full of subtle particles, God willing, some of these particles transfer to the patient through touch, and can kill the germs of disease or put them to flight. It was this method of healing which Hazrat Isa alayhis salam used to practice, and it was in this sense that he was called Masih or Messiah, i.e. the one who cures by the touch of the hand. Surah 3, Ayat 45. This name is mentioned in 11 places of the glorious Qur'an. Number 3. In the Godhead of God, where there are universals, there are also particulars. Thus, if Hazrat Israel alayhis salam, by God's command, can make a perfect person, or a Sufi, or a mu'min, revive in the true sense by martyring him in this very life before the physical death, Surah 57, Ayat 19, then such people, while living in this physical life, attain the status of martyrdom in the sight of God, and they attain reward and light, not only in the hereafter, but also in this life. This bliss is also partially attainable by other mu'mins, since every great work can be accomplished all at once, and certainly in stages too. Thus the sacrifice of life, that is, the act of Hazrat Israel alayhis salam, Surah 39, Ayat 42, is in stages as well as all at once. Number 4. The work of Hazrat Israel alayhis salam is extremely miraculous and full of wisdom. He seizes the soul on 5 occasions. 1. As a result of successful ibadat and zikr of God in the heart of a mu'min, his soul is partially seized in the sense that some worn-out particles of the soul are expelled and some fresh particles are brought in. 2. The same event takes place when a mu'min sheds tears, implores and prays in the court of the Lord of Honour due to a calamity, hardship or sickness. 3. It happens during the state of sleep. That is, during sleep the exchange of the particles of soul or seizing of soul takes place repeatedly. Therefore, in order to attain good soul, it is necessary to wake up on time, lest it goes away in this exchange. Surah 39, Ayat 42. 4. When a dervish like mu'min, in his spiritual progress, enters the station of the death-causing resurrection, he experiences a complete spiritual death. Surah 3, Ayat 143. And 5. When the time of the external and physical death comes, the soul is seized finally and completely. Number 5. Regarding spiritual science and healing, these verses of Hazrat Ali alayhis salam should be reflected upon. Your medicine is hidden in you, but alas, you do not understand it. And your sickness is from yourself, but you do not see it. And you think that you are a small body, while the greater universe is contained within you. And you are that speaking book, from whose letters reveal the hidden secrets. Diwani Hazrat Ali alayhis salam, page 64. Explanation. You can cure yourself, but true knowledge is necessary for it. It is extremely necessary to know that sickness, in fact, is not external but internal. You have understood that you are an ordinary and small body. due to which your sense of responsibility has become limited, and therefore you have suffered great loss. Contrary to this, if you were sure that there is a universal kingdom hidden in you, all your potentialities would have actualized, and you would not have suffered this loss. Unless someone realizes the importance and benefit, worth and value of a thing, they do not pay attention to it, nor do they struggle for its progress and upliftment. If you had died spiritually before the physical death, you would have become the speaking book of your deeds, which abounds in the secrets of recognition, ma'arifat. Number 6. The verse, "When the heaven is skinned," Surah 81, Ayat 11, indicates that from the dense body appears the subtle body, and one has to go from the outer to the inner. In this verse, heaven means the entire universe and the things contained in it, and skinning means the appearance of the subtle body, or the subtle world from the dense body. This means that one day, from beneath the shirt of the body of the present human being, a subtle miraculous man will appear, just as a moth appears from a silkworm. Thus, if this event happens to a Sufi before his physical death, it is his great success, and it is the experience of spiritual science. Now he should hope that he will be enriched with the treasure of the intellectual and spiritual health. Number 7. Hazrati Adam alayhi salam is the first and last unity of all human beings, for he is the single soul, Nafsi Wahida, Surah 6, Ayat 98, Surah 31, Ayat 28. That is, all human beings in their origin are his spiritual copies. These countless living pictures of the soul of Hazrati Adam alayhi salam were taken by Hazrati Israel alayhi salam by God's command. However, they gradually moved away from their origin and reality. In other words, they fell sick. The Holy Qur'an is revealed for their cure, so that everyone may gradually return to their origin and become the true picture of Hazrati Adam alayhi salam. In other words, leaving behind multiplicity and duality, they may merge themselves in the unity of the single soul. Number 8. Think about the Sufic interpretation of Surah 31, Ayat 28. Your first creation and your raising alive from spiritual death, in Bias, is like that of a single soul, Nafsi Wahida, Adam. When Hazrati Adam alayhi salam was created spiritually, as many copies as the number of his children who had to come to this world were made of him, by casting the universal soul in the mould of his personality. Thus, when the inbi'as of Hazrati Adam alayhi salam took place, their inbi'as also took place with him and through his representation. Otherwise his personal world and his recognition, ma'arifat, would have been incomplete. Number 9. The universe as a whole is called space, and time comes into existence from its movement. However, there is neither space nor time in spirituality, rather it transcends them both. That is, it is non-spatial and non-temporal, so that the luminous picture of every space and time, whatever it may be, which is living and perfect in every respect, may appear according to the will of Be, Kun. This shows that spiritual science is the name of the act of angels, which is accomplished according to the divine law. It should also be remembered that angel is created from the knowledge and deeds of a mu'min. Further, in the record of spirituality, namely the record of deeds, there is everything, as mentioned in point 5, where it has been explained that it is a speaking book. Now what is this speaking book? It is a great soul, an archangel, a living and wakeful world, a paradise, a quintessence of the universe, a complete light, a personal world, an example of Adam alayhi salam, an image of the compassionate, Surati Rahman, and thus it is everything. Number 10. In connection with spiritual science, what kind of miracles will appear in the future? This question is extremely interesting and also extremely difficult. Nonetheless, in the light of the Holy Quran and spirituality, we will write a few points as follows. A. Since the time of spirituality has now come, therefore it is my humble request to Islamic countries throughout the world to establish institutions of spiritual science. B. Some material scientists of a great country will progress in material science and will hear the astonishing voice of soul and will see the particles of soul. C. The inner senses of man will start to work, such as to observe a luminous world within oneself, to hear extraordinary voices, to smell fragrances, etc. D. Through spiritual science, UFOs will be conquered, whereby planetary travelling will be very easy. E. People of the East and the West will converse with each other without an instrument. F. At the same time, all the instruments of material science will become redundant, for spirituality will work better than them. G. War will come to an end, and the people of the world will come closer to each other in the sense of peace and harmony. H. All this will happen by the power of the light of Islam, because it is only this religion, which is the religion of nature, and which lasts from the beginning to the end. I. This will be the age of secrets, for during it many secrets will be revealed. J. At that time, people will realize that previously they were sick. K. At that time, people will be convinced of the spirituality of the Holy Prophet, his grandeur and exaltedness, and his system of guidance. L. Quranic wisdoms will come to light due to the manifestation of spirituality. M. People will see the subtle body and will try to be transferred into it. N. Gradually every kind of evil will be extinct, for the respite given to Satan will come to an end, and he will be disgraced publicly. Number 11. The wise Qur'an is such a vast, miraculous and unfathomable ocean of the light of knowledge and wisdom, that the waves of manifold subjects are always surging out of it. It is extremely astonishing that every such wave of it reaches from one shore to the other. Thus the glorious Qur'an is full of the subject of spiritual science, which is spirituality. 14 Rajab 1406 AH, 26th March 1986 AD. Divine Love, Ishki Ilahi. Number 1. Divine love makes every severe hardship easy. It is the panacea or the universal remedy for hundreds of diseases. Nay, it is the spiritual water of life, by drinking which human beings become immortal. Otherwise, no fountainhead of the water of life other than this exists on the planet Earth. And the story about the water of immortality, which is in vogue, can only be an example of it. Physical death is necessary, but spiritual perdition is the extreme limit of punishment. Number 2. Divine love is the supreme bounty among the bounties of the sustainer of the world. Therefore, if we look with the inner eye, we will find that divine love is mentioned everywhere, from the beginning to the end of the Holy Quran. For instance, take the Surat al-Fatiha. A. The word Allah implies the meaning of bewilderment, for there is nothing but bewilderment for lovers and arifs in the lights of divine manifestation. B. The interpretation of the name Rabb, or sustainer, from the point of view of divine love, is that the sustainer of the world sustains every creature according to its needs, and accordingly he strengthens his pure-natured lovers with nourishment of divine love. C. The very heavenly affection and love is mentioned in the names Rahman and Rahim, compassionate and merciful. D. In Maliki Yawmiddin, Master of the Day of Resurrection, the allusion is that mu'mins will be enriched with the everlasting wealth of divine love on the Day of Resurrection. E. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. You alone we worship, and from you alone we seek help, means that we worship you with love and ma'arifat, recognition, and therefore we seek help from you only. F. Ihdina as-sirat al-mustaqim. Guide us on the right path, means guide us on the straight path of love, for it is the easiest and the shortest path. G. The explanation of Sirat al-Lazina and Amta alayhim, the path of those upon whom you have showered favours, is that we want to follow those to whom you have granted the supreme bounty of your love, which is supreme to any other bounty. H. In Ghayrul Maghzubi alayhim wal-Zaalin, not the path of those who have been the object of your wrath, is taught that those who have become the object of your wrath, or those who have gone astray, are those who in reality have failed to attain the luminous wealth of your love. Number 3. Further, in the light of the wise Qur'an, you may know who are the chosen ones, whom God, by guiding on the straight path, has granted the bounty of his wisdom-filled love. Yes, they are the prophets, the truthful, Siddiqeen, the martyrs, Shuhada, and the righteous, Salihin. And among them can also be included those who follow God and the Prophet in true sense. Surah 4, Ayat 69. How can such a great feat be accomplished in one day? It requires continuous hard work and great sacrifices, so that the animal soul may die in a way, and as a result the holy love may be experienced. Number 4. Divine or heavenly love is mentioned in the wise Qur'an, both explicitly and implicitly. Among those words in which ishq, is explicitly mentioned is hub, muhabbat. Although according to some scholars, muhabbat and ishq are two separate things, according to others, they are two names of the one and the same reality. This latter view is more correct. This means that divine love is possible, not directly but through the Prophet. It is the teaching of the Holy Qur'an, Surah 3, Ayat 31, that unless someone obeys the Prophet with love, God does not love him. This means that people can be illumined with the light of the love of God and his beloved messenger through knowledge and good deeds. Number 5. The following hadith is mentioned in Bukhari 9:105 and Muslim 4:1776. In Kitabur Ruya, Man ra'ani faqad ra'al haq. According to revered Sufis, it is translated as, he who saw me saw God. However, an intelligent person may ask the question, Is it a matter of wakefulness or dream? The answer is, whether it is a matter of wakefulness or dream or of spirituality, in any case, the vision of the Prophet is considered the vision of God. This is because the comprehensiveness of the words of the Hadith requires this kind of interpretation. Thus, this leads to the conclusion that love of the Prophet is the love of God, and similarly, the vision of God is also possible through his mazhar, locus of manifestation. Number 6. Another example of divine or true love is fire. Fire is both light and fire. Surah 27, Ayat 8, in Quranic language. The sun, every kind of electricity, and fire are both light and fire. Thus the universal light, namely the sun, not only has the capacity of growing and ripening, but also of burning and also of reviving certain things. It is also known to all that fire causes some things to melt. Thus, if mu'mins have to cure themselves by the current of spiritual electricity, or to burn carnal germs, or to melt and mould in the perfect man's mould, then with the feeling of utmost indigence, they have to implore and shed tears in the presence of divine love, so that after purification of every kind, the soul of love, Ruhul Ishq, may enter them. Number 7. Study Surah 82, ayats 6 to 12 carefully, where in the 6th verse is mentioned the way the benevolent Lord favours man according to the nature of his attributes and his negligence of him. In verse 7, the completion of the physical creation of man is alluded to, then his equalization, taswiyah, and straightening, ta'dil, in his spiritual progress. In verse 8, Fi ayyi suratin ma sha'a rakkabaka, into whatsoever form he wills, he casts you, are mentioned the spiritual form and the intellectual form, that man is given all possible forms by casting him in spiritual and intellectual moulds. This is the supreme reward of melting in the fire of divine love. Thus, it is possible for every human being to be moulded in the mould of the single soul, Surah 31, Ayat 28, and to adopt its form and of all its copies. If they achieve this supreme bliss, they attain their own whole, kul, and perfection. Number 8. Love or friendship of God gives the concept of the extremely great favour of God, the Exalted. Undoubtedly, the concept of such favour is also found in many other words. And after all these exalted meanings comes the level of fana fillah, merging in God. This is the last and most effective treatment for the eternal health and soundness of human beings. Further, it means entering the abode of peace, where there is nothing but peace, nor is there any fear and danger of any sickness. Number 9. In Ahadisi Masnawi, page 134, this sacred hadith is recorded. He who loves me, I kill him, and he whom I kill, I become his blood money. Al-Manhajul Qawi 4:398. There is a very great secret hidden in this hadith, that a positive secret is revealed in a negative way. This is the same favour and bounty of God which is mentioned in Surah 57, Ayat 19, that in one respect, He grants His friends the death of martyrs in the greater jihad, and in another, in His sacred love, while they are still physically alive. They are granted great reward and light in return for such martyrdom. When someone attains light, it is understood that he finds God as a hidden treasure. Thus, this is the meaning of the above-mentioned hadith. Number 10. In Ihya'ul Ulum 4:295, the following prayer of the Holy Prophet is recorded, which is extremely wisdom-filled. O God, bestow upon me your love, and the love of the one who loves you, and the love of that which makes me closer to your love, and make your love to me more palatable than cold water. This prayer comprises all basic and fundamental beauties of religion. Therefore, it requires detailed explanation. Number 11. We have already mentioned the Hadisi Nawafil, Bukhari 8:336-37, which is also called Hadisi Taqarrub, hadith related to the proximity of God. This hadith is also recorded in Majma'ul Bahrain under the title of Fana Fillah. The gist of it is that as a result of the accomplishment of the obligatory duties and supererogatory services, the faithful servants attain the special proximity of their Lord, the sign of which is that God actually loves them in such a way that His sacred light shines in their heart, and their internal senses and external senses become illumined to the extreme degree. This is their effacement and merging. Number 12. What kind of pleasure and attraction is found in the pure love of God, the exalted, the sublime? And what kind of tenderness, gentleness, and humility is created in the heart under its influence? And what are its wonders and marvels and its miracles? Although due to human beings' shortcomings, it is extremely difficult to experience them. Yet the way His mercy works overwhelmingly and abundantly, it is not impossible. Moreover, it is also an extremely great favour of God, that He, the knowing, the wise, has created His love not all at once, but in different stages, so that everyone may progress gradually. Number 13. Friendship of God has been praised and described in Surah 10, Ayat 62 of the Qur'an, whose expression is extremely miraculous. Behold, the friends, awliya, of God have neither fear nor do they grieve. Common people are afraid of the dangers of the future and grieve for what is past. However, for the friends of God there is neither future nor past, nor is there any fear and grief, because in the non-spatial and non-temporal world they have observed the reality that all things of the space, universe, and time remain safe and secured and everlasting in the fist of God. Surah 21, Ayat 104, Surah 39, Ayat 67. Therefore, they are not afflicted by the disease of fear and grief. Number 14. Regarding the external, physical martyrs and those of divine love, the wise Qur'an has passed the universal judgment that they, despite being slain in a way, do not die in reality. Rather, they become immortal. It is as if they are given the water of immortality of love. Therefore, they are honoured with eternal life. Thus, every wise person accepts this clear fact that there is no remedy for physical death, but spiritual death can be cured with the water of immortality of divine love. 26 Rajab 1406 AH, 7th April 1986 AD. Standard of health. Number 1. There is a standard to test everything, or in other words, there is a fixed meter, measure, or weight to weigh and measure things. In some modern machines, there are many meters to check their inner condition, whether there is any increase or decrease, or whether the machine is functioning as desired or not. Similarly, In the world of Islam, the pure life, the sacred sunnat and the ideal character of the Holy Prophet is made such an all-inclusive standard, or the universal of universals, in whose light the people of insight can not only diagnose inner sickness and health, but also attain the treasure of knowledge and recognition. A diagram of his perfect health in every respect is presented here as an example. Diagram of excellent model. 1. Body. Physical health, pure body. 2. Ethics, ethical health, exalted manners. 3. Ideology, ideological health, perfect faith. 4. Soul, spiritual health, satisfied soul. 5. Intellectual health, sound intellect. Number 2. In connection with the creation and completion of human existence, the body is created first, then the vegetative soul, animal soul, human soul, and ethics respectively. Then comes into being his ideology, by which is meant belief, school of thought, mazhab, and religion. Then the soul of faith, ruhul iman, and finally intellect, by which is meant an intellect which recognizes God. Number 3. The above-mentioned order of creation is absolutely correct with respect to physical creation. However, with respect to excellence, the rank of intellect comes first, next the soul of faith, then ideology, namely belief, then ethics, and the fifth is the body, and accordingly is the intellectual health, spiritual health, ideological health, ethical health, and physical health. Number 4. The path of the esteemed Sufis is quite logical. That first, the successful Salik, one who walks on the spiritual path, merges himself in his Sheikh, Murshid, Imam, then in the Holy Prophet, and finally in God. Since this is the case, we have to examine the diagram of the excellent model of the Prophet more carefully. For it is possible for a Salik on the spiritual path, Suluk, to pass through merging in the Sheikh, Fana fi Sheikh, merging in the Prophet, Fana fir Rasul, and merging in God, Fana fillah. Then inevitably the Sheikh himself has already merged in the Prophet and God, because without this the concept of merging becomes meaningless. From this point, it becomes clear that in this diagram, after the Prophet, the Sheikh or the perfect man and also the Salik are mentioned. Number 5. The pure body of the Holy Prophet is referred to in Surah 33, Ayat 33. This purity is both external and internal, in which the perfect men are with the Prophet. Further, the best manners, Khuluq Azim, an excellent standard of character, Surah 68, Ayat 4, are also a model for the people. We must say without any hesitation that these manners or habits are those of God, which the Prophet, the mercy for the worlds, had adopted. Therefore it is said, Takalaku bi aklaki killah, adopt the manners of God. Perfect faith, imani kamil, implies that belief and ideology are common, but perfect faith is special. The satisfied soul is the developed form of the soul, Surah 89, Ayat 28. The Qur'anic name of the sound intellect is the sound heart, Surah 26, Ayat 89, and Surah 37, Ayat 84. Number 6. The wise Qur'an has called all inner diseases the diseases of the heart or intellectual diseases, Surah 2, Ayat 10. Because if the intellect falls sick, the soul, ideology, ethics and body all automatically fall sick. The reason for this is that intellectual sickness is nothing but ignorance, whose influence causes many physical and spiritual diseases. Contrary to this, if the intellect is sound and healthy, the health of other things is possible. It is not strange for the wise people that vegetables depend on the vegetative soul, animals on the animal soul, and the edifice of the human existence is founded on the basis of intellect. Number 7. Those who have attained the extremely exalted rank of merging in the Prophet and in God are called the perfect men. Such divinely guided sheikhs or murshids have become like the center or the heart of the universe. Study the diagram below and its explanation carefully. Perfect man and the universe. Azal, higher world, ascent of certitude, non-spatial world, knowledge and recognition. Abad, world of particles, spiritual science, non-temporal world, mind of the universe. Ladder of ascent, spheres, elements, minerals, vegetables, animals, human world, perfect mind, heart of the universe. Number 8. In my opinion, this diagram can prove extremely useful in the understanding and the teaching of realities and recognitions. In the light of Quranic allusions and spiritual knowledge, it has been explained in this diagram that the perfect man, in fact, is like the heart and mind of the external world. That is, he is the center of the universe, as well as the circumferential circle of it. In the upper part of these 7 circles, you can see a small circle. What is this? This is the universal mind of the perfect man. It is also the mind of the universe or the cosmic mind. It is also called Azal and Abad, which in fact is the same place. It is also the higher world and the world of particles. It is also the place of the ascent of certitude, Mi'raji Yaqeen, and the fountainhead of spiritual science. It is the non-spatial and non-temporal world. Here is found the knowledge and recognition of the entire universe, for it is the mind of the universe. It has many more names, but a few only are mentioned as examples. Number 9. A.D. is the symbol of ascent and descent, and the link between the heart and mind. The mind is the heaven of the personal world, and the heart is its earth. It is the natural link and order of heaven and earth that some things descend and some others ascend. Surah 34, Ayat 2. So that the law of ascending of prayer from below and the descending of mercy from above may last and continue forever. This is the explanation of the perpetual ascent and descent. Note, also, the law of inclusion and exclusion, that the entire universe and all things in it enter the blessed personality of the perfect man and become confined in him, and from here they also spread throughout the universe. Surah 57, Ayat 4. In point number 7, you can see the position of the personal world in the diagram of the universe. The universe, which revolves on the supreme circle of annihilation, fana, and survival, baqa, in many ways continues to pass through the wisdom-filled personality of the perfect man. Surah 21, Ayat 33. Number 10. With respect to spatial and bodily position, the perfect man is not the center and heart and mind of the universe. Rather, he has this position due to his being the fountainhead of intellect and soul. The honor and preference which God has given to the children of Adam alayhis salam over other creatures is based on the reality of this intellect and soul, in which after the Holy Prophet, the perfect man is the first and foremost among others. It is in his personality that recognition of what and how the superiority of the children of Adam is over other creatures, Surah 17, Ayat 70, can be attained. Number 11. The rank of perfection of humanity preceded others and will outlive others. Therefore, in the diagram, the perfect man is both the seventh and the first. Now it should be asked, why is there a ladder in the diagram? It should be remembered that the heaven is both above and below. Thus, this is the ladder of ascent, at the first step of which are the spheres, at the second, the elements, at the third, the minerals, at the fourth, the vegetables, at the fifth, the animals, at the sixth, the world of humanity, and then is the perfect man, who has climbed the ladder and reached the highest point of ascent and honor, where he has become the standard of health and invites others to that exalted place. 9 Sha'ban 1406 AH, 19th April 1986 AD. Real health. Number 1. As has already been explained, according to the wise Qur'an, the worst and the most fatal spiritual disease is unbelief and hypocrisy, which is in the hearts of the unbelievers and hypocrites. In contrast to this, the best and most salutary health, which has pure life, is in the form of submission, faith, light of knowledge and recognition, which in the Holy Qur'an is mentioned as the sound heart, Surah 26, Ayat 89, Surah 37, Ayat 84. Such a pure and illumined heart, perfectly healthy according to the standard fixed by God the Exalted, is the blessed heart of the prophets and awliya, which the people of faith can also attain through complete obedience. That is, such a sound heart with its paragon of beauty and grace can be attained only in the last station of the spiritual journey, or after climbing the ladder of ascent. A diagram of physical and spiritual creation and completion and ascent and elevation of human beings is given below. Look at it carefully. Ladder of grades. 1. Influence of spheres. 2. 4 elements. 3. Body. 4. Vegetable soul. 5. Animal soul. 6. Carnal soul. 7. Censoring soul. 8. Satisfied soul. 9. Sound heart. Number 2. The creation and development of the human personality starts from the spheres, which continue to influence the elements. The body is created from the elements. The vegetative soul comes into being in the body, upon which rests the animal soul. The carnal soul rests, Surah 12, Ayat 53, on the animal soul. If this soul is improved, it transforms into the censoring soul, Surah 75, Ayat 2, and the censoring soul, through knowledge and good deeds, becomes the satisfied soul, Surah 89, Ayat 27. And thereafter comes the sound heart, which is the ultimate and real health of human beings, and also the goal of their creation and completion. Number 3. The wise Qur'an has used many examples in order to make the human reality understandable. One of these examples is a ladder, which is extremely important. It is such a clear and understandable sign that by this, the human ascent and elevation can be definitely understood, not only by the intelligent, but by everyone. Thus, if you look at it carefully and judge realistically about yourself, then in the heart of hearts, you can be convinced at which step of this ascending ladder you have been blocked and why. This obstacle, in reality, is a hidden disease which you can cure yourself by the grace of God. Number 4. It is the usual habit of human beings that they always think of the body and forget the soul, due to which they suffer a great loss. The noble Qur'an has emphatically drawn attention towards this loss in the wisdom-filled verse. By the time, verily man is in loss, except those who believe and do good deeds, and exhort one another to truth, and exhort one another to patience. Surah 103, Ayat 3. Here in perfect faith, good deeds, truth and patience are contained all the important meanings of religion, and the one who is without these attributes is in great loss. The first and foremost loss is that they will not be able to attain the sound heart, the attainment of which includes everything. Heavenly ladder. 1. Animal soul. 2. Carnal soul. 3. Censoring soul. 4. Satisfied soul. 5. Sound heart. 6. Merging in the murshid. 7. Merging in the Prophet. 8. Merging in God. Number 5. In a sacred hadith it is said, I was a hidden treasure. I wanted to be recognized, so I created the creatures, i.e. the people of recognition, ma'arifat in particular. Ahadisi Masnawi, page 29. The purpose of this creation cannot be complete without the arifs. An arif is the one who attains the recognition of God through effacement and merging by two means. A. He merges himself in a perfect murshid who has become merged in the Prophet and God. B. Then he, by becoming merged in the Prophet, becomes merged in God and finds God as a hidden treasure. If someone, due to his self-created diseases, cannot attain this extremely great and everlasting treasure, it is his greatest loss, which has been mentioned in reference to Surah 103, ayats 1 to 3. Think about the diagram of the ladder of spiritual progress which is before you. Number 6. Which knowledge and wisdom does not exist in the Qur'an? It is a book, perfect and complete, which explains everything. Surah 16, ayat 89. Thus, in Surah 28, ayat 88, and Surah 5, ayat 27, there is the wisdom-filled allusion to merging in God, Fana fillah. It is true that the means of merging in the absolute light is the Sufic merging, which besides these verses is also mentioned in other verses of the Holy Qur'an. Number 7. Another Quranic name of ladder is Sulam, Surah 6, ayat 35, and Surah 52, ayat 38. It is called Sulam because man reaches the higher world with safety through it. Lugatul Qur'an 3, 226. This is its literal analysis. Now, on the basis of this example, we can say that there is also a heavenly spiritual ladder, which is the means of ascending towards the real health and peace, which is the level of merging in God. Merging in God has many synonyms or explanations, such as to merge in the truth, to enter the abode of peace, Surah 10, ayat 25, which is paradise, to attain the hidden treasure through the recognition of God, be martyred in the love of God and become immortal, Surah 57, ayat 19, to go to the presence of God all alone, Surah 6, ayat 94, to return unto God, Surah 2, ayat 156, Ascent of the Angels and Spirit, Surah 70, Ayat 4, and according to a sacred hadith, God becoming the ear, eye, etc. of his close servant. All these realities are related to merging in God. Number 8. The subtle existence of Adam alayhis salam and human beings is a unique thing. Even if you use all the similitudes of the world to explain whatever is unique, they will still fall short. As water does not have a fixed form of its own, therefore it will have as many different forms as the different containers in which it is poured. Thus, one of the innumerable examples of man is a ladder. That is, the perfect man in actuality and every ordinary human being potentially are like a ladder, which is set to climb to the heaven of spirituality. Certainly, in this sense, it is said that God, the Blessed, the Exalted, is the Lord of the ladders, Surah 70, Ayat 3. This becomes known to a Salik only when he attains the practical recognition of the three mergings, i.e., merging in the Murshid, merging in the Prophet, and merging in God. Number 9. It is appropriate to ask an important question here for the sake of understanding, which is, what is the salient difference between external or physical health and sickness? The answer is, A. A healthy person feels peace and comfort, while a sick person suffers pain and discomfort. B. A healthy person always receives great pleasure and happiness from each and every bounty of life, while the sick feels displeasure and deprivation in every kind of bounty. C. A healthy person accomplishes all his work diligently, but the sick cannot accomplish any work. Now the same is the case of the internal or spiritual health and sickness. However, there is one more problem about the spiritual aspect of human life, which is that the one whose thinking is confined to animal life and who is unaware of the spiritual and intellectual bounties of Islam cannot feel his internal diseases. Number 10. What is the difference between a worldly and a truly religious man? The difference between them is not external, it is internal. That is, the religious person has the soul of faith, Ruhul Iman, while the worldly one does not have it. Thus, the fortunate one, who has been revived in the soul of faith, feels or realizes his inner diseases, always searches for real health. Although real health is in paradise, it is from this world that one has to go with a healthy intellect and soul, Qalbi Salim, Surah 26, Ayat 89, to the presence of God, otherwise there will be great disappointment and regret. Number 11. It is a fact that unless a sick person feels pain, the doctor does not give him any medicine. But how is it possible to see or know or feel one's own inner diseases? It is possible to do so in the light of faith and knowledge. That is, when Muslims and mu'mins, in the light of knowledge of certainty, begin to know about the possible progress of the spirit and spirituality, and about abundant inner spiritual wealth, they can also realize why there has been a delay in attaining the hidden treasure. In short, it should be understood that confession of disobedience and repentance by a faithful servant is the feeling of sickness and having recourse to a remedy. However, in order to gain spiritual health, it is necessary to act upon repentance in a true sense. Number 12. The purpose of what has been explained in this book is to make readers realize vehemently that in comparison to external diseases, internal diseases are far more dangerous and fatal, for they are neither seen nor felt. They attack like a dangerous arch-enemy who is engaged in eradicating someone day and night through extremely secret movements. On the other hand, external diseases cannot harm faith, soul, and intellect. Rather, it is possible that God the knowing, the wise, may make such an unjust enmity extremely beneficial for the mu'min, whereas in the case of inner diseases, there is nothing but countless losses and perditions. Therefore, it is the duty of every individual Muslim to struggle strenuously, day and night, to reach the spiritual place of real health. 17 Sha'ban 1406 AH, 27th April 1986 AD. Man in the world, world in the man. Number 1. It is known to all that physically man resides in and is confined to this material world. However, very few are aware that this world, in a subtle form, is containable in man. Let us see how it is so. It should be known that the external universe is called macrocosm and man microcosm. The latter, which we can also call the personal world, is in fact the compendium of the 5 worlds: the world of wakefulness, the world of imagination, the world of dream, the world of spirituality, and the world of intellect. The diagram of this personal world is shown here. 1. World of wakefulness. 2. World of imagination. 3. World of dreams. 4. World of spirituality. 5. World of intellect. Number 2. Remember well that the external world is containable in man in many ways. That is, man, according to God's command, through his word and deed and feelings, first of all creates an individual and personal world out of this collective world, which is called the microcosm or the personal world. This is the world of wakefulness of each individual, in which are included the world of imagination, the world of dream, the world of spirituality, and the world of intellect. Number 3. The external senses, i.e. sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, are granted by God be exalted, for the purpose that every religious person, according to the requirement of religion, may create a pure and pleasant personal world of perceptible things, which is free from every kind of disease and is perfectly healthy. Thus the 5 senses are as 5 doors, through which an endless chain of subtle things of the external world enters the personal world. This is the caravan of life, and also its hustle and bustle. Number 4. In the personal world, where a great and unique kingdom is going to be established, among the countless services and meritorious deeds of the external senses rendered for it, the sense of seeing surpasses the services of all the other senses. The eye, through its informative study, which together with religious and worldly books is based on the book of the universe, continues to send the invaluable treasures of knowledge and information to the heart and mind. Everything by nature is developing. Accordingly, a true mu'min, through abundant zikr, develops his eye to such an extent that for a particular time it unites with the inner eye and becomes one with it. This is true not only of the eye, but of the other senses also. In that state, there is such a resplendent and magnificent manifestation of supernatural wonders and marvels, that the salik is drowned in bewilderment. It is a fact that in this state the eye of a true salik becomes the telescope of spirituality and the microscope of reality. Number 5. The rank of the ear follows that of the eye. The way it works from the material world to the spiritual or supernatural world is extremely amazing. It is the gate of the souls of creatures. It can hear the voice of angels. Surah 41, Ayah 30. If the spiritual revolution of someone has taken place, what cannot he hear? If the light of God becomes the eye and the ear of a close servant of God, what cannot they see, and what cannot they hear? In short, when the veil between the external and internal senses is lifted, or the wall demolished, and they unite and become one, and start to work for the construction and completion of the personal world on a large scale, the great treasures of knowledge and wisdom are obtained. Number 6. You know that from the world of wakefulness is created the world of imagination. A bright proof of this is that those things which had seen in their wakeful state are seen in their imagination. This means that things, being stripped of the material attire, fly into the world of imagination. The world of dream is created when the imagination, due to inactivity of the senses, becomes suspended for a while. Spirituality is created if dream is dissolved by enough ibadat and spiritual exercise. Initial spirituality is like a peaceful, pleasant dream, one of whose Quranic names is Nu'as, slumber. Surah 3 Ayat 154, Surah 8 Ayat 11. Finally, from the essence of spirituality is created the world of intellect, or the world of command. However, this point should be remembered forever, that what is the last is also the first, and what is in Azal is also in Abad. Number 7. In the external world, a successful diver, by diving into the ocean, can with great difficulty bring out only a few material pearls. But the Arifs of the personal world, by God's command, have attained not only the pearls of secrets, but have also poured the ocean of the universe itself in the receptacle of their existence, namely personal world. All this in fact becomes accomplished by the hand of God. Surah 21 Ayat 104, Surah 39 Ayat 67. Thus, this is the meaning of man in the world and world in the man. Number 8. God the Omnipotent, in his Godhead and kingdom, has on the one hand extended such a spacious and extensive universe, and has created so many things in it, that jinn and humankind can neither comprehend it, nor can they enumerate the things in it. But the powerful King, Surah 54 Ayat 55, himself, on the other hand, has not only folded the heavens and the earth in his blessed fist, Surah 21 Ayat 104, Surah 39 Ayat 67, but has also enumerated them all, one by one, in the number 1, Surah 72 Ayat 28, in this state, namely in the luminous fist. It should be remembered that this supreme miracle of knowledge and recognition takes place in the personal world, or the universal heart and mind of the perfect man. Number 9. The universe has countless meanings, but for the sake of brevity and ease, only 12 of them, whose benefit man receives, or is going to receive, are mentioned in the diagram on the next page. For instance, take the example of A, the throne, Arsh. If someone merges in God, the elevator of ranks, and the Lord of the throne, Surah 40, Ayat 15, they practically become like a ladder, and benefit from the secrets of the treasure of the throne. B. Throne is also the divine pen, Surah 96, Ayat 4. And the dais, Kursi, is also the guarded tablet, Surah 2, Ayat 255, Surah 85, Ayat 22. Thus, in this sense, their favours and blessings are directed towards humankind. C. There is not only sustenance in heaven, but also everything which has been promised. Surah 51, Ayat 22. D. Existence, Kainat, creatures of God, are created for the sake of the children of Adam alayhis salam, the proof of which is the honour and superiority of the children of Adam alayhis salam over others, mentioned in Surah 17, Ayat 70. Number 10. E. The heavens and the earth, namely, the entire universe, has a subtle body, which has the fifth nature, that is neither dry nor wet, neither warm nor cold, and whose breadth and vastness is equal to the universe. Surah 3, Ayat 133, Surah 57, Ayat 21. The same is the universal paradise, which is for man, and can also be brought closer. Surah 50, Ayat 31. F. There is knowledge in the exterior and interior of everything. Surah 6, Ayat 80, Surah 7, Ayat 89. And the universe, or alam, is the compendium and whole of all things. Therefore it is nothing but knowledge. Further, even with respect to its root and measure, alam is the means or instrument of acquiring ilm, or knowledge, and khatam is the instrument of putting a seal. Qamusul Qur'an, page 344. Thus, a complete model of the fountainhead of knowledge, which is in the macrocosm, is also in the microcosm, namely human being. Number 11. G. The world is the ocean of mercy, as it is the ocean of knowledge. Surah 21, Ayat 107, Surah 40, Ayat 7. And its flow is towards the world of humankind through the Holy Prophet, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the mercy for the worlds. H. The subtle body, which is also called the body of similitude, Jismi Misali, Surah 19, Ayat 17, Surah 17, Ayat 99, Surah 36, Ayat 81, is among the wonders and marvels and tremendous things of the universe. This is the Ibda'i shirt, Surah 16, Ayat 81, through which paradise is brought closer. I. There are innumerable natural resources of worldly and religious science in the exterior and interior of this universe, and the benefit of all of them is directed towards the personal soul. Number 12. J. The Holy Qur'an says that all things in the heavens and the earth, without any exception, are subjugated to real men. Surah 45, Ayat 13. This subjugation is both external and internal. The internal subjugation is that the living quintessence of the universe and the existence, namely the astral body, which is linked with the universal intellect and the universal soul, acts as the other I of man. Further, the representative souls of all things work in the personal world of the perfect man, the example of which is the kingdom of Suleiman. K. Universal or whole, kul, means the compendium of the universe, as well as the perfect man, who is the copy of the universe, and he also has many copies. Thus, God, by giving one of his copies to every mu'min, has given him everything. Surah 14, Ayat 34. Number 13. L. If you study deeply the law of treasures, in connection with the laws of the Qur'an, you can certainly find a satisfactory answer to each of your difficult questions. See how systematic and wisdom-filled is the law that all things are in the treasures of God's proximity. You can receive the things and bounties of the treasures of God according to your knowledge and recognition. Surah 15, Ayat 21. I understand that this struggle for the dissemination of knowledge is an effective persuasion, which, by being based on reality, can draw the attention of the people of wisdom towards inner health. 26 Sha'ban 1406 AH, 6th May 1986 AD. Who does God love and who does he not love? Number 1. As has already been mentioned in this book, in the light of a luminous and wisdom-filled sacred hadith, eternal salvation and complete health and peace from all inner diseases are attained only in the desired destination, namely the destination of merging, manzili fanna. This supreme and ultimate bliss is attained by those close servants of God whom he loves, and upon whom he showers the rain of his pure light until they are merged in it. Now it is most necessary to mention here the attributes of those close servants of God whom he loves, and also to mention the disease and vices of those whom he does not love. In order to know this, the study of the diagram and its explanation can be extremely useful. 1. Obedience, disobedience. 2. Goodness, badness. 3. Peacemaking, mischief. 4. Purity, impurity. 5. Repentance, sin. 6. Faith, unbelief. 7. Justice, injustice. 8. Piety, impiety. 9. Patience, impatience. 10. Trust in God, lack of trust. 11. Observance of law, transgression. 12. Humility, pride. 13. Sacrifice of wealth, extravagance. Number 2. In the diagram, the outermost circle shows Nasut, the world of humanity, the physical world, this world, in which are written 28 words, which are directly or indirectly from the wise Qur'an. 14 of these words have positive meanings, and the other 14 have negative meanings. The questions which are posed in the very beginning, i.e. in the title of the article, are answered through affirmation or negation in these words. You see here, the direction of positive meanings is towards Malakut, the world of angels, the higher world, whereas the direction of the negative ones is not so. The clear indication of this is that if a Salik really wants to reach the desired destination, he has to necessarily adopt the higher qualities. Number 3. Obedience and disobedience. In Surah 3, ayats 31 to 32, the obedience of the Holy Prophet ﷺ is considered the single condition of God's love, as the perfect faith lies in it, and also it has been emphasized that disobedience of His command is unbelief, and God does not befriend and love unbelievers. Thus, this Quranic purport is not only the main purpose of this diagram, but also the very essence of this article. The rest is only its explanation. Regarding goodness and badness, God says, "And do good, lo, God loves the ones who do good." Surah 2, ayat 195. But which good? Due to the different standards of the religions of the world, it is possible that one person may consider a thing good, whereas another may consider the same thing bad. Thus, to do good will be valid only under the obedience of the Prophet. Whatever may be contrary to this will be bad, for it will not be like the goodness which Islam approves. Surah 51, ayat 34. Number 4. Peacemaking and mischief. Peacemaking and mischief are contrary to each other. Thus, when the noble Qur'an says, "And God loves not mischief," Surah 2, ayat 205, this means that God does not love mischief makers, rather, He loves the peacemakers. For here, the meaning, i.e. love, is applied to the antonym, i.e. peacemaking, of the original word, i.e. mischief. Purity and impurity. God loves those who live clean and pure lives, externally and internally. Surah 9, ayat 108. And those who are not clean and pure, Surah 9, ayat 28, cannot attain this bliss. You know that the existence of humankind is a compendium of 3 things, body, soul, and intellect, and accordingly there are 3 kinds of purity and impurity, physical, spiritual, and intellectual. Number 5. Repentance and sin. Among those whom God loves are also those who repent in true sense. Surah 2, ayat 222. But God never loves those who persist in their sins. Surah 2, ayat 190. Faith and unbelief. All the beauties of Islam are gathered in faith, and there is nothing but vice in unbelief. Thus, when God says, God does not love the unbelievers, Surah 3, Ayat 32, it means that God certainly loves the faithful, for faith is loved from both sides, Surah 49, Ayat 7, from the side of God and from the side of His servants. Number 6. Justice and injustice. God loves those who judge with equity, Surah 5, Ayat 42. But those who do not judge with equity are not worthy of this most pure friendship, Surah 3, Ayat 57. Both equity and inequity are of two kinds, with respect to oneself and with respect to others. Piety and impiety. There is piety on one side and impiety on the other. Piety contains all the meanings of religion. Therefore, God loves the pious, Surah 3, Ayat 76. But no impious and immoral person can be a friend of God, Surah 38, Ayat 28. Number 7. Patience and impatience. Patience is among the great virtues of the prophets and awliya. It is related to both physical and spiritual kinds of calamities. Thus, the virtue of patience cannot be perfected unless a mu'min is afflicted by manifold calamities. This is extremely necessary, for God does not love the one who is not religious, patient, and grateful. Surah 3, Ayat 146. If someone during a trial shows anxiety, fear, and panic, this deprives him of the supreme bounty, namely the friendship of God. Surah 70, Ayat 20. Trust in God and mistrust. True trust in God is at the level of perfection of faith, where every perfect mu'min considers God his wakil, the one whom he trusts. And God loves and befriends such mu'mins with the utmost kindness, Surah 3, Ayat 159. But the unbelievers have no wakil, Surah 47, Ayat 11. Number 8. Observance of limits and transgression of limits. Glad tidings in any religion other than Islam is something meaningless, whereas glad tidings for the faithful in the Qur'an is practical glad tidings, in which is mentioned the meeting with the souls and angels and the attainment of the love of God in this life. Surah 41, Ayat 30, Surah 9, Ayat 112. The same glad tidings is for those mu'mins also who observe the limits, namely the laws of religion, whereas God never loves those who transgress them. Surah 5, Ayat 87. Humility and pride. In this world, poison is the most dangerous and lethal thing for every living creature. Similarly, pride is the deadly poison for ethical and spiritual life. This deadly poison has no remedy. There is but one thing which can destroy it, and that is humility. Thus, God loves the humble, but does not like the proud. Surah 22, Ayat 34. Surah 16, Ayat 23. Spending wealth in the path of God and extravagance. The wise Qur'an says, He, God, does not love the extravagant. Surah 7, Ayat 31. The clear indication of this verse is that God loves and enriches those mu'mins who do not hesitate to spend their wealth in His path. Surah 2, Ayat 261, with the everlasting wealth of His wisdom-filled love. Jihad and refusal to do jihad. As you know, jihad is in many senses. That is, there are many kinds of jihad, and each one in its own place is important. One of these is when, in order to meet the needs of the country and nation, the collective struggle of the people for progressive activities becomes like a leaden wall. God likes such a united effort. Those who do not participate in such works without a reason are like those who stay at home during jihad. Surah 61, Ayat 4. Surah 4, Ayat 95. Number 10. What a great ingratitude and negligence is on our part that we hear a lot about the light of love of God, the holy, the exalted, but we neither melt nor do we do any revolutionary work to attain it, although the entire inner healing and health lies in it, and all diseases are due to the absence of this supreme elixir. Thus, these 14 exalted attributes related to heavenly love are the signs of true health, and in contrast to them, the blameworthy attributes are certainly the inner diseases. Number 11. Divine light is a soul-nourishing and faith-illumining light, by whose effulgence the darknesses of ignorance vanish. This light is the fountainhead of pure life, namely real life. Surah 16, Ayat 97. Thus the faithful servant whom God loves becomes merged in this light and attains a new life. This is an explanation of merging in God, fana fillah. All prophets were in the rank of merging in God, and they used to invite and exhort all human beings towards this final destination without any discrimination and difference. For the guidance of every great guide is till the final destination. In other words, every prophet makes the true mu'mins of his cycle merge in God before their physical death. It is obvious that God himself is the final destination of all. Number 12. There have been many great personalities in Islam who had attained the rank of merging in God, but the world did not know who they were. According to the one who recognizes their soul recognizes their Lord. The one who cannot recognize himself cannot recognize God and his friends, awliya, also. Yet, in the religion of nature, Islam, there is no despondency from the mercy of God, for there are all the means of knowledge and recognition in it. 4 Ramazan 1406 AH, 14th May 1986 AD. Recognition of prophets and awliya. Number 1. It may occur in the hearts of some of you that some of the material in this book is not related to the subject. However, it is not so, because where the wise Qur'an, in one of the numerous aspects of its miracle of knowledge, is medicine, remedy, healing, and subject of healing, how can something which is from the Qur'an, or is said in the light of the Qur'an, be out of the context of Quranic healing? Thus, I would like to say a few words regarding the recognition of prophets and awliya, so that through their recognition, the wise people may know where the real place of inner, spiritual health is and what its fruit is. For they, the prophets and awliya, are the embodied path, the guide, as well as the best model of reaching the final destination. Number 2. You may know this fact, that every prophet is a wali also, but every wali is not a prophet. First, prophethood is superior to walayat, friendship of God. Secondly, wali means a friend of God, which does not imply the meaning of prophethood, whereas every prophet is God's friend. Thus, wherever awliya are mentioned in the Qur'an, the prophets are also included. As the Qur'an says, "Behold, surely for the friends of God there is neither fear nor do they grieve." Surah 10, Ayat 62. In this wisdom-filled verse, since the Prophet and awliya are mentioned together in the same place, accepting the responsibilities of prophethood and messengership, the rest of the treasures of the azali and abadi secrets are gathered in them, and nothing of knowledge and recognition is outside of them. Number 3. Awliya, or friends of God, with respect to walayat, are alike, but with respect to prophethood and messengership are in two groups. The first group is called prophets, and the second Siddiqeen, the truthful. Surah 4, Ayat 69. Whatever the prophets have seen, the Siddiqeen also see it. They, on the basis of the observation of the truth of certainty, Haqqul Yaqeen, testify and verify the books brought by the prophets and their miracles. Togetherness of the Siddiqeen with prophets can also be seen from the fact that after them are the Shuhada, martyrs, witnesses, and after them are the Salihin, the righteous, and finally the Tabi'een, those who follow them. Surah 4, Ayat 69. You may say that apart from the Siddiqeen and the prophets, the rest mentioned above are also among God's friends. You are quite right. However, there are levels of friendship of God, and hence the chosen friends of God are the prophets and Siddiqeen who have been mentioned above. Number 4. One of the Quranic names of Hazrati Adam alayhi salam is Nafs-e Wahida, Surah 7, Ayat 189, Surah 39, Ayat 6, on the measure of Fa'ila, which means one, and also the one who makes one. Thus, if you search carefully in the above verses, you will come to know that in the world of particles of Hazrati Adam alayhi salam, the father of humankind, the particles of the souls of all human beings had come into being, while the peace-giving existence, wujudi sakinat, of Hazrati Hawwa alayhi salam, was not yet made from him. The spirit, light, of God, which was breathed into Hazrati Adam alayhi salam, the vicegerent of God, had with it a huge world of souls and angels. This is the definition of Nafs-e Wahida. Number 5. Every prophet and perfect wali is the Nafs-e Wahida in his own time. For the spirit or light of God and the world of particles have to be there forever. A clear proof of how all human beings are in the perfect man can be found from the blessed personality of Hazrati Ibrahim alayhi salam. He was not only a believer in one God and a great messenger, but also a community obeying and recognizing God. Surah 16, Ayat 120. The community, which has been praised by God himself, was the spiritual community of the prophets and Siddiqeen, in whose representation Hazrati Ibrahim alayhi salam became the Imam of humankind in the past, the present, and the future. Surah 2, Ayat 124. Further, in this wisdom-filled successive representation, the Holy Prophet is not only the Imam of the people, of the first and the last, but also the Imam of all prophets and awliya, as he has been sent by God as a mercy for all the worlds. Surah 21, Ayat 107. It is obvious that this mercy is for every age. Thus, it is true to say that this universal mercy has continued to be spread through the chain of the prophets and awliya. Number 6. A special form of divine mercy is the Qur'an and the light of the Qur'an. Surah 10, Ayat 57. Surah 5, Ayat 15. The spirit and spirituality and knowledge and recognition of the Qur'an were also in the scriptures of the earlier communities. Surah 26, Ayat 196. And now, all of them are, in a way, in the Qur'an. Surah 5, Ayat 48. For according to the law of unity, as all the teachers of the scriptures, being transformed from one into another, are linked to their supreme luminous center, namely the Holy Prophet, all scriptures being transferred into one another are gathered in the great Qur'an. For no system can survive without the existence of a center and central pull. 7. How dear is the word sidq, truth, true, truthful. It is particularly so, as it is one of the names of the Holy Qur'an, Surah 39, Ayat 33. By Sidq is meant Sadiq, truthful, by which is meant the one who knows and explains the verities and realities of the Qur'an, and verifies them by word and deed. Siddiq is the emphatic form of Sadiq, which means extremely truthful, truthful from top to bottom, and the one who knows the verity and reality of religion from the very root and foundation of it. By this Siddiq is meant the wali whose rank is after that of the Prophet. Thus, according to Surah 4, Ayat 69, at the first step of the ladder of spiritual progress are those who obey, tabi'een. At the second step are the salihin, the righteous ones. At the third, the shuhada, the martyrs, the witnesses. At the fourth, the siddiqeen, the truthful ones. And then are the prophets, sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wasallam, who have climbed the ladder. See the diagram. Number 8. A. Whereas all people live in the world of humanity, Nasut, only the mu'mins have reached the first step of the ladder of spiritual progress and development. It is possible for them to remain there, but deviation is impossible. B. Salihin also live in the external world of humanity, with other human beings, but spiritually they have reached the world of angelicity, malakut, at the second step of the ladder, where they see the manifestations of light, and the earth of their personal world is improving. Shuhada, martyrs, witnesses, are of two kinds, external and internal. The state of external or physical martyrdom is not hidden from anyone. The internal or spiritual martyr is the one who is slain in the path of God, spirituality, in his lifetime. Or in other words, he passes through the station of Israel alayhi salam, Manzili Israeli, and starts to attain recognition of resurrection. The shuhada have reached the world of majesty, Jabarut, where there is the luminous manifestation of the divine attributes. D. Siddiq, Wali, reaches the world of divinity, Lahut, where he becomes merged in the essence of God, and where he finds the great treasure enfolded and rolled up in the hand of God, in which there are the key secrets only. Now, when such a person explains knowledge, he will speak most truly, for his knowledge is in the light of those azali and abadi secrets, which he has seen in the world of divinity. Thus, he is the Siddiq, the most truthful in this sense. E. The Prophet first attains the rank of walayat, then he succeeds to the rank of prophethood. The Prophet is commanded by God to proclaim his prophethood and to invite the people unto him. But the wali does not receive such a command. He only works under his Prophet. Prophethood came to an end with the Holy Prophet, but the chain of walayat is perpetual and everlasting. Number 9. The place of Hazrati Jibreel alayhi salam is the world of majesty, Jabarut, and he cannot go beyond that. For Jibreel alayhi salam is an angel who accompanies a prophet or a wali in his journey of ascent. However, since the world of divinity is the world of unity, the duality of two persons cannot enter it together. Therefore, only one individual can go there, being freed from everything in every respect, alone, and having become merged, as it ought to be. Number 10. One of the mentions of Hazrati Idris alayhi salam is made in the noble Qur'an in this way: O Prophet, and make mention in the scripture, Qur'an, of Idris. Lo, he was a Siddiq and a Prophet. Surah 19, Ayat 56. Such a mention is also made of Hazrati Ibrahim alayhi salam. Surah 19, Ayat 41. These examples show that every prophet first becomes a wali and then a prophet. Now, in the light of the above-mentioned diagram, an important question is answered. The question is, to what extent is the spiritual progress of a woman possible? Had a woman become a prophet at any time? If not, what was the reason for it? The answer is that there is no difference between the spiritual progress of a man or a woman, for their place of return and destination of merging is the same, which is the world of divinity, where all have to become merged individually. A bright example of the spiritual progress of women is Hazrati Maryam alayha salam, that she was a Siddiqa, namely a female wali or waliya. That is, she was among the perfect awliya. See in the above-mentioned diagram that the final destination of Siddiqeen is the destination of divinity. Thus, certainly, the pure soul of Hazrati Maryam alayha salam, a Siddiqa, Surah 5, Ayat 75, and other fortunate women like her can reach the world of divinity. In my opinion, due to this bright proof of the equity of the compassionate, Musawati Rahmani, the remaining part of the question should cease automatically. 12 Ramazan al-Mubarak 1406 AH 22nd May 1986 AD. Physical healing in the Quran. Number 1. The wise Quran is the incomparable, wisdom-filled book of God, the blessed, the exalted. This heavenly guidebook, which being based on complete and clear guidance and teachings related to the religious and worldly betterment and success of human beings, is full of wisdom-filled secrets of every kind of health and soundness. It is not only a belief, but also a fact, that the great Quran is the eternal speech and eternal treasure of God, the One. That is, where this exalted book is at the primordial light and secret of secrets in the word be, kun, and in the divine pen, and the way it is in the guarded tablet, with grandeur and luminosity. Surah 43, Ayat 4, Surah 85, Ayat 22. It is a priceless treasure at every level. Definitely you are aware of the law of treasures, Surah 15, Ayat 21, which, due to its paramount importance, is mentioned time and again, as extremely necessary laws are frequently mentioned. Since everything comes down from the treasures of God, the Exalted, therefore, from the beginning of the history of humanity till today, the way all religious and worldly sciences and arts came into existence initially, and the way they expanded and progressed, are all due to the luminous sources of the Holy Quran. Number 2. We would also like to mention here that one bright proof of the wise Quran, being incomparable and comprehensive of all the sciences, is that it has been revealed from the higher world, perfectly adorned with the characteristics, virtues, realities, and recognitions of the command be, the divine pen, the guarded tablet, and the treasures of God. Thus, truly speaking, the Holy Quran is the greatest favour of God to humankind, for it contains the most perfect guidance for the betterment and health of soul and body, and religion, and the world of human beings. Surah 16, Ayat 89. Number 3. Now we come to the core of the subject in which we have to explain, supported by evidence, how, along with spiritual healing, the secrets of physical healing are also contained in the wise Quran. In this regard, first of all, it is necessary to believe that the thing which the Quran has ordained as unlawful is harmful to the health of both body and soul, or to one of them. That which the Quran has ordained as lawful, and which is also within the limitation of moderation, does it guarantee the safety of both body and soul, or not? Although the supreme purpose of each and every command of the Quran and Islam is nothing but the pleasure of God, the great reward which is accrued from this sincere act is not only in the hereafter, but also in this world. The soul and body share together in every reward of this world. For instance, think in the light of science about the importance of purity in Islam. Or look at the postures of the prayer, namaz, such as standing and sitting, bowing and prostrating from the medical point of view. Or similarly, think about fasting in the month of Ramadan. In short, there is not a single aspect of Quranic teachings in which, in addition to the betterment of the intellect and soul, physical health is not kept in view as much as possible. Number 4. The physical healing and its great importance in the wise Quran can also be estimated from the noble verse in which God, the true wise and the absolute doctor, regarding the medicinal efficacy and benefit of honey says, "In it, honey, is healing for humankind." Nas. Surah 16, Ayat 69. It should be remembered that here the word humankind is used in an absolute sense. That is, there is no restriction and condition of time, place, age, etc. This means that it works like an elixir, not only for every kind of sick people, but is also extremely beneficial for the healthy people of every age, whether they live in hot countries or in cold regions, whether they belong to the ancient times or to the modern scientific age. Without any discrimination and difference, it is extremely efficacious and beneficial for all human beings. This also shows that it is a remedy for all diseases, for in the above noble verse it challenges every disease. Further, this point should also be mentioned here, that in the above verse attention is drawn to the medicinal efficacy and benefit of all kinds of fruits and flowers, when God, the knowing, the wise, commanded the bee, "Then eat of all fruits." Surah 16, Ayat 69. Number 5. If you reflect in the light of the Quran about the word barakat and the subject of barakat, God willing, your precious knowledge will increase greatly. The greatness of barakat is such that it is used for God Himself and His supreme name. Surah 7, Ayat 54, Surah 55, Ayat 78. Barakat means abundance of blessings and favours, and their perpetuity and continuity. Then the word Mubarak, blessed, Surah 3, Ayat 96, Surah 6, Ayat 92, is used for the Kaaba and the noble Quran. Physical barakat, blessings, are kept by God, the sustainer of the world, in mountains and in the water of rain. Surah 41, Ayat 10, Surah 50, Ayat 9. God has not called a tree, fruit and oil Mubarak directly, except the olive tree and its fruit and oil. Surah 24, Ayat 35. Certainly its allegorical meaning can be something else, but literally it means nothing but the olive tree. Thus, its barakat is entirely different from that of the mountains and water, and that is the abundance in its medicinal efficacy and powers, which you can also see in the pharmaceutical books. Number 6. There are certain secrets hidden in those things by which God has sworn in the wise Quran, such as the fig and the olive, Surah 95, Ayat 1. Several secrets are hidden in this verse. One of them is that 2 treasures of health are hidden in the fruit of fig and in the oil of olive. Number 7. All fruits contain physical healing. Therefore, they can be used for healing and cure. The proofs of this fact are: A. All fruits are revealed from the divine treasures of paradise, Surah 15, Ayat 21. B. They receive the barakat of the rain of mercy. Surah 50, Ayat 9. C. In a sense, they are tabaruk, benedictory gift, of the peaceful sanctuary, enclosure of the Kaaba. Surah 28, Ayat 57. D. It is also a great merit of the fruits that the bounties of paradise are compared with them. Surah 47, Ayat 15. E. As God rolls up the universe and makes it a hidden pearl. Surah 21, Ayat 104, Surah 39, Ayat 67. Similarly, in the external world, the divine hand, by squeezing the tasteless wood of the tree, makes it a fragrant and tasty fruit. This is a great miracle for the people of insight. Thus, that pearl is medicine for the intellect and soul, and this fruit is medicine for the body. Number 8. There are manifold barakat, plural of barakat, in the exterior and interior of mountains. Among these barakat, there are countless medicinal herbs whose wealth cannot come to an end as long as the world exists. Perhaps you may have seen an attractive spring and the freshness and succulence of wild flowers in the meadow on a mountainside. In fact, this attractive scenery of colourful flowers invites us to reflect that in each of them there is a very precious medicine, such as the wild rose, which through its language of pleasant colour and smell says, "See, there is a wealth of healing hidden in the treasure of my existence." Number 9. The Holy Qur'an says, "We cause to grow with it water, well-planted orchards, full of beauty and delight." Surah 27, Ayat 60. God be praised, the heart-soothing beauty of gardens, whether it is newly sprouted verdure or the emerald floor, flower-scattering trees and scent-sifting pleasant breeze under the cool shade, the singing of melodious birds, the swinging of the branches of the weeping willow, the swaying of the poplar. All these and many other alluring scenes are included in the beauty of a garden, seeing which the melancholy of the heart disappears. This is an essential remedy. Number 10. In order to prevent physical diseases, work, exercise and movement is extremely necessary, for the law of the Qur'an implies that the external and internal creation and completion of man is impossible without hard work and toil. Surah 90, Ayat 4. No soul is charged beyond its capacity. Surah 2, Ayat 233. When man is in the womb of a mother, the law of nature compels him to move, and when he is born, this movement, which is seemingly disorganized, increases day by day and becomes stronger and stronger. In short, the great secret of health and success is hidden in constant movement and hard work. Number 11. Some people are afraid that if they have less time to sleep at night, they will fall sick. In their case, this may be true due to their habit, but the reality is what the Qur'an teaches, that those mu'mins who cherish religious and worldly progress and success have to sleep very little. Surah 25, Ayat 64, Surah 51, Ayat 17. The same way is taught by the pure sunnat of the Holy Prophet, that particularly in the beginning, hard work is indispensable. In any case, there cannot be any disease in whatever the Holy Qur'an ordains. There is but health. Number 12. What is the greatest obstacle in the path of spiritual progress? It is the animal soul or the carnal soul, which you cannot remove, but you can purify and dissolve it by trampling on it and its desires. There are many ways of trampling on it, but the most effective method is rising at night and doing ibadat. Surah 73, Ayat 6. This method, in addition to being effective in trampling the animal soul, is also effective in straightening the speech. Here, by speech, first is meant ibadatu zikr, and secondly, every kind of speech. Not only does pronunciation become clear by the vigil of the night, but by its blessing, every kind of speech and expression also becomes purified from all kinds of slips and becomes acceptable to and understandable by all. Number 13. When you brush your teeth well, take a bath, wear clean clothes, and do ibadat in a pure and clean place, this helps you to concentrate and attain more and more pleasure from it. What is the secret of such a spiritual sweetness and pleasure in which the help of material things is sought? The secret is that, so long as the soul is in this world, it is linked with the body, and so long as the body is alive, it is with the soul. Thus, it is necessary that the body in all its work should receive help from spiritual health and purity, and the soul from physical health and cleanliness. Number 14. The physical and spiritual health and spiritual wisdom lie in that you should remember God in the evening and sleep on time and be grateful to God, the Great, the Exalted, for the great favour that He, the Benevolent, in His infinite mercy, has appointed Hazrati Israel alayhi salam to make you sleep, and Hazrati Israfil alayhi salam to wake you up. If you obey God and the Prophet in true sense, you will certainly see how miraculously they become your friends. Surah 21, Ayat 103, Surah 41, Ayats 30 to 31. You should work hard in the beginning, and according to the Suratul Muzammil, you should get up at midnight, or a little bit before or after. It should be noted that tenderness of the heart is extremely necessary in order to forget things other than God and to be lost in His name. According to the proverb, a handful out of a heap, we have confined ourselves to citing only a few examples of physical healing in the Quran. Wa as-salam, 18 Ramazan al-Mubarak, 1406 AH, 28th May, 1986 AD. Some important suggestions. Number 1. Every Muslim believes in and is certain of the sublime paradise, the way it has been praised and described in wisdom-filled words in many places in the wise Quran. Yet, there is still a supreme rank which is far better and greater than paradise. Can you tell us what that rank is? Yes, it is the pleasure of Allah, Rizwan, Surah 9, Ayat 72. How can the pleasure of Allah be attained? It can be attained through acting upon every command of God and the Prophet with such a pure intention that except the pleasure of God, no other purpose has been taken into consideration. This is called the purity of intention, namely the purity and soundness of the will of heart. Indeed, according to a hadith of the Holy Prophet, the rightness and wrongness of actions depend on the intentions. Thus, the root and foundation of every good deed is intention, followed by speech, and then action. Number 2. In order to attain good success and guidance of the heart from God, Surah 11, Ayat 88, Surah 64, Ayat 11, you should pray not only after every namaz, daily prescribed prayer, but also all the time. During the prayer, extreme humility and expression of indigence is necessary, so that no trace of ill will may remain in the heart, and then recourse may be taken to the divine court. You can also pray in your own tongue, so that the heart may melt due to the painful supplication according to your state, and God, the Benevolent, may have mercy upon you due to this condition. However, the point that as far as the sacred essence of God, the Exalted, is concerned, there is no change in it should be remembered. It is not the case that sometimes he becomes angry and sometimes he has mercy. This change, according to the states of the people, takes place in those rays of the light of God which continue to fall on the heart and mind of every human being. Thus, during prayer, if you have serious giriyauzari, or your heart becomes softer and softer, then you should be sure that God the Exalted casts the glance of mercy upon you. Number 3. If people praise you for certain virtues, then shedding tears of gratitude, you should drown yourself in the ocean of the safety of humility, so that you may not suffer from the disease of pride and vanity. If people oppose you, you should follow the path of having patience. In every circumstance, you should remember God abundantly, for it is He in whose hand is everything, and it is He who is the wise. And there is the proverb, God may create an evil in which lies our goodness. That is, God is so powerful that if He wills, He can create good even from evil. Number 4. You can cure your intense anger in several ways. A. The anger which hurts the heart and is severe and futile is dangerous. The cure of such anger is necessary, which you should do by learning tolerance, otherwise its consequences can be bad. B. Ire and fury is like a bitter medicine, which you should continue to swallow every time. As it is said, if you wish to be cured, then drink bitter medicine. You should study Surah 3, ayats 133 to 134, carefully, that the paradise which is equal to the universe is prepared for the righteous, some of whose prominent qualities are those who spend in ease and in adversity, those who control their wrath and are forgiving towards humankind. God loves those who do good. In this manner you should continue the course of cure of your anger for 40 days. God willing, your anger will be appeased to a great extent. If the goal is not achieved in one course, you can repeat it. Number 5. Number 40 has immense importance in the religion of Islam and in the Noble Qur'an. One reason for its importance is that the entire human body is renewed in the duration of 40 days. That is, each and every particle or each and every cell is made anew. This process of dilapidation and construction of human existence is lifelong. Thus, if a faithful servant, in addition to fulfilling obligatory duties, remembers God abundantly in a special manner, or does ittikaf, or does some hidden ibadat, it is hoped that some kind of change will occur in him, for in these 40 days both body and soul become cleansed. Number 6. He whose knowledge is limited becomes the well-wisher of a few people, but he whose knowledge is extensive can be the well-wisher of all people, such as the great angels, who are living treasures of knowledge and wisdom. They are the well-wishers of all the people of the earth, without any difference and discrimination. For they seek forgiveness for all of them, Surah 52, Ayat 5, and intercede for them, Surah 53, Ayat 26. Although this law stands in its own place, that the final decision is made by God Himself. In short, you should keep extending the circle of well-wishing with the increase of knowledge. Number 7. You should be the well-wisher of Muslims in particular, for they believe in the Holy Prophet with soul and heart, and also believe in the command of the Holy Qur'an that he has been sent by God, the Great, the Exalted, as a mercy for all worlds, Surah 21, Ayat 107, by which are meant all human beings. This means that the Holy Prophet, through the mediation of all prophets, is the mercy for the human beings of all ages. Yet you may ask this question: without differentiating between believers and unbelievers, and despite the eternal existence of paradise and hell, How is it possible for him to be a mercy for all people equally? My answer to this question is that there cannot be any doubt for a Muslim in what God has said about believers and unbelievers and paradise and hell. Yet it is also a Quranic proof that the Holy Prophet is a mercy for the entire world of humanity. It is my suggestion that you should reflect profoundly on Surah 11, ayats 107 to 108. God willing, you will find the answer to your question to the fullest satisfaction. Number 8. An accurate translation of the above wisdom-filled verses is, they will always abide in it, hell, so long as the heavens and the earth endure save for that which your Lord wills. Lo, your Lord is doer of what he wills. As for those who will be blessed, they will be in paradise, abiding there so long as the heavens and the earth endure save for that which your Lord wills. They will be granted a gift which shall never be cut off. Surah 11, ayats 107 to 108. Number 9. In order to reflect and ponder on the above-mentioned verses, it will be more appropriate if we use the method of question and answer. For instance, A. Is God's command in the verses in question applicable to the macrocosm or to the microcosm or to both? It is applicable to both of them. Why? Both are under the same law of God, the One. B. If that is the case, then we have to take into consideration the realities and recognitions of the personal world also. For whatever symbol, misal, is in the personal world, or microcosm, the object, mamsul, of it is in the macrocosm. C. What is the duration of hell in this noble verse? So long as the heavens and the earth will remain, hell will remain. D. Is there any such allusion in this verse which implies that the external and the internal universes will be annihilated one day, or it will be rolled up in the hand of God? Yes, such an allusion is there. E. Will the age of hell not come to an end in such a case? Yes, it definitely will. Number 10. In the example of the personal world, when God, the Great, the Exalted, rolls up the heaven and the earth in his right hand, Surah 21, ayat 104, Surah 39, ayat 67, it is the day in which hell becomes extinct and paradise is brought near, Surah 50, ayat 31. For whatever is in the hand of God is the good and the kingdom of paradise, Surah 3, ayat 26, Surah 36, ayat 83. He does not hold hell in his blessed fist, for it is evil. Thus he eventually destroys evil and falsehood. Surah 21, ayat 18. Number 11. If we understand this law of the glorious Qur'an, that the journey of everything is circular, Surah 21, ayat 33, Surah 36, ayat 40, we have to accept that as the people were one community sometime in the past, Surah 2, ayat 213, similarly, they will be united again in the future. Further, as they were a single individual in Azal, they will be the same in Abad also, Surah 6, ayat 94. Furthermore, there is also a great wisdom hidden in this point, that the word insan in the wise Qur'an, which is singular, is revealed usually in this form, except in Surah 25, ayat 49, in which it is revealed in the plural form as anasi, where all human beings are exhorted, making them liable to one habit, and attaching them to one single I, ana. Islam is a universal religion, perhaps because of the fact that human unity has paramount importance in it. Thus, the well-wishing of all human beings is among the higher qualities of mu'mins. Number 12. The great secret of well-wishing of all people is in the blessed verse, Surah 4, ayat 85. Whoso makes a good intercession will have a share in it, and whoso makes a bad intercession will have a part of it. What is a good intercession? It is a well-wishing of people, prayer for betterment and service of humanity, namely intention, speech and action. If such an intercession is made in the light of knowledge, it can be more profitable. It is obvious that whoever will make such an intercession will benefit from it. What is a bad intercession? It is malevolence, taunts and curses, brawling, imprecation, mischief and destruction. Whoever will be guilty of making such an intercession will suffer from it. Number 13. May God save us from ethical diseases such as jealousy, enmity and rancor. Every such disease is a heavenly punishment which befalls due to disobedience. Thus wise mu'mins are those who make their heart the abode of divine remembrance and well-wishing. No bad thought can enter such a heart. If by accident it does enter, it cannot stay there. For divine remembrance is the torrential source of blessings. Surah 55, Ayat 78, Surah 29, Ayat 45. With whose inundating flow everything is swept away, and nothing can cross these waves and reach the heart. This happens only when the supreme name of God, the Great, the Exalted, due to abundant remembrance, causes resurrection. Number 14. As long as you live, keep the mighty book, Qur'an of God, the Exalted, close to your heart, with faith and respect. Act upon its teachings, with heart and soul. Continue doing spiritual exercise as it ought to be done, to understand its wisdom-filled wisdoms, and thus be aware of the secrets of Quranic healing. If you attach yourself to the Holy Qur'an, and serve it in this tormented age, it is not strange that God the Exalted may shower his favours upon you in both worlds as a reward of this good deed. The reward of the service of the Qur'an is extremely tremendous. Number 15. There are as many subjects in the wise Qur'an as there are different meanings of words with respect to root. Even if a word is not frequently used and is used only once or twice, still it is a complete subject, for every Quranic word has synonyms relating to its form and meaning. Thus it is a great miracle of the noble Qur'an that it contains the explanation of everything. Surah 16, Ayat 89. My last suggestion is that you should consider the Holy Qur'an to be a wisdom-filled and unprecedented university of God, and continue to study its realities and recognitions, step by step, with the concept of progression, so that you may attain complete healing. Ameen. 28 Ramazan al-Mubarak, 1406 AH, 7th June 1986 AD. Spiritual healing and firm belief. Aqidah. Number 1. The first and basic condition of spiritual or Quranic healing is firm belief. That is, only those fortunate people who believe in all the blessings of the Holy Qur'an and its spirituality can benefit from divine medicine. Those who have no belief in it and no love for it are far away from its treasures. Every bounty of religion and spirituality depends on the belief in the oneness of God and messengership, Risalat, and without it, in true sense, there is no bounty anywhere else. Now consider carefully the point that in order to recognize every great thing and to benefit from it, there are several stages or grades. Thus, the first stage of Quranic favors and blessings is correct and firm belief. The second is knowledge of certainty, ilmul yaqeen. The third is the vision, or the eye of certainty, ainul yaqeen. And the fourth and last is the truth of certainty, haqqul yaqeen. Thus, in the light of this explanation, not only do we know the endless treasures of Quranic cure and healing, but also the spirit and spirituality of the final book of God, the Blessed, the Exalted, and its greatness and majesty. Number 2. Firm belief, in fact, is another name of the initial and basic faith, Iman, which gradually progresses and becomes the light of faith at the level of perfection. Surah 49, Ayat 7, Surah 57, Ayat 12. On the other hand, it should also be remembered that faith is called certainty when it reaches the level of knowledge, such as knowledge of certainty, the eye of certainty, and the truth of certainty. Further, certainty becomes recognition, ma'arifat, when the eye of the heart opens. Thus, on the highest level, light of faith, light of certainty, and light of recognition are one and the same reality. Number 3. Here we need to mention a Quranic example which shows that faith initially means belief and trust, and the same faith after progressing through the stages of knowledge and practice is also called certainty and recognition. For there is the direct observation of realities in the stage of the vision of certainty. That example is, "And when Ibrahim said unto his Lord, My Lord, show me how you give life to the dead. He said, Do you not believe? Awalam tumin? He said, Yes, but I ask in order that my heart may be satisfied. Liyatma'inna. Surah 2, Ayat 260. This shows that, although from the beginning to the final stage, there is nothing but faith, Iman, it has several stages, in which first is firm faith, and the last is certainty and recognition. As it is said about the certainty of Hazrat Ibrahim alayhis salam, and thus we continue to show Ibrahim the spiritual kingdom of the heavens and the earth, that he may be of those who possess certainty. Muqinin, Arifin, Surah 6, Ayat 75. Thus, this is a bright Quranic proof that firm belief is the basic faith, and the perfect faith is both perfect certainty and recognition. Number 4. In order to reflect upon the fundamental importance of firm belief and the usefulness of its ascent and upliftment, a diagram is presented below. Number 5. This is the diagram of the ascent of belief, namely the diagram of ascent and upliftment of faith and soul of every firm believer. In this diagram, there is a ladder of ascent also, on the first step of which is firm belief, on the second, the knowledge of certainty, on the third, the vision of certainty, and on the fourth step, where there is the center of light, the truth of certainty. It should also be seen that firm belief, which means faith, is from the beginning to the end in all the stages. But knowledge and certainty start from the second stage and reach the last stage, light. As for observation and recognition, they start only from the third stage. It should be remembered that observation and its fruit, i.e. recognition, are in two grades. The first belongs to the soul and the second is related to the model of intellect. Number 6. Firm belief is necessary and important because the root and foundation of religion is based upon it. Therefore, belief should be free from any defect and no room should be left in it for crookedness. As Nagmah-yi says, if the mason lays crooked the first brick, the wall becomes crooked till the Pleiades. Thus, to believe in the noble Qur'an and to have love for it means to have recourse to this heavenly hospital where there is every kind of healing. Number 7. Ilmul Yaqeen, knowledge of certainty, and Ainul Yaqeen, vision of certainty, are mentioned in Surah 102, ayats 5 to 7, and Haqqul Yaqeen, truth of certainty, in Surah 56, ayat 95, and Surah 69, ayat 51. The purpose of quoting these references is that it is extremely necessary to see correct beliefs in the light of knowledge of certainty. Otherwise, Satan can cause the disease of doubts. The defeat of Satan lies in your becoming well equipped with the arms of knowledge of certainty. Further, knowledge of certainty is also extremely necessary because without it, you cannot enter the stage of vision of certainty. The knowledge which has been praised in the Holy Qur'an starts from the knowledge of certainty, Surah 102, ayat 5. This means that it is this knowledge through which all external doubts and ambiguities disappear. Number 8. Ainul Yaqeen, or the eye of certainty, is the name of the eye of the heart, or the inner eye. If, as a result of divine mercy and knowledge and good deeds, the eye of your heart opens and you see light, then you should never consider it an ordinary bounty. This is like your birth in the spiritual world, where all great spiritual bounties are gathered. As when a child is born in the external world, he has access to many material bounties. Similarly, at this place of spirituality, you have access to paradise and every bounty of it. Thus, congratulations to you. This is the opportunity to attain happiness and healing from many diseases. Nonetheless, you should not forget the point that the extremely dazzling, colourful light which is in this stage is not only bright guidance, which indicates that you should go further, but also the greatest trial and the final obstacle. Surah 67, ayat 5, Surah 72, ayat 8. Therefore you should pray with utmost humility that may God, the Great, the Exalted, help and guide you and make you reach the desired destination. Ameen. Number 9. What and why are those wonders and marvels, these torrential clouds of light, these shining waves, these trees from each of whose leaves burst rainbow-like light, these luminous flowers whose manifestation changes every moment, these sun-like particles, these paradise-like pleasant scenes which change their manifestation momentarily, this brilliant and radiant but silent world of secrets, and these innumerable great miracles of the world of imagination of your personal world. This is the spirit and spirituality of the Holy Qur'an, and these miracles have appeared by God's command, so that you may be healed from the numerous diseases of doubts and ambiguities at the place of the eye of certainty, and go further ahead of this stage with sincere gratitude. Number 10. Haqqul Yaqeen, or the truth of certainty, namely the fundamental reality of certainty, by which is meant the light of the Qur'an, Surah 56, ayat 95, Surah 69, ayat 51. Haqqul Yaqeen is everything, such as light of intellect, light of recognition, light of certainty, light of knowledge, light of faith, light of Azal, light of Muhammad, sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wasallam. Since truth of certainty is the centre of the subtle, non-material existence and quintessence of the external world, and as well the wisdom-filled model of the blessed fist of God giving and taking, hence it is the Azali fountainhead of all things on the one hand, and on the other the Abadi compendium, rather the unity of all things, realities. Thus it is this pearl which the divine hand unfolds in the form of heaven and earth and everything, and then rolls it up. Number 11. Taking pride in our partial intellect, we say that everything except light has a shadow. However, the wise Qur'an alludes that light also has a shadow of its kind. By this, we come to know that the shadow of light is reflection, as the reflection of the sun takes place in a mirror. Thus, see carefully in these two wisdom-filled verses, Surah 25, ayats 45 to 46, where exoterically it is the mention of the shadow of body, but esoterically it is the mention of the shadow of light. That is, God, the Blessed, the Exalted, by extending the reflection of the light of Azal, created the heavens, the earth, and all creatures. If He wills, He makes it still, so that the secret may not be divulged, or if He wills, the sun of light rises and things are recognized in its light. Then He very easily rolls up to Himself the collective shadow, which in fact is one reflection. Surah 25, ayats 45 to 46, Surah 21, ayat 104, Surah 39, ayat 67. So that it may be recognized how everything other than the essence of God perishes. Surah 28, ayat 88, Surah 55, ayats 26 to 27. Number 12. In Surah 16, ayat 81, God says, "And God has made for you shadows from His creature of Azal." That is, He has created for each one of you a personal world, and in this personal world, an image of His living light, so that when the time comes, this hidden treasure may prove itself to be the higher I, Anayi Ulwi, of the Mu'min who recognizes God. The proofs of this reality are: A. First of all, it is necessary to know that the people of faith are addressed in this noble verse. Therefore, the favour which is mentioned here is not common but special. For God, the knowing, the wise, does not speak of a thing as a favour given to believers, in which the unbelievers and animals also share. B. Although every creature has a shadow, there are higher and lower grades of creatures, and therefore the most useful shadow for the Muslims is the one which is related to the highest creature, which is the light of Azal. C. Although from one aspect we can say that minerals, vegetables, and animals, etc. are also creatures, but the absolute Creator praises Himself, Surah 23, ayat 14, only when He creates a thing on the perfect level of creation, because He has created such a thing in true sense and as the first and last creature. This means that the creature in whose shadow of affection the intellect and the soul find peace and comfort is the most perfect and the supreme and also the means of absolute healing. Number 13. If an Aziz asks, what is the nature and reality of Azal with reference to the Qur'an and the personal world? Or how can it be conceived? I would say, with reference to both, Azal is the name of the negation of external time. It is contrary to the external time, for in it there is not the movable time, namely past, present and future. It is immovable time, where there is always such a demonstration in it, in which Azal and Abad are one reality, and Ibda and Inbi'as are one manifestation, as if the folding and the unfolding of the universe always and every time happens together in the twinkling of an eye, which is the act of the word kun, be. Surah 54, ayat 50. Read this book carefully and minutely, and try to understand the diagrams well. God willing, you will attain healing. 9 Shawwal 1406 AH, 17th June 1986 AD. The concept of the waves of light. Number 1. It has already been mentioned that belief, namely the faith of a staunch Muslim, turns into light when it reaches the level of perfection. Thus, To imagine light or to conceive the waves of light at any initial stage is a part of faith. It should be remembered that there are many potentialities hidden in the human existence. Among them, the faculty of imagination and conception is extremely important, because of the fact that it is linked to the observation of light after making certain progress. Thus, the conception of the waves of light is an extremely useful shugul, contemplation of God. Further, this highly important shugul should be made through a matsura, a prayer which has been transmitted from the Prophet or the Imams, related to seeking light in the light of knowledge and wisdom. Take, for instance, the following prayer, which Imam Ja'afar as-Sadiq alayhi salam used to recite after every morning prayer, Salah. Allahumma ja'alli nuran fi qalbi, wa nuran fi sam'i, wa nuran fi basari, wa nuran fi lisani, wa nuran fi sharri, wa nuran fi bashari, wa nuran fi lahmi, wa nuran fi dami, wa nuran fi izami, wa nuran fi asabi, wa nuran bin bayni yadayya, wa nuran min khalfi, wa nuran an yamini, wa nuran an yasari, wa nuran min fawki, wa nuran min tahti. O Allah, make for me a light in my heart, and a light in my ear, and a light in my eye, and a light in my tongue, and a light in my hair, and a light in my skin, and a light in my flesh, and a light in my blood, and a light in my bones, and a light in my nerve, and a light in front of me, and a light behind me, and a light on my right side, and a light on my left side, and a light above me, and a light below me. The Ayam 1:167. Number 2. The above-mentioned blessed prayer on the one hand reveals how great the need of the waves of light is for the health and soundness of the human intellect, soul and body. And on the other hand, it can be estimated that this wisdom-filled prayer, although initially is like a belief, hope and concept, gradually becomes a practical reality for a mu'min. As it reveals from Surah 57, Ayat 12, when the light of faith becomes perfect, it runs in front and on the right side of the mu'min men and mu'min women. In that state, every such mu'min becomes a proof of the above prayer. That is, he becomes surrounded from 6 sides by the circle of the waves of light. The appearance of light from the front is the sign of perfection. It is the wisdom-filled principle of the wise Qur'an that it mostly covers lower and subsidiary teachings by speaking about the highest teaching. Number 3. When the glorious Qur'an says, Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth, Surah 24, Ayat 35, according to the people of wisdom, by this significant verse, the concept of the entire universe, wherein man is also necessarily included, becomes like a large ball of iron, which has become red in the glowing fire. If this concept can be understood only at the place of truth of certainty, haqqul yaqeen, then let us give you a concept of the vision or the eye of certainty, ainul yaqeen. Consider that the divine light is an endless and unfathomable ocean in which everything of the heaven and the earth is immersed, and man swims in it like a fish. There is a great difference between these two examples. In the former, the iron which has become hot and red, in a sense has become merged in the fire, whereas in the latter, the fish which swims in the water has not become merged in the essence of the water. Number 4. Now let us explain the same point in the light of knowledge of certainty, ilmul yaqeen, so that it may be easily understood. In this connection, first and foremost, it is extremely necessary to understand the nature and essence of light. For light does not mean only the one which is for the inner eye. Rather, its form and action are in accordance with the need of each of the external and internal senses. A small example of it can be given from a powerhouse, which does not only provide electricity for a city, but also does many other important and useful works. Thus, the light of guidance, which is required by the heart and brain, is in the states of intellect and understanding, and knowledge and wisdom. The light which is ordained for the external and internal ear is in different states of the blessed voice. The light of the external eye and internal eye is undoubtedly the light which is related to observation. The light which the tongue needs is in the state of extraordinary power of speech. This is the description of the waves of light. Number 5. There cannot be any doubt and ambiguity about the authenticity and wisdom of the above-mentioned prayer of light. Certainly, it is extremely coherent and systematic, and an excellent example of comprehensiveness and perfection. On the whole, the health and peace of intellect, soul, and body is sought in this prayer. Here, an important question arises. Is there need of separate lights for the hair, skin, flesh, blood, bones, and nerves of man also? Yes, why not? Since the structure, action, and need of each of the parts of a body are separate and specific. Since hair is a conspicuous sign of the existence of the vegetative soul in the human body, therefore, the vegetative soul is in need of the light of guidance separately. It has to work in the entire body with sound health and cleanliness. It has to grow a certain substance in the form of hair, and also there is an indication to botany in it. Number 6. The description of the light which is fixed for the skin is extremely interesting. Thus, one of the waves of this light has frozen at the outer part of the human skin. This frozen light is particularly found on the face. Had this light of face not been there, Adam alayhis salam and his children would not have had any relation with the form or image of the Compassionate, Surati Rahman. When the faithful servant smiles, being pleased by the good news of the Qur'an and Islam, then you should understand that there is a wave of light on his face. If he becomes serious, being concerned about religion, then this is another wave of light. If a fortunate mu'min sheds tears in the love of the Holy Prophet and for the sake of spiritual progress, this is a third wave of light. This wave is very powerful, and it is expected that it may cause a revolution in his personal world. Moreover, look in Surah 39, Ayat 23, so that you may be sure of the miracles of the light of skin, and may attain the wealth of external and internal healing. Number 7. Flesh is the main source of physical strength. Therefore, it needs the light of guidance, so that it may remain safe and sound from every evil, wickedness, and sickness, and a preponderance and inclination towards patience, worship, and goodness may be created in it. There are many signs of the running of the waves of light in the flesh of a true servant of God, such as feeling of a spiritual current, overpowering ecstasy or tenderness of the heart due to the influence of the remembrance of God and the discourse of knowledge of certainty, ecstasy due to divine love, the purifying quake, Zalzala-yi Tuhur, as a result of the successful abundant remembrance of God. The purifying quake is a bodily miracle which is mentioned in 5 places in the Holy Qur'an. This agitating light, i.e. quake, continues to occur long before the stage of Israel, alayhis salam, Manzili Israeli, and full-fledged spirituality, when a dervish or Sufi, after abundant remembrance of God, lies down in the state of half-sleep. It should also be noted here that flesh is the soul and the earth of the personal world, skin its surface, hair its vegetables, blood its water, nerves its waterways, i.e. streams, canals, etc., and the bones its mountains. Number 8. One extremely important and wisdom-filled example. How is the wheat ground and turns into flour in the watermill? The grindstone, revolving with its weight, grinds it. What makes the grindstone revolve? The machinery which is set up under it. What is the moving force of the machinery? Waterfall which falls on the wheel. What pushes the waterfall? The water of the canal. What is the source of the water of the canal? The water of the stream. What is the source of the stream? Reservoirs of water in the mountains. What are their sources? Snow, rain, clouds, ocean, and the sun. What is the cause of this amazing and wonderful act of the sun? The pressure of the all-encompassing soul, universal soul, supreme soul, which constantly falls on the universe and causes the ether of the centre of the universe to dissolve and transform into a candescent gas called the sun. By whose command does the universal soul or the soul of souls perform this act? By God's command, the blessed, the exalted. From this example, the law becomes clear that God is the causer of causes. That is, He has created many causes for the completion of every act. In this chain of causes, after every cause, appears another greater cause until the people of insight become sure of the higher causes and the causer of the causes. Number 9. The purpose of the above example is that all the causes and means of cure and healing are created by God. It is necessary to see in this how we can remember God more and more, and what are the means through which we can recognize Him. However, despite this fact, His all-embracing mercy allows that each individual, according to his knowledge and capacity, can use any of these causes and means. Number 10. The need of the continuous waves of light for the movement and circulation of blood is because of the fact that without them, its system of circulation does not act according to the internal health. An external example of which is the way water revolves on a circle, such as the chain of the meeting of rivers with ocean, creation of vapour from the ocean, the creation of the clouds from the vapour, and the creation of rain from the clouds, and the creation of rivers from the rain. All this is due to the power and energy of the material light, i.e. the sun. Similarly, through the help of the waves of the internal light, blood can circulate in the human body without any defect and sickness. The sun of the personal world is the heart, and the wisdom of the prayer of light says that the circulation of spiritual blood, i.e. light, is possible only if there is light in the heart. Number 11. There can be a disease in the bones too. Therefore, to prevent or cure it, they also need the light of health and healing. One of the numerous great miracles of the light through which the perfect men pass is related to the bones. That is, they recite the tasbih, glorification of God, in harmony with them, as the mountains of their personal world, as mentioned in the Quranic story of Hazrati Dawood, alayhi salam. Surah 21, Ayat 79, Surah 34, Ayat 10, Surah 38, Ayat 18. Moreover, the bone of the forehead is the Mount Sinai of the personal world, which is the place of the truth of certainty, where there is nothing but miracles. Number 12. The importance of nerves is that they, in addition to being like the waterways, are also the means of communication, through which the cells and parts of the entire body receive every message and command of the heart and mind. Thus the need is to generate a source of light in the heart, so that from it the healing waves of light may run in the entire body through the nerves. In order to attain this goal, according to the guidance of the Qur'an, God is remembered abundantly. For while acting upon the commandments of religion, by doing the ibadat of the heart day and night in the light of the knowledge of certainty, the waves of light are conceived automatically, in which lies the secret of the health of intellect, soul and body. 22 Shawwal, 1406 AH, 30th June 1986 AD. Healing through the movement of feet. Number 1. In this material world, no such miraculous or talismanic medicine has been invented, which despite being one only, can cure man from all kinds of physical diseases. For physically, it is impossible to cure numerous kinds of diseases unless numerous kinds of medicines are available. However, it is only the wise Qur'an, each of whose alchemic prescriptions is so miraculous that in it, in addition to complete healing of all the intellectual and spiritual diseases, there is also complete healing of a great many physical diseases. Therefore, each of all of those prescriptions which have been recorded in this book of Quranic healing should be taken as a universal healing, so that this sacred and blessed way of healing may be understood extensively. Number 2. Let us discuss the way of healing through raqs, or the movement of feet, in the light of Quranic and spiritual science. Raqs is a Quranic word which has several meanings, such as to run, to move feet, to repel or remove, to spur a horse, to flutter, to run away swiftly, to trample earth or a cloth with feet, etc. Misbahul Lugat al-Munjid, Maddul Qamus. Since it is among the wisdom-filled words of the wise Qur'an, therefore it is not strange that in its external and internal meanings there are allusions to the medicinal exercises of feet, etc. It is certainly so. Number 3. It has been mentioned in the subject of the concept of the waves of light that there is a dire need of light for the feet of every mu'min too. Thus, accordingly, a spiritual current enters through the feet also. A clear allusion to this reality is in Surah 5, Ayat 66, that in the particles of the soul which enter the body through the feet, there is subtle nourishment as well as spiritual medicine. Study carefully the Quranic story of Hazrat Ayyub, alayhi salam, Surah 38, Ayat 42, that by God's command, he struck the earth with his foot, and a spring of cool water gushed out, not only externally, but also internally, by using which his disease disappeared. The internal cool water, which is for the heart and mind, batin, is the light of complete health. Number 4. There are many kinds of movement of the feet. If you wish, you can adopt any systematic exercise. But in order to perfect and benefit from any exercise, it is extremely necessary to accomplish 5 acts together: remembrance of God, movement of feet, listening to the remembrance with the ear, observing the movement with eyesight, and doing all these in harmony. That is, these things should not be separate, rather they should be harmonious with the melody of the divine remembrance, so that this state may create humility and tenderness, or it may create ecstasy. You must never do this exercise with half-heartedness and uncertainty. Rather do it resolutely and with complete certainty. God willing, you will be successful. Raqs. 1. Sit comfortably on a chair or sofa in such a way that most of your weight should fall on the chair or sofa, and the soles of your feet touch the floor easily, both hands on the knees and the eyes on the feet. Now seeking the success and help from the exalted court of God may his glory be exalted, with utmost humility, start to recite this extremely sacred remembrance, which is an angelic melody of divine love and the means of the flight of angels in the heart of hearts. Hu, Yahu, 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 Hu, Yahu, Yahu, Yahu. It should be remembered that in the boxes 2, 4, 6, 8, the A of Ya should be pronounced short, but in the boxes 3 and 7, it should be pronounced long. Thus, you should start to recite this most beautiful name of God, the Great, the Exalted, in the heart and mind with thousands of hopes, and let your feet participate in this divine love with you, and do this sacred and wisdom-filled remembrance with a special sufic and ecstatic movement, until the wave of light or the additional soul, Ruhi Izafi, begins to come to them, whose signs you will definitely realize. After some days or weeks or months, with respect to your exercise, you may think that a Muslim jinn has entered your feet and has become intoxicated and enraptured in this animated, convivial assembly of this wisdom-filled remembrance, and in this state of ecstasy and rapture is doing strange movements. If an inexperienced and ignorant person sees you in this state, he will immediately think that here is a person who is engrossed in dancing unexpectedly. Although it is not at all a worldly dancing, it is rather the state of raqs and ecstasy. If someone wants to call it dancing of bismil, raqs-i bismil, i.e. writhing of an animal being slaughtered, he can say so. If this actually happens to you, then you are very fortunate. Raqs 2. While continuing your spiritual exercise in the above-mentioned way, this time let the fingers of both your hands participate in this sacred and blessed zikr of movements, so that the 20 fingers of both hands and feet, which are 4 groups of 5, sway to and fro by being intoxicated and enraptured by this cry, Na'ra, Yahu, whose echo comes back from the heaven. Since the fingers of hands can easily move in every direction, therefore those innumerable cells which are in deep sleep like a rabbit can wake up and stretch, which enraptures the zakir with pleasure and happiness. The pleasure attained by healthy stretching is due to the breaking of the rigidity of cells. If this happens by the remembrance of God, indeed you are lucky. Raqs 3. Lie down on your back comfortably in a sleeping position on a bed or on the floor, and start the same exercise, and move all the fingers of hands and feet in harmony with this special and systematic zikr, and try to cause the current of spiritual electricity to run through them. It is obvious that in this position you will not be able to easily see the feet. It does not matter. In this position, keep your eyes on the hands. If there is the darkness of night or due to the cold you have to hide your hands under a blanket, etc., you should observe your exercise with the eye of imagination. God willing, due to this extremely beneficial exercise, in addition to improvement of the physical and spiritual health, every difficulty will also be easy. Some of our dear trainees or readers may ask why feet are so important. How can their body and soul attain such great benefits from the above-mentioned exercise? Do the feet also need a zikr apart from walking after good deeds, even to the extent of getting blisters or cracking? The answer to this important question, from the physical point, is that a cart has 2 wheels, a boat has 2 oars, one on each side, a bird has 2 wings, and an aeroplane has 2 engines. The importance of these things is obvious. The human feet, however, have far more importance than these things. For man is the most noble of creatures. If the wheel of a cart comes off, it does not matter. It can be replaced. But if a disease attacks a human foot, then this causes a great problem, rather a great danger. The fear of the disease of feet can be because they, in comparison to the other limbs, are farther from the heart, due to which the speed of circulation of blood becomes slow, and the natural heat and oxygen decrease. This happens only to those who do not have any opportunity of walking and running. Thus for them this is not only an exercise of the feet, but also an extremely excellent ibadat. Thus there is a specific zikr ordained for every limb. The answer from the spiritual point of view is that light can enter the human body from 6 sides. The higher souls enter from the side of the head, which are all beneficial, and the lower souls enter from the side of the feet, Surah 5, Ayat 67, some of which are beneficial, and some are harmful, such as germs, evil spirits, and devils. Thus, foot is such a gate through which a good soul as well as a bad soul can enter. Thus, if a mu'min does physical exercise for the sake of zikr, and zikr for the sake of physical exercise, then he is very wise. It is obvious that this exercise is extremely necessary for the feet, so that the body and soul may remain safe and sound in every respect. Ruqs 4. The head of the bed should be as usual, but at the foot of the bed, put 3 or 4 pillows in such a way that your feet can remain raised without any difficulty. Then lie down on your back and stretch your feet and place them on these pillows and chant this wisdom. Al-Haq, Al-Haq, Huwal-Haq, Al-Haq, Al-Haq, Huwal-Haq. Now harmonizing with the speed of zikr and low and high notes of the chant, continue to move your hands and feet in an ecstatic way. There should not be the slightest hardness and despondency in temperament. This exercise can be accomplished by qualities such as hope, certainty, kind-heartedness, and humility. In this and other such exercises, you should also try to whirl the toes of the feet. God willing, many physical and spiritual diseases will be removed, for both the law of religion and the law of science work together in this unprecedented exercise. Ruqs 5. In this connection, strolling is one of the best exercises. Garden, courtyard, home, and outside, wherever it may be possible, you can stroll while remembering God, the knowing, the seeing. However, it is extremely necessary that there should be harmony in speech and speed, as if the heart is doing zikr in the footstep, and the footstep in the heart, and they say, Haq, Haq, Hu Haq, 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 Hu Haq. During this time, you have strolled 8 steps. Think that by this exercise the animal soul is being beaten and trampled on. Thus try to create force in every zikr, and that is possible by humility, rhythmic zikr, harmony, attention, continuity, strenuous hard work, and divine love. Ruqs 6. Stroll according to the above-mentioned method, but this time you should lift the heels and try to walk only on toes. In order to achieve the purpose of this exercise, it is necessary that with every such step the knee is straight. However, the divine law should always be remembered that the creation and progress of man, whether physical or spiritual, is only in hard work and toil, as God has mentioned it by swearing in Surah 90, ayats 1-4. Thus you should do both physical and spiritual exercise together and attain the maximum benefit of both kinds of health. 27 Shawwal, 1406 AH, 5th July 1986 AD. Germs and the power of Israel, alayhi salam. Number 1. Germs, bacteria, bacilli, and microbes are those microorganisms which cannot be seen without a microscope. They are both good and bad. An easily understandable example of good germs is the germ of life. Germs also have soul and a short span of physical life. Therefore, they cannot be excluded from the fixed law of life and death. Further, the way they enter a body, they can also be expelled from it by some means. For the sovereignty of God, the Exalted, has sway over everything, small or big. Number 2. Although apparently Hazrati Israel alayhi salam is the name of a single angel, but in fact he is a tremendous army. He is made mu'akkal, in charge, guardian, over humankind. Surah 32, Ayat 11, Surah 6, Ayat 93. So that he may seize the soul during partial death, complete death, spiritual death, physical death, and sleep, etc. It is not the case that the angel of death meets us only at the end of our lives. Rather, his being mu'akkal or wakil means that he is always with us. Day and night, he is occupied in his activities in the personal world, by which countless needs of man are fulfilled. Number 3. As all the necessary subjects are prominently mentioned in the wise Qur'an, similarly, the subject of subjugation is also mentioned. It is said, "And he has subjugated to you whatsoever is in the heavens and whatsoever is in the earth. It is all from him." Surah 45, Ayat 13. To understand the correct purport of this subjugation is extremely difficult, rather impossible, except if it is viewed with the perfect man's eye. It is only he who is the real standard of humanity. That is, unless we are merged in the Murshid, then in the Prophet, then in God, there will be no observation and experience of the subjugation of the angels and souls of the heavens and the earth. If this is too high to understand, at least at the level of knowledge of certainty, it is necessary to know that according to the allusion of the Holy Qur'an, Surah 41, Ayat 31, the friendship and help of great angels is attainable, and hence, using the power of Israel alayhi salam, the germs of disease can be destroyed or expelled. Number 4. Why is Allahu Akbar, God is greater, prescribed as the greatest slogan of the Mujahids of Islam from the time of prophethood till today? Why is there no substitute for it? Why is it recited when a sheep is slaughtered? Why is it in the beginning of the tasbih for Hazrati Fatima alayhi salam? The answer to all these three questions is one, and that is, Allahu Akbar is the Ism-i Azam, supreme name, for Hazrati Israel alayhi salam. The Mujahids of Islam call out this slogan in order to bring the power of Israel alayhi salam, which lies in them, into action against the enemies of Islam. The purpose of saying Allahu Akbar when slaughtering a sheep is to invite Hazrati Israel alayhi salam to participate in this act, or to represent him in it. The purpose of its being in the tasbih of Hazrati Fatima alayhi salam is that by the blessing of this great name, the particles of soul, which are worn out due to work, may leave the body and fresh ones take their place, so that fatigue may be removed and one may feel fresh. Number 5. From the above explanation, it is clear that the entire work of Hazrati Israel alayhi salam is accomplished through the great names of God, the Blessed, the Exalted. Thus, the wise mu'mins are engrossed day and night in the remembrance of God, so that Hazrati Israel alayhi salam may befriend them and work for them, or the power of Israel alayhi salam may awaken in their personal world. That is, everything is in man in the sense in which he is a microcosm. Number 6. Not only Israel alayhi salam, but all other angels also, always and constantly remember God. Surah 21, ayats 19 to 20. And prophets and awliya are like them in doing abundant zikr ibadat. In them, the light of Ismi Azam and other beautiful names of God always repeat themselves automatically. In such a state, every great name works like a great angel. Number 7. The Sakina, Taskeen, peace, which is mentioned in Surah 48, ayat 26, is the name of complete spirituality, and Nagmah-yi taqwa, which is mentioned here, means the Ismi Azam, which is related to Hazrati Israel alayhi salam, which is other than Allahu Akbar. This great name either remembers itself automatically, or the angel of death, namely Israel alayhi salam, continuously recites it. In this sense, this name, ism, kalima, is adhered to the ear of the chosen fortunate mu'mins, so that in this stage of Israel alayhi salam, they should experience spiritual death prior to physical death. There are countless wisdoms in this death, and it is the perfect taqwa. During this, the act of seizing the soul is repeated for several days, in which the lower end of the thread of the soul remains linked with the brain, and the rest of the body becomes dead every time. Man at this time is neither in the body nor in the heart, but he finds himself in the brain. Number 8. In this state, cells and the souls of bacteria cannot escape the deluge of this spiritual death, nor can any disease remain there. From this clear example, it reveals that the power of Israel alayhi salam is that means through which one can get rid of bacteria of every kind of disease. It is not surprising that in future, spiritual science may progress to such an extent that all people may pay attention to it, and thus cure the incurable diseases. Just as man is in dire need of material science, he is more so in that of spiritual science. Number 9. This excellent point should be well remembered, that Jibraili cure is done by knowledge, Mikaili by wisdom, Israfili cure by Giriyauzari and divine love, and Israeli cure by effacement and merging. The last one is the most effective cure. The perfect taqwa and complete purification lie only in that a magnificent death happens to soul in this very life. This is a very great miracle, for not only the scene of death, but also a glimpse of the next life is observed in it. Number 10. To use an example of the act of Hazrati Israel alayhi salam, it is like the wisdom-filled poison of spirituality, by taking which evil becomes extinct and the good becomes clear and distinct. However, you will definitely say that such a great success and such a great feat is extremely difficulty. I agree, and say with utmost humility, that if you cannot bear this, then you should keep using the germicidal medicines made with the mixture of the above poison, so that the germs of the carnal soul may die away gradually. What are those medicines? They are every word and act, which is extremely bitter for the carnal soul, but extremely useful for religion, so that the carnal soul may die partially. Death is both partial as well as total. Number 11. Angel is the name of a pure soul. He can appear embodied in human form, in imagination, dream, spirituality, and wakefulness, but in reality is free from form and limbs. He uses divine remembrance as his necessary organs. His hands, feet, tongue, and wings are of the same zikr and ibadat. Thus, if you do abundant zikr and ibadat, according to the purport of the wise Qur'an and the religion of Islam, as it ought to be done, which creates resurrection in your personal world, then due to the abundance of such bandagi, angels will be created in your personal world, and the power of Israel alayhi salam will always continue to work for your benefit, because you have helped him through your ibadat of day and night. He who helps an angel in this way, the angel also helps him in the best way. Number 12. See Surah 39, Ayat 42, in which you can clearly see that the seizing of soul during the death and sleep of man is mentioned. Who does this? It is Hazrati Israel alayhi salam who does this by God's command. Thus, the wisdom-filled allusion of this verse is that in all diseases we must remember God abundantly, with the sincerity of intention and perfect certainty that Hazrati Israel alayhi salam, by causing the state of sleep, will seize the soul of disease or alleviate it. Similarly, he also pulls out the grief and anger of mu'mins in the state of sleep, provided they are in the habit of constant zikr. Number 13. If an ordinary person lies down at night to sleep, and he cannot sleep for a long time, then this is the disease of sleeplessness, which in medical science is called agrypnia. It is an extremely tormenting disease. Whatever may be its cause physically, in reality, it is the chastisement which occurs due to negligence from the remembrance of God and annoyance of Hazrati Israel alayhi salam. Such a futile and wisdomless wakefulness is a form of Satan. As the Holy Qur'an says, "And he whose sight is dim to the remembrance of the compassionate, we appoint for him a devil who becomes his comrade." Surah 43, Ayat 36. The importance and necessity of the work of the power of Hazrati Israel alayhi salam can be well estimated from this. Number 14. The patterns of all great things which are in the macrocosm, and all those events which take place there, are found in the microcosm, personal world. For instance, if there are throne, dais, and 7 heavens, then here are the head like the throne, neck like the dais, shoulder like the 7th heaven, arm like the 6th heaven, wrist like the 5th heaven, palm and its back like the 4th heaven, phalanx of the finger rooted in the palm like the 3rd heaven, the middle phalanx like the 2nd heaven, and the phalanx with the nail is the 1st or nearest heaven. Thus, as the nearest heaven of the macrocosm prevents devils from going upwards by throwing flames upon them, Surah 67 Ayat 5, Surah 72 Ayat 8, similarly, during Zikru Ibadat, the 1st heaven, i.e. phalanx with nail, repels those devils and bacteria, which come from the side of the feet, by casting flames upon them. This is because there are the lamps of protection in them. Surah 37, Ayat 6-7, Surah 41, Ayat 12. Number 15. This old belief has begun to be proven in the light of modern science also, that there is the constant manifestation of the halo of light around the pure body of every prophet and every wali. In fact, it appears from other human beings also, but the halo of light of the perfect men is definitely very superior. For as is clear from article number 22, concept of the waves of light, prophets and awliya are surrounded by light from all sides, so that they may be protected and kept safe from every evil. The aura or halo which emits from the fingers acts like the shooting star of the above-mentioned nearest heaven, and destroys the bacteria of devils with the flames. But how can this be possible without faith, ibadat, and knowledge? 1. Zulhijjah, 1406 AH, 8th August 1986 AD. Healing through breathing. Number 1. Air, water, and food are among the essential and fundamental necessities of human life and survival. Yet thirst and hunger can be endured for some time. But to dispense with fresh air by holding the breath for approximately half a minute becomes an extremely bitter experience. The importance and necessity of respiration can be well estimated from this. On the one hand, all the cells of our body are supplied with oxygen through respiration, and on the other they are relieved of carbon dioxide. Number 2. In our body, which is a compendium of innumerable living cells, namely particles of soul, why is there always a dire need of oxygen for them? What is hidden in the oxygen? Can there be an animal or a vegetative soul hidden in it? Are the words ruh, soul, and ri, air, from the same root? Is it true that there is no air on the planet Moon? Therefore it is dead in a sense, and the planet Earth is surrounded by the atmosphere or the sphere of air, therefore it is living? In short, by reflecting upon these questions appropriately, we come to know that there is a soul in air, just as there is a soul in food. Number 3. As separate laws of religious wisdom and external medical science are prescribed in order to attain good health, pleasure, and happiness from eating and drinking things, similarly, there are many external and internal rules and regulations to benefit fully from breathing, on which many scholars have shed light, both from the religious and scientific points of view. You can benefit from these kinds of books, and this article is one such attempt. God willing, in this article also, there will be some useful points. May God, the sustainer of the world, for the sake of the benign prayers of the people of faith, help this insignificant servant. Ameen. Number 4. As the words ruh, soul, and ri, air, are from the same root, similarly, nafs, soul, and nafas, breathing, are also from the same root. Thus, a very great wisdom and a great secret are hidden in this. The languages of the nations of the world have not come into existence by themselves. Rather, the Creator of the universe has created them in an extremely systematic way, particularly the Arabic language, which is the language of the wise Qur'an. The brightest proof of this fact is in the Holy Qur'an itself. Open the Holy Qur'an and read carefully Surah 30, ayats 20 to 27, in which 6 times attention is drawn towards the divine signs. As it is said in this connection, "And of his signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the difference of your languages and colours." Surah 30, ayat 22. From this, the reality rises to the level of the light of certainty, and becomes clear that whatever may be the external and historical causes, every language is created by God himself. Without this, a language cannot be counted among the divine signs. Number 5. God, who is alone and has no partner, is only one. He has only one law, sunnat, and he, according to the law of oneness, created only one human being, i.e. Adam alayhi salam, and from him brought into existence his spouse, Surah 7, ayat 189, Surah 39, ayat 6, and from both of them he spread forth all human beings. In the same way, in the world of language, alami lisan, God first uttered only one word, which is the fountainhead of all meanings, as Hazrati Adam alayhi salam was the source of all human beings, Surah 4, ayat 1. And from the meaning of the first word created another word, which is blessed like Hazrati Hawwa alayhi salam. Then other words were made, as the children of Adam gradually spread in this world. This means that whichever the language, the mutual semantic link of its words is like the relation of the families, tribes and nations of the children of Adam. Thus, if you wish, even now in your conception, you can see all human beings in Hazrati Adam alayhi salam. Number 6. The gist of the above explanation is that there is a very close semantic link between ruh and ri, and nafs and nafas. For ri, or breathing, is the sign of life, and ruh, or soul, is that which is breathed. Breathing is used both in the form of giving permission, izn, or command, and in the state of knowledge and ibadat. That is, when the vicegerent of God, the Holy Prophet, or the vicegerent of the Prophet, grants someone permission or teaching and guidance, then this blessed breathing proves itself to be the breathing of soul. However, the condition of this is that the believing servant should spend all the breaths of his life in the obedience of God and his true Prophet, and should continue the chain of zikr incessantly every moment. Number 7. Wherever in the noble Qur'an air of any kind is mentioned, spiritual air and breathing are also mentioned there. One special law of the laws of the wise Qur'an is to mention many similar things together. For example, the winds which are mentioned in the beginning of Surah 51, Suratuz Zariyat, are external as well as internal winds, and also the breathing zikr, dam zikr, namely, that divine remembrance which is performed hidden in the breathing. This zikr is extremely sacred, effective and fruitful. By this zikr, the dust of negligence disappears from the heart and mind of the servant who does zikr. He feels light, and the ship of ibadat starts to sail very easily. Surah 51, ayats 1-3. This sign is the prelude to spiritual health. Number 8. The spiritual winds are living, and by these are meant the angels, as mentioned about them, and the breathing zikr, in the beginning of the Suratul Mursalat, in Surah 77, ayats 1-5. The azkar, plural of zikr, of breathing, which are of various kinds, are examples of different angels. Therefore, there is healing in them for many diseases. Thus, you should continue the hidden zikr of the name Yahu in such a way that with Ya, you inhale normally, and with Hu, exhale. Do not move the tongue, so that gradually the tongue of soul may get an opportunity to speak. This zikr is like the morning breeze. If you wish, you can progress in it, and do loud zikr, zikri jalli, also, i.e. the most powerful zikr, which is the zikri asifa, or zikri sarsar, which is fast like the wind. Surah 21, ayat 81. This zikr was subjugated to Hazrati Sulaiman, alayhi salam. Number 9. It should be remembered that every great spiritual power has two aspects. In one there is reward for the friends of God, and in the other there is punishment for his enemies. Thus it is the zikri asifa, or the zikri sarsar, which has destroyed many people, like the nation of Ad, who had become extremely disobedient. See Surah 41, ayat 16, Surah 54, ayats 18-20, and Surah 69, ayat 6-7. In the special journey of the personal world, when the stage of Israel alayhi salam comes, a very great spiritual revolution, which is beyond description, takes place. One point related to this event is that 7 consecutive nights and 8 days of it are ominous on the one side and auspicious and blessed on the other. During this time, the enemies of Islam, like the nation of Ad, perish spiritually, and the doors of mercy open for the people of faith. Number 10. Although the real zikri sarsar is an automatic spiritual power, nonetheless, breathing zikr is an example of it. Therefore, he who does this zikru ibadat for 7 nights and 8 days, with sincerity of intention, God willing, he will be healed from every kind of disease, and will be protected from every kind of evil. The conditions of this zikr are almost like those of the ittikaf. That is, he can have an interval according to need. Nevertheless, one important point is that the zakir, one who performs zikr, must have complete faith in the blessed name of God, the Exalted. Further, an understanding of the Qur'an, or at least those verses which are related to the subject, is necessary for this purpose, so that his certainty may increase. Number 11. Breathing is an unfathomable ocean which you have seen from the surface, but have never experienced its depth. At least once, try to dive to its bottom so that you may know what precious pearls are hidden in it, and then perhaps you may continue to search for them, forever. In short, there are many wonders and marvels of divine power in the zikr of breathing. In order to duly observe them, you have to exercise more and more. Number 12. In the beginning of Surat al-Adiyat, Surah 100, Ayat 1, the things by which God, the Great, the Exalted, has sworn are exoterically the snorting horses of the mujahids of Islam, but esoterically they are the fast-breathing azkar, due to whose rapid speed sparks of light fly. As a result of this spiritual jihad, the spoils of light and happiness are attained in the morning. By these spoils are meant knowledge and wisdom, which remove every impurity and disease of the intellect and soul of the mujahids, so that they may penetrate the group of the enemies of Islam through spiritual fighting and strike them a fatal blow. Number 13. Where the shirt of Hazrati Yusuf alayhi salam is mentioned in the wise Qur'an, Surah 12, Ayat 94, there the word rih, air, is used in the sense of smell or fragrance. Similarly, in Surah 7, Ayat 57, Surah 25, Ayat 48, Surah 27, Ayat 63, and Surah 30, Ayat 46, also, ar-riyah, winds, are used in the sense of fragrances. This means that Islam is a living religion, and by coming closer to the soul, the winds of higher paradise start to blow. In these winds there are various kinds of fragrances, which with their mute expression, Jamani hal, give glad tidings of the torrential rain of full-fledged spirituality. Thus the breathing zikr advances towards these fragrances, by which the diseases of the intellect, soul and body are cured. Number 14. During the time of the revelation of the Qur'an, an extremely significant revolutionary prophecy was made, which is related to the manifestation of the divine signs in the external world and in the internal world. Surah 41, Ayat 53. That time has now come. In fact, after the signs, i.e. the miracles of the external world, the miracles of the internal or personal world would have also started to manifest. The way and the door of observing and experiencing them, God willing, is the breathing zikr. So let us do the wisdom-filled zikr of Yahu, or of any other name in our breaths, so that through the oxygen, the fragrances of paradise may permeate each and every cell and particle of our body. It is not only a cure of spiritual science for every disease, but also an exalted ibadat. Here it should also be remembered well that the manifestations of the spiritual things are according to the 5 senses in the subtle state, and one of them is related to smell, in which are subtle nourishments in the form of various fragrances. 8 Zul-Hijjah, 1406 AH, 15th August 1986 AD. Healing through quake, shivering. Number 1. Can there be any healing through quake or shivering? Yes, a very great wisdom is hidden in this state. Rather, it is more appropriate to say that there are many secrets and illusions to know, which is extremely useful. Although apparently, when it happens by itself, it is considered a disease, let alone used as a cure and medicine. You might perhaps be surprised that some physical diseases are useful, because due to them, many fatal diseases can be prevented. As for example, in order to prevent smallpox, vaccination is given, which protects man from this dangerous disease by causing a temporary and useful disease. Number 2. Shivering or quake is of many kinds, spiritual and physical. Thus, if an oppressed person is trembling due to the fear of an oppressor, this trembling is not free from wisdom. This is a practical complaint, which rises without any obstacle towards the court of the Lord of Honour, so that the law of justice and equity of the real king may come into action. If such a trembling is due to severe cold, then also it is a natural remedy, for by this movement the natural heat of the animal soul increases, and the system of the circulation of blood continues. In short, no shivering is without meaning and wisdom. Number 3. In the A'im, in the beginning of Kitabul Janaiz 1:217, it is narrated from the Holy Prophet that he said, "Fever is a purification from God the Forgiving." That is, sin is cleansed by it. Since sin is a spiritual disease, therefore it is true to say that it is removed by the external and internal fever. Thus, by this noble tradition, it is established that fatal diseases are cured by some temporary diseases. However, the condition in this cure is definitely faith, certainty, knowledge, and good deeds. Number 4. Which blessed verse of the wise Qur'an is not a treasure of knowledge and wisdom? The difficulty is that we have a partial intellect. Therefore, we need to think and reflect more in order to understand the Qur'an. Thus, if you read Surah 9, Ayat 52 carefully, you will certainly be happy, for it contains the wisdom-filled allusion that the betterment of the mu'mins in this world is both directly and indirectly. That is, if he has comfort, then this is undoubtedly a direct goodness, and if there is a calamity, then this is called an indirect goodness. This law of mercy is called one of two good things, Ihda'al Husna'ain, in the wise Qur'an, Surah 9, Ayat 52. Thus it is obvious that a great wisdom is certainly hidden in every such difficulty which comes from God, and it is only wisdom which is in the position of abundant goodness. Number 5. Quake of spirituality and resurrection, or the astonishing quake, is related, not only to the external world, but also to the personal world. Thus, it is prominently mentioned in these 4 places of the noble Qur'an: Surah 2, Ayat 214, Surah 22, Ayats 1-2, Surah 33, Ayat 11, Surah 99, Ayats 1-8. In addition to these, there are many other verses which describe the secrets and illusions of this superior subject in the language of wisdom, such as in Surah 39, Ayat 23. God has revealed the most beautiful speech, which is equivocal and repeated, whereat do creep the skins of those who fear their Lord, then their skins and their hearts do soften for the remembrance of God. If we look at this quake or shivering with respect to the personal world, it is an extremely great spiritual miracle of the Holy Qur'an and Ismi Azam. However, an important question arises here, that if according to the profound wisdom of the Qur'an, all meanings of related and necessary fear are contained in the fear of God, then why is shivering mentioned separately? What wisdom is hidden in it? Number 6. Spiritual quake or shivering is the final trial as well as the result and fruit of the fear of God, for prophets, awliya and the mu'mins with high ambitions. Further, it also purifies and sanctifies people, so that they may enter spirituality and paradise after this stage. Furthermore, it is a proof of awakening from the sleep of negligence and becoming closer to real life. Number 7. When the earthquake occurs in a part of the earth, its real power is in its depth. Similarly, whether it is physical fever or the spiritual quake, its factors and motives lie in the heart and cells of man, although an initial movement and effect may be superficial and external. It is strange that man and animal are different in the awakening and moving of cells of the body, caused by sending a message from the heart and mind. For instance, if a horse has a wound on its back and a fly sits on it, the horse is able to shake that particular part. The same can be done by many other animals. When a cat becomes angry, it can move the cells of the entire body and cause its hair to stand on end. When a hen protects its chickens, it alerts the cells of its body and keeps all the feathers inflated. Man, by his own will, cannot make his hair stand on end, nor can he shake a particular part of his back. It is, however, a different matter if a successful bodybuilder, due to constant exercise, can move his cells and flesh in an extraordinary way. Number 8. If we look with the eye of wisdom, this universe, which is an open book, can teach us many things. Animals are the most important chapter of this symbolic book, for they are alive, and due to life they are very close to us, and there are many positive and negative illusions for us in their nature. Therefore, you should make a habit of reflection and thinking, and in addition to reflecting on the wise Qur'an, reflect also on your own self and the universe, so that you will come to know what man can and cannot do. In my opinion, man, by using God-given capacities, if not today, will be able to do everything tomorrow. Number 9. Strolling in this rose garden of conversation, we have somewhat gone away from the main place, although the direction of the conversation is towards the main subject. Anyhow, after the mention of the above examples, we have to explain that although the real and spiritual quake with its miraculous effects is on an extremely high place, yet according to the divine law, with every height there is an ascending ladder also. Surah 70, Ayat 3. That is, you should do different exercises of quake and shivering readily and without feeling ashamed. Sometimes shake your hands and sometimes your feet. You can also do this exercise with the shoulders and the knees. And in this exercise, always continue to breathe the soul of divine remembrance, so that you may ascend step by step. God willing, you will have success. Number 10. Among the righteous servants of God, there are some who, in the form of prayer, shake their hands, and after a while, the state of natural quake, in which there is the spiritual cure and healing, occurs to them. In that state, those fortunate servants do abundant Giriya-uzari, which with reference to the Qur'an has already been mentioned in this book. This means that you can do two kinds of ibadat. In one, you are all alone. In the other, which is extremely full of virtues, the innumerable souls of the cells of the body wake up from the sleep of negligence and participate with you. This is the result of the special quake and Giriya-uzari. Thus, healing through quake can be extremely effective. Number 11. See point 5 in this article, where Surah 39, Ayat 23 is mentioned. This verse means that under the influence of the Holy Qur'an and Ismi Azam, the bodies of the chosen mu'mins shiver, and this shivering is such an extremely useful miracle that their bodies, i.e. all the cells and heart, become tender by it and turn to the remembrance of God. Since the body is a compendium of cells and they contain innumerable particles of soul, therefore softening of the body and remembering God together with the heart means that the cellular souls wake up and become engrossed in divine remembrance. Thus it is evident that by the quake or shivering of an arif, each and every cell of the body wakes up, and by the favours and blessings of the great name of God, the great, the exalted, the body remains safe and secured from all diseases and afflictions. Number 12. Medical science says that disease takes place in the cells. The Qur'an alludes that you, who are a compendium of cells, remain in the protection of the Sustainer. Surah 113 ayats 1 to 5, Surah 114 ayats 1 to 6, in order to escape from every evil and disease. Science says there are bacteria in the body of the sick. The Qur'an, in the language of wisdom, says that every useful thing and every medicine of this world has been revealed from the treasures of God. Surah 15, Ayat 21. Further, the Qur'an says that Israel alayhi salam, who is your guardian, Mu'akkal, Surah 32, Ayat 11, can seize the souls of bacteria. Science considers that every kind of external cleanliness and purity is extremely necessary. The Quran clearly endorses this, and further it says that not only is external purity important, but more than this is the purity of soul. For the salvation of man lies in it. Surah 91, Ayat 9. Science gives very great importance to physical exercise and considers it useful for health. The wisdom-filled allusion of the Quran is that the secret of creation and progress and health of man lies in hard work. Surah 90, Ayat 4. Hard work or exercise has two aspects, spiritual and physical. Thus, according to the Quran, together with physical exercise, spiritual exercise is also extremely necessary. Number 13. Question. What are the great benefits hidden in the quake, if it is in its real sense? Answer. In it, there is the practical fear of God and the fruit of it. Surah 39, Ayat 23. It is the indigence, restlessness and cry for help of true love. Surah 27, Ayat 62. It is the reward of humility and hidden supplication. Surah 7, Ayat 55. It is natural purification and sanctification. Surah 9, Ayat 103. It is a great miracle of spirituality. Surah 41, Ayat 53. It is a mercy that the earth of the soul moves to thrive. Surah 22, Ayat 5. It is an inner revolution and an example of the great resurrection. Surah 22, Ayat 1. It is a great sign of the eternal life. Surah 8, Ayat 24. It is an experience of communication with the Supreme Soul. Surah 58, Ayat 22. It is the quake of the minor resurrection of the personal world. Surah 99, Ayats 1 to 8. It is the trial of the final stage. Surah 33, Ayat 11. It is the sweet and pithy fruit of patience and prayer. Surah 2, Ayat 153. It is the beginning of the heavenly succour and help and waking up of the cellular souls. Surah 2, Ayat 214. And it is the spirit of the Quran, which comes with medicine and healing for the fortunate mu'mins. Surah 17, Ayat 82. 18 Zul-Hijjah, 1406 AH, 25th August 1986 AD.